Welcome to Billionaire Romance Audiobooks. Please subscribe to this YouTube channel. It helps more than you know and is the best way to stay up to date on our latest releases. When you subscribe, you'll also get notified when we release new videos.
Lucky Billionaire. An Alpha Billionaire Romance. By Michelle Love. Narrated by Google Play Auto-Narrated Voice. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing.
Blurb.
I'm a small-town good girl. He's a tempting bad boy. After so many heartbreaks in my life, I thought I was done with love. But then I met Blake. Tall, cute with a blazing body. We met by accident at a birthday party. I knew he was trouble from the beginning. Because the moment I saw him, I wanted him. I know he'll hurt me for sure. I could feel it in my body. He'd break what's left of my heart. The connection is there, and he wants me to give him a chance. But I don't know if I can trust someone as luscious as him, who just became a billionaire.
Lucky Stars. Blake.
Pinks and oranges fill the sky as the sun sets behind my parents' home. The mailbox has become my enemy, but I check it anyway. The last letter from the IRS took millions from me. I close my eyes and hope there's nothing else from them in the box shaped like a largemouth bass. My father was a novice fisherman, but you wouldn't know that by the amount of fishing paraphernalia he had accumulated in his lifetime. My mother was not a very good cook, but she had enough cookbooks to stock an aisle in Barnes & Noble. They passed away last year together, right in the house I still live in. I was away at college, thankfully, or I'd be where they are now. A gas leak in the house took them as they slept one night. I should sell the place and move, especially since I lucked out on the road trip they had me take. In their will, they left me $3,000, and I had to use every penny of that money to play the lotteries in every state I visited on my journey to spread their ashes. Dad was spread in the Atlantic Ocean, and Mom in the Pacific. The crazy thing is that I won 7 lotteries, and each jackpot was larger than the next. I ended that week as a billionaire. Thanks, Mom and Dad. Every time I tell that story, I have to thank them. Between them and God is the only way I got that money. I don't think I've ever been this lucky. Well, the luck is running out as the IRS is finding way after way to get the money. Hey, what you doing out here at the old fish box? My neighbor Josh asks me as he strides out of his house next door. He moved here a couple of years ago, and we hang out now and then. He's a bit older than I am. At 21, I'm a kid to most, so I get left out of a lot of the block parties the older people have. Josh is a pretty good guy though, and a great neighbor. Just checking to see if there are any more letters from the evil government trying to take my money, I gripe as I close the fish's mouth, and I'm happy to see there are no letters from my arch nemesis. About your money, he says. It's none of my business, and I love having you as a neighbor, but why the hell are you still here in the 2-bedroom house you grew up in? Get a mansion like all the other billionaires, dude. With a shrug of my shoulders, I say, it's not the right time yet. I know it sounds crazy, but I don't want to leave the old house behind just yet. I'll get out of it someday, but not just yet. My parents' things are all in it, and I'd have to pack them up if I move. Frankly, I kind of act like they're on vacation and will be home anytime. It makes me keep the house cleaned up. He chuckles and pats me on the back. You should come over and eat dinner with us tonight. The wife made spaghetti. Thanks, but I have a frozen dinner cooking in the oven, and I'd hate to let it go to waste. Maybe another night. I stroll back up the walkway to the old home my parents bought when they had me. It's looking a little worse for wear, and I make a mental note to at least get new siding on it. I'm a freaking billionaire, after all. Hey, Josh calls out, stopping my retreat. Did you say the IRS took a lot of your money? I nod and whine, yeah, I have no idea what to do about it. He jogs up to me. My brother-in-law happens to be a man in your position. What position is that? A top player in Halo. Hook me up. I love a challenge, I say, as that can be all he means. I have done little else since I won the money. No, he says with a laugh. He's rich too. Filthy stinkin' just like you. He lives in Houston. I could set up a meeting so he could help you figure out your finances and how to keep most of your money. Really? My heart speeds up with the first good news I've heard in a while. That would be awesome, dude. He turns to go back to his house. I'll call him and ask when would be a good time for him. You're pretty much wide open, aren't you? I'm completely wide open. Thanks so much. I wave and go inside. I break into a dance as I finally may have someone to help me not only take action to keep my money, but maybe they can help me figure out something worthwhile to do with it as well. Looks like I got another lucky day.
Max.
For the love of all which is holy. I jump to avoid tripping over the Barbie dream car, hiding at the bottom of the staircase. Zoe, what did I tell you about leaving your toys around? Especially on the stairs. I round the corner to see my 4-year-old daughter diving behind her mother, as she sits on the sofa in the sitting room we use for the kids to play in. Max? Lexi shouts at me. No need to yell. She's just a little girl. She forgets things. It's not her fault. Then whose is it, Lex? You baby these kids. The twins are in pre-K for gods. Stop, she interrupts. Remember, there are little parrots in this home, and they repeat every word we say. For goodness sakes. Okay? Happy? I ask as I look around for my car keys. Do you happen to know where the keys to my Jag are? She points to our 1.5-year-old son, Zach. He has them in his mouth and is drooling all over them. I look around for something to trade him and find a candy cane that may have been around since last Christmas, but I gotta do what I gotta do. I pick up the slightly chewed-on candy and make my way to the smiling baby boy. Look what Daddy's got. I wiggle the candy at him, and his blue eyes shine up at me. He has my eyes and his mother's silky blonde hair. Lexi clears her throat, drawing my attention. No way. Keep looking for something else to trade him with. With a growl, I take the candy cane to the kitchen and dispose of it as if it had been done long ago. I find him one of his little cookies and take that back to the sitting room where my not-so-little family is. Lexi meets me just outside the door, my keys in her hand. Now I have them. What are you going to trade me for them, huh? Wrapping my arms around her, I whisper behind her ear and press my body to hers. I'll trade you one kiss and a hell of a lot more tonight when I get you into our bed. Deal, she says as she places the keys in my hand and turns her lips up to mine. Though we've been together for a good few years now, her kiss still takes me to another place and time. Heat fills me as her sweet lips press against mine. I grind into her soft body and wish like hell we could run upstairs for a little alone time. Daddy, hey daddy, my 4-year-old son Zane shouts. Hey, can I go too? It was his hand on my butt, apparently. I pull my mouth from my wife's and place my forehead on hers. How many more of these things did I say I wanted to have? You said several more, but I'm getting the distinct impression that 3 is enough for you. Her hand runs over my cheek and I grab it and kiss her palm. Yeah, for now, and maybe forever, 3 is more than plenty. I turn and rub Zane's little blonde head. Hey buddy, not this time, okay? Daddy's picking up a man at the airport, and it can be a little taxing to try to keep up with you when there's so many people. I'll be back home soon. Well, can you at least bring me something back, like a puppy or a kitty cat? He asks as his bottom lips jut out in a pout. Oh. A kitty. Zoe shouts as she runs out of the room. No. Lord have mercy. Lexi, these kids. I walk away as Zoe grabs one leg and Zane grabs the other. They giggle like crazy people as they try to slow me down. Lexi grabs the baby and follows behind me. Once I reach the door, she gets the kids to leave me alone using just one word, stop. They let go, as if she magically made them somehow. I look at her. You have to teach me your ways, you're a Jedi Master. I am, she says as she scoots the kids back. A little kiss she leaves on my cheek. Hurry back to me. And thanks again for meeting with this guy for my brother, Josh. It's a really sweet and nice thing for you to do, Max. I smack my head and turn back as I remember we have guests coming. What time are Kip and Peyton getting here? Around 4, Peyton said. They're coming in on his new chopper since you helped him get his license. Cool. I'll try to have this guy squared away by then so we can chill out by the pool with you guys, I say as I make my way to the car. Looks like it's going to be a full day.
Kip.
I know I put his toy in the diaper bag, Peyton. Keep looking, I say as our 1-year-old son Pax screams his head off. Rochelle, my wife Peyton's best friend, tries to distract the child by making silly faces at him. We're in my new helicopter, flying to Houston to spend the weekend with our friends, the Lanes. I didn't know Pax was going to freak out when he realized his little stuffed bear wasn't by his side once he woke up. Peyton pulls the bear out of the bag, with an expression of triumph on her pretty face. Here it is. I have it, she shouts over his wails. Here baby, look, mommy found it. His mouth shuts, and he sniffles and holds his hand out for his toy. I roll my eyes at my wife. You really need to work with him more. He's a very demanding child. He's your son. All the way around, Kip, he's you. From his dark blonde hair to his deep blue eyes, the boy is you all over again, bad temper and all. She pats the back of my hand. I don't even have a temper, Peyton, I say as I adjust our speed as we come into a little cloud bank. No, sure you don't, she says with a laugh. She turns to look at Rochelle in the back seat. This man has no temper, but let me tell you what. If you use the last egg without getting more, and it is early on a Sunday morning, watch out. This man will read you the riot act and let you know that can never happen, not ever. I do recall that particular little scene, but I was dog-tired from a night of agony, as our son was cutting his first tooth, and there was no coffee either. The mansion comes into view, and I see the pad has been cleared for me. Max and I have been mates for a couple of years, but it seems like forever. He and his wife are as close as siblings to me and mine. It doesn't take long once we land to find their twins running towards us. Zoe shouts, "Hunky Kip, Auntie Peyton." I hold out my arms and she rushes into them, pecking little kisses all over my face as she holds my cheeks between her small hands. How's my girl? I'm fine. How's my pony? She asks. I bought her and her brother ponies last Christmas, and kept them at our place in Los Angeles. Her brother Zane tugs at my pants leg. Is my pony being good, Uncle Kip? He is, I say, putting Zoe down and tussling the little blonde boy's hair. Lexi walks out with their baby, Zach, on her hip. Her long legs clad in a pair of pink shorts and a little white t-shirt, hugs her toned body. She's a true beauty all the way through. Max tells a story about how she was when they first met, and I have a devil of a time believing the man. He said she was a nerdy girl, hidden behind owlish glasses, and hid her spectacular figure beneath clothes too big for her. I just can't believe that. She takes long strides towards us and gives me a hug. I'm so happy you all are here. Peyton pulls the baby out of his car seat and hugs Lexi. Thanks for inviting us. She holds our son out to Lexi. On a trade? I have to give my Zachy Poo a kiss and hug. I missed the little monkey butt. Lexi takes Pax in her arms and coos at him, who's the pretty baby boy. He giggles and grabs a handful of her long blonde hair. Lexi smiles at Rochelle, who's made it out of the chopper. Good. You were able to make it. I'm so glad. Our house manager and chef, Hilda, is dying to get to cook with you this weekend. It's all she can talk about, getting to cook with someone who's training at the Culinary Arts program at UCLA. It'll be an honor to get some of her training. From what Kip and Peyton have told me about her, she's a fantastic cook, Rochelle says as she runs her hand over Zane's head. He reaches up to take her hand. You're really pretty, he tells her. Do you have a boyfriend? She giggles. Thank you and no. You interested, Zane? He laughs and blushes. Maybe. We all laugh as we go inside. Looks like Rochelle's finally found a man.
Blake.
A boisterous bunch of people walk into Max's mansion, led by his wife, Lexi. The man and woman who follow behind her look vaguely familiar. The man especially. Into the doors Max's little son Zane pulls someone along behind him. Come on, Rochelle. My heart skips a beat and I forget to breathe. She has long black silky hair that goes to her waist. She's a tiny thing, maybe 5'2", and her eyes are the most beautiful blue I've ever seen. Thick black lashes surround them. Her skin is like porcelain, and the slightest tinge of pink stains her cheeks. Her lips are red and have a natural little pout to them. I'm moving across the floor as if she's pulling me with some invisible cord to her. Hi, I'm Blake Chandler. She smiles and blushes as everyone laughs at me. Hi there, Blake Chandler. Max claps me on the shoulder as he comes up behind me. He gestures to the man with dark blonde, straight hair that goes to his shoulders, and he has dark blue eyes. This is Kip Dixon. Yes, the recording artist, Kip Dixon. He's just not wearing the makeup. He ditched it last year. Yeah, I know. I saw him on a talk show a few months ago. I extend my hand. Nice to meet you, Kip. He shakes my hand, and I turn my attention to the lady next to him, who has long blonde curls that fall to her waist. Her eyes are a mix of green and brown, and she's very pretty. You must be his wife. She takes up my hand and gives it a shake. Hi, Blake, I'm Peyton. This young lady here is my best friend, Rochelle Stone. She goes to UCLA. Where is it you're from? Lubbock, I say, then turn my attention back to the raven-haired beauty. What is it you're studying at UCLA? Culinary arts. And what is it you do, Blake? She asks. I don't have a damn answer for that. I do as little as humanly possible, but I don't want her to know that. I'm kinda rich, so I'm looking for something to do. Kinda rich? She asks as she narrows her eyes. Max saves me. He's looking into becoming an investor. He inherited a little sum of money from his parents when they passed on, and played the lottery in states across America. He won several of them, and ended up with quite a tidy sum. He's here so I can teach him a thing or two about investing his money to make more of it, and keep as much as he can out of the government's hands. Peyton wags her finger at me with a look in her eyes. You. I think I know you. Well, not know you, but did you go to LA and drop your mom in the ocean? Her ashes, yeah. I look harder at her and slap my leg. Yeah, it's you too. I knew you guys from somewhere. Small freaking world. Rochelle nudges Peyton's shoulder. So you know this guy? Kip and I were strolling along on the beach before the baby was born and saw him tossing the ashes into the water. We stopped and talked to him, and he told us this heartwarming story about his parents passing on together. It was really sweet in a sad kind of way. Rochelle's eyes go soft as she looks at me and touches my hand. I'm sorry to hear that. How are you doing with that? I'm fine. They died happy. No reason to be sorry for me. I smile at her and want to take her hand in mine so damn bad. Max saves me from making a fool out of myself. Why don't we let them get settled in, and we can all meet out by the swimming pool? They agree, and Lexi leads them to their rooms. She looks over her shoulder at me. I hope you don't mind sharing a bathroom with Rochelle. I have her in the room that's by yours. I shake my head. I'm sure we can stay out of each other's way. Not that I want that. I want to get all up in her way.
Rochelle.
Can you tie me up? I walk into Peyton's bedroom and ask. Kip has already taken the baby to the pool. Peyton and I are changing into our bikinis, and mine is being difficult. She ties it tight. I don't need these babies breaking free, I say with a laugh. So the stud Blake, what do you think? She asks me. I haven't thought of him at all, at least in the last few seconds. He's tall, I'd say about 6 feet 3 inches. His blonde curls just touch his broad shoulders, and he has amazing blue-brown eyes. His bone structure is probably the most symmetrical I've ever seen. He's handsome, not boyishly cute, not adorable, and completely handsome. He's okay, I say. Peyton huffs. Sure, he's okay. That man has classic good looks. And I know you gotta look at those monster biceps he has. Damn it, girl, can you imagine getting swept up in his strong arms? We giggle, and I pull a thin, white cover up that's see-through over my red bikini as we walk out of the room. Don't go there, Peyton. You and Kip are always trying to play matchmaker. Her arm goes around my shoulders, and she squeezes me in her embrace. The joys of a good relationship are all we wish for you, Shelley. I can see the men sitting around the swimming pool's edge as we get to the glass patio doors. With no shirt to hide him, I see Blake is covered in muscles. Sharply, I pull in a breath and tighten my hands into little fists. Holy crap. Peyton hisses. Would you look at that? He's gorgeous, I mutter. So many muscles. Peyton has to tug me along as my feet have stopped working for some damn reason. Come on, let's go play with the kids. I want to play with something, but it's not any kid.
Blake.
Kip lets out a long whistle as he looks back over his shoulder. I turn to see what he's looking at, and my eyes nearly pop out of my head. Oh my gosh. I whisper. Rochelle's legs aren't as long as Peyton's or Lexi's, but they are perfectly formed for her body. She looks like a little doll, perfectly proportioned. Breathe, Blake, Max whispers as he jabs me in the ribs. Peyton and Rochelle walk straight into the water, joining Lexi as she pulls little Zach and packs in a little inflatable boat. The twins swim around with floaties on. Me, Max, and Kip sit on the side of the pool, with our legs dangling in the cool water. I watch Max's son Zane swim right up to Rochelle. He wraps his body around hers, and I'm suddenly real jealous of the kid. Hi, he says. She smiles sweetly at him and runs her hand over his little head. Hey there, sweetie. Kip nudges me with his elbow. She's great with kids. Huh? Kids? I stammer as I watch her interaction with the little boy. Max pulls his shades off and hands them to me. Here, put these on so she doesn't freak out that you're staring at her. Then you can stare, but she won't know. I put on the dark sunglasses and try to move my head so she's unaware of how much I'm checking her out. What's she really like, Kip? I ask. Is she sweet or rude? Please tell me she has some terrible flaw I could never deal with. Because she's stealing my heart way too quickly. I wish I could help you out, bro, Kip says. The fact is she's pretty selfless and quite nice. She's funny and the best cook. I've asked her to become our personal chef, but she refused. She wants her own restaurant once she graduates, though she knows it's a pipe dream for her. Her family doesn't have that kind of money. Her head turns to look at Zoe, as the little girl shrieks for someone to watch her swim like a fish. Her dark silky strands flow over her shoulder in slow motion, and her chest rises with her intake of breath, and it's all in slow motion for some damn reason. Is anyone else seeing things in slow motion? I ask. They both laugh at me. Max sighs. You remember the first time you ever laid eyes on Peyton, Kip? He nods and picks up the beer sitting on the patio next to him. Like it was yesterday. I know you remember the first time you saw Lexi. Max leans back on his palms and looks up at the clear blue sky. That was so fantastic. Well, not the first time I saw her. The poor girl didn't have a clue, and was hidden behind clothes that were too big and a nerdy look. Once I got her out of those clothes and the damn bun pulled out of her hair, that was when I knew she was the one for me. Damn it, I murmur. I'm done for. They both nod, and Max hands me a beer out of the little ice chest next to him. I hope it goes a hell of a lot smoother for you than it did for either of us, Guy. What do you mean by that? I ask. How can it go bad? They laugh again, and Kip pats me on the back. Don't even ask that, mate. I take a long drink and watch Rochelle pull the little boy up on her shoulders, and he jumps off them, squealing in delight. Zoe paddles up to Max and splashes us. Daddy, come in and let me jump off your shoulders like Zane's doing with Shelley. She splashes a little more water at us. Max gestures for us to follow. Come on guys, time to get wet. We slide into the cool water and make our way to the women and children. I glide up beside Rochelle as Zane is trying to climb up her to get back on her shoulders. I take his little body and pick him up on my shoulders. Please allow me to help you out with this one, Rochelle. Hey, Zane whines. I want Shelley. Give her little shoulders a break, dude. Mine are a lot sturdier. His little toes dig into my flesh, and I look at her in amazement. Wow. You didn't even flinch when he climbed on your shoulders. His toes are like eagle talons. She giggles. I guess I'm not as wimpy as you. Wimpy? Damn. The kid jumps off, and the force pushes me a little, and my shoulder bumps her breast. I know I'm beet red as she clutches it. Oops. Gosh, Rochelle, I'm sorry. She looks at me with a frown as she rubs her boob. That's okay, Blake. But ow. My hand juts out to help her, and it's on top of hers as she rubs it. Hey, little Zane screeches. Don't touch that. Max turns back and lets out a loud laugh. Kip shakes his head, and I look up to see Rochelle's mouth wide open. She steps back. I got this. Thanks, Blake. I'm an idiot.
Rochelle.
The aroma of cilantro fills the large kitchen as Hilda and I make her famous enchiladas and my famous ceviche. She plays Spanish music as we cook and dance around the kitchen. A tall shadow fills the doorway. Need any help? Blake asks. I look up to see him freshly showered, his blonde hair hanging in damp curls. The smell of him assaults my senses. It's woodsy and all man. I fight not to inhale deeply as he comes up next to me. A tight black t-shirt he has on, along with some tight blue jeans that hug his muscular legs. His large stature next to me has butterflies moving all over my insides. I gesture to the wooden block full of knives. He takes one out and looks at me. Now what? I can't seem to find my words for some reason. He has me a little wobbly in the knees. This never happens to me. I'm friends with a ton of cute guys. None of them have this effect on me. I swallow hard and point to the jalapenos. Can you cut those up? Sure, he says as he takes them and looks around. A cutting board. There's one right behind him, and I point at it. There you go. He looks back and grabs it. Hilda places a beer in front of him. Here you go, Blake. Do you like to cook? I think I might like it, if I knew how to make a few things. I eat mostly takeout and frozen dinners, since my mom isn't around to cook for me anymore. He slices the pepper down the middle. Like this, Rochelle? His elbow nudges my side and little electric jolts run through me. I reach across him, accidentally grazing his chest with my breasts, and pick up a pepper. My body is quivering and I fight to regain some damn composure. Like this, I say as I place it on his cutting board and dice it up into tiny pieces. His body is tense as he watches me. Okay, I got it now. He looks at me and smiles. I like your dress. Coral looks good on you. A little smile breaks free and runs across my face. Thank you. Black looks good on you. He looks around and says, Thank you, Rochelle. You don't drink? I noticed you haven't had anything. You want something else. Maybe you don't like beer. I'm not old enough, I say and continue to chop the cilantro. Oh. He stops chopping and looks me up and down. How old are you? 20. Tomorrow is my birthday. I stop myself from saying any more. I haven't told anyone that. I hate for people to make a fuss over me, and birthdays are one of those times people fuss if they know about it. Tomorrow. Well, what's the plan for your special day? He turns towards me and waits for my answer. I shake my head. No one else knows. To be honest, I don't want anyone else to know. I don't know why I told you that. Forget about it, okay? I doubt he will, and neither will I, Hilda says, as she places the large pan of enchiladas in the oven. What's your favorite flavor of cake? I shake my head. Really? I don't want anyone to bother. I kind of hate birthdays. Blake turns and leans back on the counter, his arms crossed in front of him, and it makes his large biceps flex. Why would you hate them? And it's your 21st birthday at that. That's a big one. I know, I turned that last year. Me and my friends partied hard. Well, I'm not a party girl, so let it go, I say, taking the cilantro and tossing it into the large stainless steel bowl. His eyes never leave me as I walk away to take the tomatillos to the sink to wash them. I catch him and Hilda exchanging looks, and it pisses me off. At myself mostly. I should have kept that to myself. When will I ever learn? Hilda grabs some linens out of a cabinet. Do you have this, Rochelle? I need to go and get the dining room ready. I wave her away. Yes, go do what you need to. Blake seems to have cooled towards me. It's best anyway. He lives in another state after all. Me in California and him in Texas. That's how it happens most times. I refuse to let anyone in much. Once a guy realizes that, they move on to the next girl. You know, I can almost hear the gears in your head grinding, he says as he moves in behind me. Max told me you spent a little time in the children's home. Just because your mother wasn't a good one, doesn't mean you have to live life trying hard not to be a nuisance to anyone. I spin around and find he's so damn close I can smell the shampoo he used. It's crisp and clean, and I'd love to run my hands through those damp curls and get that smell all over them. But I won't. He shouldn't have told you that. People talk, Rochelle. People tell each other things. It's what friends do. His fingertip touches my cheek, and he runs it over my cheekbone. You have beautiful bone structure. I blink as I look into his blue-brown eyes. You're forward. You're prefect, he says in a whisper. Oops. I hear Kip say as he walks into the kitchen. I just have to fill Pax's bottle with milk, then I'll be out of your way. He goes to the fridge and pours milk into a bottle, and I move away from Blake. No reason to hurry, Kip. We're just cooking in here. It smells awesome, Kip says. Get back to it, you two. He leaves, and I feel Blake's warm body come up behind me. His hands slip over my arms, and my knees nearly buckle as his lips graze my shoulder. I find you fascinating. My heart stops and my body quivers. He's just too much. It's too intense, and he's most likely a huge player. Look, I know you must always get your way with the females, but I'm not easy. I'm really a waste of your time. He grabs me and starts to kiss me. Crap. That was a mistake. His arms run around me and he rocks me gently as he trails kisses down my neck, lingering near my ear. Want me to stop, Rochelle? Heck no, I don't want him to stop. It feels amazing. Stop, I say. I try to tense my body up, but the damn thing is rebelling against me as he holds me to him like this. It refuses to tighten up in his strong arms. He lets me go, and I have to lean on my hands on the countertop to hold myself up. My brain is screaming at me to turn to him and throw my body back into his huge arms. I can't, though. The pain of what will surely happen isn't a thing I want in my life. School is my focus. I can only focus on one thing at a time, and my career is what that is right now, I say as I pull myself together. He says as he moves further away from me. School, huh? Only one thing at a time, huh? Sounds dull, and you seem anything but dull, Rochelle. I am dull. Dull as they come. You'd be very dissatisfied with me. I can assure you. I wipe away a stray tear that got away from me somehow. That's what always happens. They all leave. How many? He asks as he leans over the counter and looks at me but keeps his distance across the island. How many what? I ask, focusing on cutting the tomatillos. How many men or boys left you? He asks as he threads his fingers together and leans his chin on them as he props his elbows on the countertop. All of them. I look up at him and glare. All of them, okay? Happy now? I've been dumped by all I've dated. I've never been the dumper, only the dumped. So you see, I don't want to get hurt again. And let me tell you, Blake, you would hurt me bad. I can feel it clean to my toes. You'd be the one who'd break what's left of this heart. He straightens up and frowns at me. How can you be so damn sure of that? I'm a good guy. I've dated only a couple of girls, and we parted ways in very amicable manners. We still exchange pleasantries when we accidentally meet. There are no hard feelings on either side. So, what makes you so sure I'd hurt you? I look down and don't want to answer him, but my mouth opens up anyway. Because the moment I saw you, I wanted you. I wanted all of you in a mere instant. That's why I know you'll hurt me. I run from the kitchen and mentally kick myself. Never have I not had control over letting my true feelings out. I always keep the real things in. It's what I do. That man has some kind of magic over me, and that's nothing but dangerous. I need to get out of here right now.
Blake.
I watch as Rochelle runs from the kitchen and know I should just let her go. I should pack up and leave. She's got a lot going on in that pretty little head of hers. Only I can't stop my feet from following her. I can't stop myself from wanting to show her how wrong she is and how I would never hurt her. If she would give me the chance, I would never leave her. I see Hilda in the dining room as I walk by it and lean in. Hey, I kinda upset Rochelle. Looks like you have to finish up dinner. I'm sorry. Hilda nods. That's okay. She's a fragile girl. Max was much the same way until he found Lexi. She just needs a good man in her life. A good person to show her not everyone is like her mother and father. Not everyone leaves them alone with nothing but a bunch of strangers to care for them. I nod in agreement. It's a terrible thing some parents do to their children. It is, she says, then turns sternly on me. Blake, I don't know you. I'm not one to butt in, but this girl. Well, she's had a difficult life, and if you can be no more than another brick in the wall that surrounds her heart, leave her be. I nod and smile before I walk away. Hilda's right. If I can't go all in, I need to leave her alone. Rochelle told me she knew I could break what's left of her fragile heart. I don't know the future. There are no guarantees. I take one step after another, until I find myself in my bedroom. I hear something in the bathroom connecting Rochelle's bedroom to mine. My feet take me towards it, and I stop just outside the door. I should turn back. I should leave her alone. My hand touches the doorknob, and I twist it to find it unlocked. I should walk away. The last thing I should do is open the door to her privacy. The hell with it. I hear water running in the sink, so I know I won't catch her with her pants down, so to speak. I throw open the door and she flips around, her mouth open and her cheeks stained with tears. I'm sorry, I say as I walk straight to her, take her in my arms and bring my mouth to hers. Her body stiffens, and she presses her hands against my chest. I wrap a section of her long hair in my fist and pull it back, making her lips part under mine. She likes it.
Rochelle.
My heart's pounding so hard I fear I might pass out. My body is reacting so differently to his. I can't stop myself from running my hands all over him. For the love of all that's holy, I'm pressing my body to his like I have to have it to live or something. I'm putty in the man's hands. Never has this happened to me before. His kiss softens and he pulls his mouth from mine. My gosh, I'm lifting my head and cupping the back of his neck to make him bring that luscious mouth back on mine. Who am I? His eyes are dark and full of desire, his lips are swollen from our hard kissing, and I've never seen anything more beautiful in my life. If he's about to walk away from me, I may have to get rid of him. His finger traces my lips. Baby, I didn't bring any protection. My mind says to stop this now. Even though I'm on the pill to regulate my periods. This one though. Have you been tested? Are you clean? I ask. His lips curl into a smile. He nods. Are you on some type of birth control? I nod and his smile goes wider. He looks into my eyes as if he's looking into my soul. He swallows hard and says, I don't want to do this until you trust me, Rochelle. I want you to feel safe with me. So, we aren't going to continue this? I ask, my voice full of disappointment. He smiles and chuckles. I'm glad to see that disappoints you. He tweaks my nose. I was beginning to get the distinct impression you wanted none of this. I know I'm closed off, Blake. I don't give my whole self to anyone, or never have before. You terrify me. I look right into his eyes, so he can see how real I'm being with him. This isn't like me at all. We don't have to take this fast. We can go as slow as you need to. We can mess around some more if you want. But I won't ask any more from you until we know each other better. My gosh, this man is fantastic. I bite at my bottom lip. You're different, do you know that? He nods. So are you. I run my hand over the back of his head, threading my fingers through his curls. The other hand I run over his tightly muscled back, relishing the contours of his corded muscles. I can't believe this perfect man wants me. Not just to sleep with me tonight, but he seems to want to have a relationship. With me. You are really perfect, baby. I take in a ragged breath. I've never allowed anyone to just look at me like this. It's unnerving a little, but the way his eyes shine as he takes in every inch of me has me feeling like it's okay. Like it will all be fine. Slowly, his eyes and fingers trail back up to my face and he runs them over my cheeks. Thank you. I know this isn't easy for you. It's not. I don't let myself be this vulnerable, ever. I close my eyes as he runs his hands through my hair. I'm glad you're letting me get close. I promise you'll never regret it, he says. Then his lips touch mine, and he kisses me so softly that I think I might cry. He's not going to make this easy on me.
Blake.
Tonight isn't about pleasing ourselves, tonight is about learning about one another. She's kept her true self hidden deep inside all her life, and I want her out in the open with me. Her hand presses against my chest and she moves it over my pecs. I can tell she likes the way my muscles feel. I pull away from her and sit up, pulling the t-shirt off. The way her eyes light up as she looks me over has me smiling. I take her hand and hold it to my abs. She smiles. How did you manage to get an 8-pack? The usual way, hard work. I wiggle my eyebrows at her. When not playing video games, I work out. I have a whole gym in my parents' living room. I don't really go in there to hang out and watch television like I used to when they were there. A frown covers her face. Is it lonely? I mean, I've lived by myself for nearly 3 years now. The apartment I have in LA has always been just mine, so I don't have anyone to miss there. Your home must have been filled with your parents and you. Now with them gone, you must miss them. Her skin is light and glows in the dark room. The truth is, I do miss them. I miss them more some days than others, but I miss them more often than I let on. The way her hand moves over my stomach makes me tremble, and she notices. You hide a little your own self too, don't you? I hate to admit that to myself more than anyone else, but she's right. I suppose I do. Why do you stay there? She asks, with slight confusion on her face. I mean, why not buy yourself a grand mansion like the other billionaires have? I guess I don't see a reason to do that yet. I'm fine where I'm at for now. And I'm not ready to leave my home at the moment. I lean down and nuzzle her neck. The way her hair smells like honeysuckle is amazing. She strokes my cheek. Maybe I could help you look for a place. That might be fun. Where is it you want to live? I have no idea. Wherever you are sounds nice, I say with a chuckle. The way her hand runs over my back and up into my hair sends chills through me. Her words come out soft as she says, "We'll see if you continue to think that way, Blake." No one else ever has. A knot forms in my throat at how she must feel. Her own mother gave her up. Of course, she thinks she's unlovable. I press my lips to her neck and move them until I find hers. I pull them away and look at her, tracing her lips. Spend the night with me. Here in this bed. She pats the blanket under her. Yeah, let me hold you all night. I swear I won't do anything other than that. Take your jeans off and let's climb under the blanket. I think I'd like to see how that works. Truth be told, I've never been held all night. I get up, drop my jeans, and kick off my shoes as she moves up and pulls the blanket down. I climb in beside her and pull her to me. It'll be hard to keep myself from ravaging you, but I want you to trust me. I'd like to trust you, Blake. If it helps, I'm exercising great restraint. I'd really like to feel you all over me. Her hand runs over my shoulder, and I can see lust burning in her blue eyes. I want to see more than lust in them, though. I kiss her forehead and whisper, "I feel like you and I can have a real connection if we take things slow. It's going to be the hardest thing I've ever done, but I have to follow my instincts."
Rochelle.
A warm breath on the back of my neck wakes me up. An arm is draped over my waist, and a leg is thrown over me. Seems Blake held me possessively all night long. I really expected him to let me go and roll over, away from me in the night. He and I talked in whispers until we fell asleep. He wrapped me up in his strong embrace, and I've never felt more comfortable. Safe and cared for is what I felt, and I find it hard to believe the man was a stranger less than 24 hours ago. Something moves behind me and a long pulse presses into my back. Seems someone is getting morning wood. Let's see if he can maintain this restraint he's been exercising. I roll over and kiss the tip of his nose. A light blonde stubble covers his handsome face, and I have to touch it. I run my hand over his cheek, and his blue-brown eyes flutter open. Immediately, he grins. "Hey." I press my bare boobs against his broad chest. "Hey." I wrap my arms around his neck and cuddle into him. "What a sweet way to wake up," he says. His lips touch the top of head, and I grow warm as I rest my body against his. I could get used to this. I could too, and that's a bad thing. Well, better get up. We're leaving today. I don't want to make them wait on me, I say and pull away from him. His hands close around my back, halting my retreat. Where does that leave us, Rochelle? I'm in Los Angeles, and you're in Lubbock. Why don't you tell me where that leaves us? I say as I blink back tears. I could take you home, you know. I could hire a private jet and take you home. His hands roam over my back, and they send waves of want through my body. What happened to taking things slow? I ask as I think about how this will never work. I'll go back with Peyton and Kip. We can talk over the phone and get to know one another better before we go any further. His arms tighten around me, holding me to him. You sure? Think how nice it would be to wake up just like we did today. Think about how nice it felt to sleep with me wrapped around you. This was nice. Nicer than anything I've ever done. I pause and try to think of a good reason why I wouldn't want to keep this going. I have nothing, and he seems to know it. I won't push you. Come on, let's get up and enjoy what time we have left before you're whisked away from me. He pulls away from me and gets out of the bed, and I feel colder than I've ever been. This is going to be so hard.
Blake.
Zane is wrapped around Rochelle and glaring at me. He looks up at her as he hangs on her leg. I thought you said you don't have a boyfriend, Shelley. She smiles at him and looks up at me with a wink. I don't. I step forward and throw my arm around her. Yes, you do, if you want one, that is. Zane sticks his tongue out at me. She is mine. I lean down and tussle his blonde hair. Isn't she a little old for you? He shakes his head. She's pretty and she's sweet and she is mine. Max grabs the kid up and tosses him in the air. I'm sure Rochelle has plenty of love to go around, Zane. The word love he tossed out so effortlessly has Rochelle frowning. Too fast, too soon. With Zane out of the way, I run my arm around her little shoulders and pull her along with me. I have to have at least one kiss before she gets on the helicopter that will take her away from me until I can persuade her to let me come to her. The pool house looms ahead of us and I take her inside. As the door closes, she throws her arms around me, and her lips are on mine before I even have a chance to ask for a goodbye kiss. My hair is tangled into her fingers, and she presses her small body into mine. I pull my head back and look at her. I push her dark hair back. Say the word, baby, and I'll come to you. The minute you ask. Understand? Her eyes search mine. Really? I nod and press my lips to hers again. I grind into her and wish like hell she'd change her mind. Her chest heaves with her ragged breaths. I have to go. And with those words, I let her go and pray she decides to let me go to her, and sooner rather than later.
Lucky Investments. Blake.
Out the window I gaze as I talk to Rochelle on the phone. The full moon fills the last pane of glass, and I press my hand to it. The same moon hangs over her sweet head right now. It's where I want to be so desperately. So finals, huh? I ask despondently. Yeah, tomorrow is the last one, she says. But it always takes me a few days to unwind from the stress I put myself through to pass them all. Want to know what recipe I'm making for my baking class in the morning? Is it the one I got from Mom's cookbook of French recipes? I ask as I run my finger over the glass, tracing it around the rounded moon. It is, she says. Only I'm adding a little extra French vanilla, and instead of ladyfingers, I'm using graham crackers and homemade whipped cream. Instead of calling it tiramisu, I'm calling it tiramisu. In honor of your mother, Tara Chandler. I'm also dedicating the recipe to her in my written recipe. My heart pounds at how sweet she is. She'd love that, baby. She wasn't a good cook, but God knows she tried hard. You should let me come to celebrate the end of finals with you. I could take you out, or we could stay in or do something. Whatever you want. That's nice, and I know most people would love it, Blake. I just want time alone, though. I hope you can understand. It's been a ton of pressure. She pauses, and I can hear a long sigh. Oh, and for my class where I'm learning to cook different types of proteins, I picked to make a ham. Want to know why? I do. I take a deep breath and wonder how long she'll keep me away. She's let me in a lot. She told me so many things over the phone that I doubt I would ever get to know if we were face to face. Please tell me, baby. I picked a ham so I could call my recipe Cam Ham. In honor of your dad, sweetie. I'm injecting a jalapeno cream cheese mixture throughout. What do you think about that? Oh. I'm dedicating the written recipe to him as well. Her voice is so high and she's so excited. I think you're the sweetest, most compassionate and sentimental woman I've ever known. Nah. There are much better women than me. Anyway, it's cool too because the college makes a cookbook that sells all over the world, and your parents' names will be in it. That's the real reason I did it. So you would have a cookbook with their names in it. You said your mom had tons of cookbooks. The woman is too great. That's amazing you even thought to do that, Rochelle. You seem to be more than able to do things for me. Let me do something for you, baby. It's nothing, really. It was fun for me to think about. I've made recipes for my grandparents too. No big deal. Anyway, she says, her voice going soft and a lot quieter. Do you miss me? So damn much it's not fair. I chuckle. Tell me how you did that to me. One night with you and you consume my thoughts. I kinda ache to hold you in my arms again. You ache? A long pause she makes and then she sighs. Me too. The fact we could be together, if she wasn't so afraid of being left by me, haunts me. I feel mad sometimes, then remember her mother left her at a children's home full of strangers when she was only 3 years old. How afraid she must have been. It makes my heart ache with the thought, but she never seems to want to talk about how she felt. She merely maintains she has no memory of that time. So, how's that noisy neighbor? I ask as she's complained about some young man who plays video games all night. He's gone, I guess. I didn't hear anything last night, and it's nearly 9 tonight, so he must have gone somewhere, she says. Or got a girlfriend to occupy his time. Lexi's brother Josh, my next-door neighbor, has asked me several mornings as we pick up our newspapers out of our driveways if I've been picked up by a spaceship or something, as my house is much quieter than it's ever been. Why's that, she asks. Instead of nights full of playing video games and making all the noise that goes with that, I've been watching movies in my bedroom. I love stories mostly. I wait to see what she says about that. You're full of crap. Maybe a little. One love story I watched, and I had to watch anything else. The truth is, I've been working out like a maniac. Burning up energy has been my topmost priority. Why do men even try to pull that line? Women are not fools. So, what have you really been doing? Working out. Okay, there it is. Happy. I'm addicted to working out. I end with a maniacal laugh. She's quiet, then takes a breath. So, you're even more built than when I saw you. Half my mouth moves into a quirky smile. I don't know. You want me to come to LA and you can tell me. The way she hesitates lets me know she does, but I'm ready to hear her say the words I've heard every single time I've talked to her in at least 2 weeks. I'm just not sure yet. Well, I do miss you like crazy, she says. Those aren't the words. My heart stops and I wait, holding the phone to my ear as I cross my fingers. Rochelle, it would be fun. I promise not to make a big deal about your accomplishments, I swear. Let me think about it, and get back to you after my exams tomorrow. The last one is at 2 in the afternoon. I'll call you after that and let you know. It's the first time she hasn't told me straight out no, so I take it. Okay. I'll await your call then, baby. Good night, Blake. Good night, Rochelle.
Rochelle.
Beads of rain drip down the window as I finish up my last test. The day's been long, but it's almost over, and I can go home, make myself a cup of coffee and read a book. It crosses my mind that Peyton wanted to take me to a special dinner to celebrate the end of this semester, but I just feel like unwinding at home, alone. Kip and Peyton have been the best friends I've ever had. Friends are a thing I've kept at bay as well as boyfriends. People confuse me. When there's only me, there's no threat of upheaval. I'm not going to screw myself over, so it's safe that way. I turn in my test after answering the last question about food safety and leave the classroom. It's 4 in the afternoon, but you wouldn't know that as the sky is gray with rain clouds. Even if I wanted Blake to come, he'd be unable to make it in this weather. I should have told him he could come yesterday. I don't know what's wrong with me. I want him to come like I want air to breathe, but I can't say the words. My umbrella opens, but half pulls up and breaks as the wind pulls it. I ditch it in the nearest trash can and run for my car. The little white 2012 Honda Accord's lights flash as I hit the button to unlock it. I slip into the driver's seat and put on my seatbelt. One look into the mirror on my visor shows me a soaking wet girl with wide eyes. She looks back at me with water streaming down her face. The fact some of that water is tears is something I'd rather not think about. Some of the other people I have classes with talked about the parties people were throwing. Others talked about where they were going to celebrate. Though no one's fault but my own, I'm so sorry that I shut out all who wanted to make this a special time for me. I grab a few napkins from the glove box and wipe away the tears. My face is left pale and my eyes look huge and tired. I am tired. So damn tired of living life like this. I shake my head and water is thrown all around my little car as the rain leaves my long hair. With slight determination to make some much-needed changes in my life, I press the gas and leave the parking lot. No school for a month, and all the time in the world as I have the month off from the restaurant I intern at. The boss said I could go in if I want, but I don't think I'll want to do that. I'll go home, take a nice hot bath, and put on my PJs and relax. Alone.
Blake.
The rain pounds the windshield of the car I rented this morning at the airport. Thank the good Lord, I decided to take off super early this morning, instead of waiting to see if Rochelle would let me come see her after she finished her classes. Using the GPS and the address Kip gave me to her apartment. I wait outside of it for Rochelle to come home. My heart pounds as I have no idea of how she'll take this. I pray she doesn't see it as an intrusion into her life. But truth be told, I think that's the only way to get into her life is to force your way in. I have a bouquet of flowers in the passenger seat, and a bottle of red wine too. A little white Honda pulls into a parking space in front of her apartment. Kip said she drove a little white Honda Accord. The door opens and she darts out of it, going straight to her ground floor apartment. Then she's gone inside. Here I go. I need all the luck I can get to make her happy to see me. I run through the rain, flowers and wine in one hand. I'm soaking wet already. I pound at the door. Not how I planned on knocking, but the driving rain makes it hard to have the patience I would normally have. The door flies open. Her eyes are wide and her hand is over her mouth. Then her arms go around my neck and her mouth is near my ear. I'm so happy to see you. Thank God. Her little body, I lift up and walk inside, closing the door, leaving the rain and wind comfortably behind us. Kisses she trails over my neck and down my cheek until her lips touch mine. Heat shoots through me and I have to stop walking. My arms are around her, but I have the wine and flowers in one hand. I pull my mouth away just long enough to look around and find a place to sit the things down. Her reaction to me is better than I thought it'd be. I put the things down on a little table by the door. Miss me? I ask with a laugh. Shut up and kiss me, she says, cups the back of my head and pulls me to her. I can't believe how glad she is I'm here. Rochelle places her hands on either side of my face. Her blue eyes are dark. I was just about to take a hot shower. You're soaked too. Why not join me? Putting her feet on the floor, I say, lead the way. After turning the water off, I carry her out of the shower and see white fluffy towels hanging on a towel bar. I wrap her in one and wrap one around my waist after running it over my hair. Your curls are amazing, she says in a whisper. She presses at her long dark stands with her towel. I pick her up and carry her into her bedroom, tossing her playfully on the bed. She giggles, and I find the sound sending jolts of electricity straight through me. Get your book and I'll get the wine and some glasses. And don't you dare put a stitch of clothing on. I walk out of the bedroom and hear her laughing. Going to her small kitchen, I easily find where she keeps the glasses and take a couple of wine glasses. I see a glass vase and take it, filling it with water for the flowers I bought her. I bring in the flowers, the wine and glasses and find her underneath the blanket and digging in her nightstand. She looks up at me as a smile spreads across her beautiful face. You brought me flowers? How did I not notice them before? They're gorgeous. Put them on my dresser so I can look at them. I do as she says, and take the wine and glasses to the other side of the bed and place them on the nightstand. She folds the blanket back for me and pats the bed. I lose the towel and her eyes go right for my package. She turns away quickly as red covers her cheeks. I climb into bed and act like I don't notice her reaction. Pulling the blanket to cover me, I lean over and look at the cover of the book she has on her lap. "Steamy," I say as I pick it up. A tall man with dark hair holds a blonde woman in his arms. "Let's see what this is about." I turn back to grab a glass, fill it with wine, and hand it to her. She takes it and smiles shyly. "Thank you. We can find another book to read. I have my Kindle in the nightstand. I can find something on that, maybe more to your liking." I pour myself a glass of wine and take a sip, then turn back to her as I set the glass down. "No, that book is fine." I pick it up. "I'll read to you first." I pull her back to lie on my chest as I run an arm around her. I hold the book up and begin to read the first line. "Once, a long, long time ago, there was a princess who longed to find her prince.
Rochelle.
My skin is on fire where it is touching Blake's chest. He's reading to me, and all I can think about is how badly I want him to press me to this bed and make crazy love to me. He puts the book down and squeezes me. "I want to offer you something. Before we get any further into this book you've picked out." I turn to look at him. "What kind of offer?" "I don't accept charity, Blake." His head shakes, making his little curls bounce around his handsome face. "It's not charity. It's an investment. I'd like to buy you a restaurant. Anywhere in the world you want. I want to accept it so bad I can taste it." The menu designs spring up in my head before I can even speak. It's my one wish to own my very own restaurant. "I can't let you do that, Blake," I say as I look away. "It's very nice of you. But I can't accept that. Thank you for offering." "Why not?" he asks. "I know it's like the only thing you really want in this life, and I can help you make that dream come true. Let me. Please." I shake my head. "I can't. Blake, I don't know the first thing about really running my own place. I can cook, but all the business part, well, I don't know how to do that." "We can find someone who does, can't we?" he asks. As a matter of fact, I could pick up where I left off with college. I was only about a semester away from graduating with a bachelor's in business. I could finish, and I could run that part of it. How fantastic would it be to have a place to cook what I wanted? So it would be yours too. I could just work for you then. It doesn't have to be mine. I trace a line over his tight stomach. "No," he says as he pulls my hand up to his lips and drops a sweet kiss on it. "I want to give you the whole thing. I can help you, but it will be yours." "Blake, what if I'm no good at it, and it doesn't make any money?" "I couldn't do that to you," I say as I bury my head in his wide chest. "It's just too much. I've got a ton of money, Rochelle. Believe me, it's not too much. It makes a little bit of sense. Maybe it would be a good idea. I'd like to try one here in Los Angeles. It might be fun to find a place and fix it all up. So say yes then, baby. Not maybe, yes." He tickles my ribs a bit, sending me into a fit of laughter. He stops and I'm left nearly breathless. He looks at me with the most sincere expression. I place my palms on his cheeks and say, "Yes." Surprise invades his sincerity and he smiles. "Did the word yes just come out of those perfect red lips of yours?" I nod and he laughs. Something deep inside me makes me hot as hell for this generous man, and I find myself climbing over him, straddling his body, pressing my inner heat to his waist. "What are you doing?" he asks as I pull my body up his, sliding it along his taut muscles. "I'd really like it if you'd do a little more than cuddle me." I reach up to run my hands through his hair. He takes my wrists, stopping me as he looks deep into my eyes. "You don't have to do this just because of what I'm doing for you. That's not why I offered you that." I return his look. "And that's not why I want to do this. You showing up here like you did was the most romantic thing anyone has ever done for me. You pushed me out of my comfort zone, and I found myself happier than I've ever been. I just want to see if you can make me any happier than I am now. The blue nearly leaves his blue-brown eyes as they darken. He tugs at my hair as he runs his hand through it. You really want this? 'Cause it will be more than just intimacy, baby. What will it be? I ask in confusion. It'll be a commitment I make to you, and you to me. It will be what solidifies this thing you and I have. Where you're concerned, I feel extremely possessive. When I make you mine, you will stay mine. I'd laugh if he wasn't so intense right now. His hand runs over my back, then he does the same with the other one, pulling me down to him. Make me yours, I whisper, though I'm scared about what that really means. As you wish, Rochelle.
Blake.
I gaze at her sweet, sleeping face as I hold her in my arms. She'll play hell getting me ever to let her go. Her body reacted to mine in a way no one ever has. She needs me more than she even realizes. She has deep pain, and only the love I have for her can take that away. Her body gave itself to me easily. Her mind will take a little longer. The morning sun is beginning to peek through the sides of the curtain, and I slip from the bed to surprise her. A little breakfast in bed should show her how much she means to me. I look through her fridge to find it nearly bare. I will have to fix this. Sneaking back into her bathroom, I take my cell phone from the pocket of my jeans. Back into the living room, I go and look up what restaurant is near us. I find one and make a call, ordering us something for breakfast. Going back to the bathroom, I put my jeans on and get my rental car keys. I glance at Rochelle, who is still sleeping soundly, making the tiniest snore as she does. I go out and get my bag from the back of the car and go back inside. A car pulls up, and a young woman gets out with a takeout bag in her hand. Blake Chandler? Yep. Is that for me? I ask as I go back to meet her. Her eyes run over my body and she sighs. Good morning. I hope you enjoy it. You should come into the restaurant. Maybe for lunch. I work until 2 today. I laugh. We'll see what my wife wants to do. The young thing blushes and mumbles, crap? Okay, thanks for ordering from us. She climbs back into her car as I go inside. I find a couple of plates, take the omelets out of the styrofoam containers, and plate them up as prettily as I can. I artistically place the red and green bell peppers atop them. I ordered orange mimosas as well, and filled a couple of juice glasses with the sweet liquid. I see a hint of something red and find a single small red rosebud they added in. I smile as I tell the person who answered the phone and took my order I was making breakfast in bed for my girlfriend. I find it in a tiny vase, add a little water to it, and find a tray to carry it all on. Rochelle stirs as I come back into the bedroom. She rubs her eye with the back of her hand and stretches. Hey, I say quietly. You look like you slept well. Her cheeks are red from how much we kissed, and the stubble from my 5 o'clock shadow rubbed them. She pulls her body up into a sitting position and says, Gosh, I'm sore. Mission accomplished then, I say with a chuckle. I take the tray and sit it on the nightstand next to her. I was going to make you breakfast, but you are lacking the little things they call food to prepare you anything. So I ordered out, and I think I might have a date for lunch later, if what the teenage girl said was any indication. You're taken, she says with a grin and takes a lock of my hair and pulls me to her. So she'll just have to be disappointed. She places a kiss on my cheek and lets me go. So what did you get us? I place the tray over her lap, and she looks at the food hungrily. I am starved. I haven't eaten since breakfast yesterday. As I climb into bed next to her, I frown. You shouldn't wait that long between meals, baby. I'm taking you to the grocery store in a little while. We're filling this place up with food. I want you to make me something you love to make for dinner tonight. I'm taking you to your favorite restaurant for lunch today. You don't have to, she says. I place my finger to her lips. It's so we can check out the competition of what you want to make yours like. Don't worry, I remember how you don't want anyone to make a big deal over you or your accomplishments. So, a recon mission then? She asks with a smile. Yeah, I can do that. I don't think I've ever seen a woman who was so dead set on no one doing anything nice for her before.
Rochelle.
As another round of rainstorms blows in, I get dressed after another amazing shower with Blake. The man is beyond generous in the bedroom. I catch my reflection in the mirror as I button the last button on my pale blue shirt. I'm reminded of a picture my grandparents have in their home of my mother. Her hair is brown where mine is black, but it's straight as a board, just like mine is. Her eyes are blue like mine, and in that picture she had on a pale blue shirt. It settles back in, the pain that Blake managed to move out of me. The reality of life sets in, and I know this thing about Blake won't last. It can't. It's too much like a fairy tale. What did I do last night? The man said he'd give me a restaurant, and the next thing I know, I'm handing myself over to him. What a complete skank I am. Who does that? Who just gives themselves to someone they barely know because they gave them something? A skank, that's who. Taking long strides, I go out to the living room to tell Blake I can't accept his offer. He sits on the sofa, messing around with his cell phone. He looks up with a smile on his handsome face. It quickly turns to an expression of concern as he sees me. What's wrong, baby? He tries to get up, but I beat him to it and place my hands on his broad shoulders. I thought it over, and I can't take you up on that offer you gave me yesterday. No, he says as he shakes his head. No way, Rochelle. That's a done deal. You can't go back on it. I'm excited to do this, and I'm not letting you stop me. Your fear or whatever it is, I want that shit gone. I'm not taking no for an answer. Blake, I'm ashamed of myself. I sit down across from him and put my head in my hands. You have no idea of how much shame I feel right now. For? He looks at me like I'm nuts. For handing myself over to you after you gave me such a fantastic thing. Just like a damn skank. A skank. He rises and comes to me. His hand is gentle on my cheek. Baby, you are nothing at all like that. You're the sweetest thing and I respect you to the hilt. Never let me hear you talk about yourself like that again. He takes my chin in his large hand and makes me look at him. Do you understand me, Angel? Tell me you do. Blake, that was a cheap thing for me to do. It was something akin to what my mother would do to get what she wanted. I look away, even though he holds my chin tight in his hand. Look at me, he says with a commanding tone. Rochelle Stone, look at me. My eyes move slowly back to his. There's really nothing you can say to me to change my mind. You are not your mother. He lets my chin go and walks away from me. He disappears around the corner and into my bedroom, leaving me to think about what he said, I suppose. My mind spins as I think about the things I've done. I move a little, igniting the pain for an instant that came with the stiffness from letting my body react to him. The way he filled me completely, stretching me to fit him. Running my arms around myself, I shiver, remembering the fantastic sensation. I felt whole for the first time ever. In his arms, with him all around me, I felt complete. He steps out of the bedroom. Something in his hand draws my attention. A long gold chain he holds out to me. Something round dangles from it, and I take it in my hand to find a picture of an adorable little dark-haired girl, maybe 2 or 3 years old. No smile covers her sweet face. No frown either, just nothing. A vacant stare into the camera. What's this? I ask. That's you, baby. Blake kneels in front of me. Max called your old foster mom. She said she had that. It was the only picture of you she managed to get. She sent it to me when I called her to talk about you with her. I snap my head to look at him. Blake, that was not something you should have done. How dare you? One finger he places to my lips. Baby, I care about you. I have to know what all happened to you in order to understand what's going on in that mind of yours. Not a lot, to be honest. Okay, not much goes on in here. I point to my head. I live, I exist. It's what I do. Not much thinking or contemplating things goes on in here. Well, I want to help you fix that. You see, I realized something last night as I held you and made love to you. You need me. You need me more than even you realize. So let me help you make the future you have seen for yourself a reality. His hand runs through my hair and he sighs. I can't. It was Max who told me that helping you get your own restaurant was a good investment both financially and in you as a person. He cares for you, Rochelle. Like a brother cares for a little sister. He sees you struggling with the same things he did. His hand roams over my shoulder and he pulls me to him. I bury my face in his chest and feel helpless. Max is a good man. I look up to him like a big brother. He and I have gone through the same things in our young lives. He thinks I need this? He does, and so do I. Even if it goes under, it makes no difference. It'll be a write-off, and either way, I keep more of my money than the IRS does. It's a win-win, baby, he says, then hugs me tighter. Blake, I stammer and pause. Okay, I'll take you up on your offer. Thank you. Soft kisses he places on top of my head. Good. Now let me take you to lunch, and let me see what kind of place you want to build. My heart pounds as I let him lead me out to his car. I've never put so much of my life into anyone's hands before, and I'm scared to death.
Blake.
We ate lunch in Venice Beach at a fairly new restaurant named Leona. The interior was cool and upscale, but not so upscale patrons were put off by extravagancies. The food was great, and Rochelle was confident she could do it a little bit better. So that's the competition then? I ask as we walk back into her apartment. The locket of her as an abandoned 3-year-old hangs around her neck. It's a reminder of who she was back then. Something she seems to have put far out of her mind, only I know it's there. A deep festering sore in her mind that keeps her from really living this life. It is. I want to do something similar, yet completely different, if you know what I'm saying. She sits down on the sofa and pulls off her high heels. I sit at the other end, take her feet in my hands and rub them. You know, if the shoes hurt you, you should probably not wear them. She laughs and looks away. Most would see it like that. I don't have a boatload of shoes, and the ones I do are pretty cheap and comfortable and seem to go against one another. I make a note to find out her size and get her some high-end shoes. So anyway, you'd like to make a place like Leona's, only completely different. Sure, I get it. What's not to understand about that statement? She points at me with a smile. See, you get me. I don't know how, but you do. I stroke her cheek and look into those deep blue eyes, and know I've found everything I never knew I was looking for in her. Her soft lips I run my finger over, and she lifts them in a sweet smile. My heart bursts with all I feel for her. Without thinking about it, I say, I love you, Rochelle.
Lucky break. Rochelle.
Someone's car alarm goes off outside, waking me up from a deep sleep. Blake has me wrapped in his arms, and his breathing is making a few hairs on the back of my neck move, which tickles me. I try to move a little, but he holds me tighter. Is this what life will be like with Blake loving me? Are my movements to be constricted by him always? Is it only going to be what and how he wants every little thing? Can I live that way? He told me he loved me after we made love. Or rather, he made love to me. He won't allow me to do anything to him. To say he's overbearing is a bit of an understatement. I have the necklace on he gave me with my picture and the pendant, which hangs from it. It's me when I was 3, and the absence of any emotion on my young face bothers me immensely. The fact that he called my old foster mother is cause for concern. He could be considered a stalker by some. Sure, he sugarcoats it with the idea he wants to learn about me to help me. But I don't recall asking him for his help. It's a bit disconcerting he thinks I'm such a damn mess, I need help in the first place. I mean, he's over here thinking about how he can fix me and not looking at the fact he's a billionaire who still lives in a tiny old house his dead parents raised him in. I mean, he has issues he isn't dealing with either. And just what is supposed to happen now? Is he thinking he's moving in with me and we'll get married? Is he thinking he'll buy a mansion here in Los Angeles and we'll live here forever? I don't want to live in LA forever. I want to live in a woodsy area where there are actual seasons: spring, summer, winter, and fall. I'm from Texas, where there is summer, and some days there's a little winter, but very little else. Here I am in California, which isn't a lot different. Colorado, Montana, or Wyoming have always been places I'd like to try out. But Mr. Take Charge and Let Me Fix You may not have that in his plans for our future. Our future, now that's something to think about. Here it is, the third night we've spent together in a little over 2 weeks, and he loves me, and we need each other. No way. No damn way. I can't figure out why my body reacts to his like he's the air I have to fill my lungs with. It has to be his air, no one else's. I have to ask myself if it's because he's so handsome or built or a combination of them both. I have to wonder about the 2 women he said he had relationships with. Why did they break up with him, or did he break up with them? And why was it so amicable? Probably so they could get under him, every once in a while, to get another dose of doctor. I don't know if I've only let really bad lovers into my life prior to Blake or what. But not one of the guys I've ever been with even came close to doing what he does. He's a master. Hands down a master. The man looked at me and told me to come, and I did. No coherent thought was going through my mind. No stimulation of any kind was happening. He just said to do it, and my body was all like, sure, anything you say, master. I can't live this way. He'll rule me like a king rules his kingdom. Like a shepherd rules his sheep. I'm no sheep, and I don't need to be ruled. Or held so tight that I can't move. With a forceful movement, I try to get out of his grasp, but he holds me tight and groans a little, pulling me even closer. His soft lips touch my neck and he mumbles, "Love you, baby." What an jerk. I jab him in the ribs with my elbow. "Let me up, Blake." He jerks and releases me. "Oh, sorry, baby. I have to go pee, damn," I say as I get out of bed and stomp away to the bathroom. "You okay, baby?" he asks. I slam the bathroom door without answering him.
Blake.
Pushing a cherry Danish towards Rochelle as she taps incessantly at her cell phone, I ask, "Do you want to talk?" She shakes her head and pushes the food back as she seemingly ignores me. I have no idea what I did to piss her off, but she is most definitely pissed for some damn reason. I take the plate with the pastry on it and take it back to the little kitchen. "What would you like to do today, babe?" Her tapping stops, and I glance at her to find her looking at me with what I believe is a glare for some reason. "Oh, you haven't already set up our day, dear?" That was quite the sarcastic tone. "And if you want to know, I thought we might look around at some places for your restaurant." I walk back into the living room and sit beside her on the sofa. She hurries away a little and taps away again at her phone. "I don't want to do that today." "Okay," I say, leaning over and nudging her shoulder with mine. "Wanna fool around?" Her dark blue eyes level on mine. "No." Placing my hand over her phone, I press it down and take her chin in my other hand. "Okay, spill it. What has you so mad?" "You held me to you all night," she says with clenched teeth as if it's some horrible thing I did. "I couldn't even move until I hit you in the ribs to make you let me go." "Is that why you did that?" I rub the place on my ribcage that still is tender from that. "Baby, you could have just woke me up and I would have let you go. No need for violence." I chuckle and she frowns. I tried to get away from you twice. Do you think I need you to hold me when I sleep? Do you think I need to be taken care of? Do you think I even want that? The way her eyes go dark, and not in a good way, has me wondering what's happening in her head. Look, the whole abandonment issue is complicated, but this is a prime example of. She screams and gets up. Stop. Just stop it. She throws her hands up in the air as she paces in the small living room. You're no therapist. I haven't even looked for one, as I don't think I'm as messed up as you think I am. I never called you messed up, Rochelle. I stand up too. I just want to help. She holds up her little hand, stopping me. Help me, I know. You've said it more than once in the last couple of weeks since we've known each other. By the way, Blake. Who tells someone they love them after only 2 weeks, huh? Talk about having issues. She may have just punched me in the stomach, as the same amount of wind is knocked from me. Rochelle. Don't act like you don't love me too. You just don't want to admit it yet. Her eyebrows go way up on her forehead. Excuse me. Do you read minds too, Mr. I know everything, and you should allow me to run your life. With an eye roll, I say under my breath, that's a bit of a long last name, babe. Anyway, I can tell from how you react to me that you do, if you must know. A loud laugh comes from her mouth, and she makes some grand gestures and bows in front of me. Well, let me be the first to bow at your feet, king of great in bed. Blake. My body likes what you do to it, okay? It does not mean I love you. Okay? What we've had is so much more than intimacy, and you know it, Rochelle. It's the fear of abandonment that has you talking and acting like this. You're trying to push me away before allowing yourself to fall for me. But it's useless because I'm going nowhere. I'm in it for the long haul, baby. I sit back down and she glares at me. Get out. Blake, she shrieks at me. You can't tell me you're not going anywhere. This is my damn house. My damn money pays the bills around here, and it's me who decides who stays here. Not you. Boss man. I take a deep breath and try to de-escalate this situation. Baby, just sit down and let's talk rationally for a minute. I know it's early, but how about a little of that leftover mimosa from yesterday to help calm you down? Are you suggesting that getting me drunk will help me to fall into your little Stepford wife ideal of what relationships are like, Blake? She hisses at me. I'm me. Faults and all. This is me, man. Your only real fault is thinking you're not worthy of love, Rochelle. And yours is that you are a control freak. She sits down on the opposite end of the sofa and looks away from me. I remain quiet, hoping she'll calm down and realize this is her issue with being left alone with nothing but strangers as her mother walked away from her, and nothing more than that. She sits back after a few minutes of intensely staring at the floor. I scoot over a tiny bit, and her eyes go narrow, and I wish I would have waited a little longer. Out, she shouts as she jumps up and points to the front door. She runs into the bedroom, and I hear things being tossed around. When I go in, I find her throwing my things into my bag. I walk up and nudge her away with my shoulder. I'll do it. I'll leave if that's what you really want. I'll leave, baby. I wish I could be mad at her, but all I feel is a deep sadness as she shoves away her feelings for me. I turn to her after I have all my things packed. She walks away and opens the front door. She looks at me with so much hurt and anger in her eyes. Blake, take a look at your own things before you go taking a look at mine. Figure out how you should move on from the death of your parents before you think about fixing me. I'm not broken. I'm merely a human who has gone through shit, much like yourself. She's right, and I just realized how right she is. I'm sorry, Rochelle. You're right, and I can be no good for anyone until I deal with my own issues. I walk towards my car, and she makes a little sound that turns me back to see her sad eyes. Blake, she hesitates as tears start to fall down her pink cheeks. Have a nice life. She closes the door, leaving me alone with what I've done. What have I done?
Kip.
The kid's barely walking, and already I'm tripping over his shit. I shout as I hold my toe. I stubbed on Pax's toy truck, which apparently is made out of real steel. Peyton frowns at me. I think it's time to stop using foul language, Daddy. Pax takes his toy from me and looks up at me with a smile. Dada, he says. Chit. I raise my eyebrows as Peyton glares at me. Gotta go meet Blake. See ya. I run from the room and out to the garage door. I climb into my tall four-wheel drive pickup truck. Blake called and wants to meet for drinks at a little bar nearby. Seems he and Rochelle have had a bit of a falling out, and he needs some advice. His little rental is parked in the parking lot as I pull up, and he gets out once he sees me. He waves and I hop out of my truck and make my way to him. Hey there, bloke. Sorry to hear about your bad times. She's a tough one, I can tell ya that much. He looks at me like I've said something loony. I asked you if she had something wrong with her when I first laid eyes on her, and you said there wasn't. You sang her praises, if I remember correctly. Did I? I ask as I clap him on the back, and we walk into the bar. I'm nearly positive I told ya she has intimacy issues. Didn't I? No, you did not, Kip. Blake says as he walks into the dark bar in front of me. ID please, the doorman asks Blake. He's of age and with me, I say, and the doorman waves us on. Blake turns back, wallet in hand. No cover charge? Not for me, mate. I steer him to a corner booth, and he settles in one side while I take the other. So tell me what all happened. I have no idea where to start, he looks so sad. You know, it happens to us all, mate, I tell him as the waitress comes to our table with a bottle of Hypnotic and 2 shot glasses. You didn't even order, Blake says as he looks across the table at me. They know what I like. Do you like this? I ask with a gesture to the light blue liquor. He shrugs. I've never had it. I nod at the young waitress in the tight shirt and short skirt. That'll be all. I watch Blake, and notice he doesn't even look at the beautiful girl as she walks away. Damn it, man, you have it bad for our Rochelle. Your work is cut out for ya, I'm afraid. The way his eyes sag at the corners lets me know he has genuine feelings for Rochelle. Tell ya what I think will do the trick, mate. He's all ears for my advice, and I cross my fingers that I'm not going to make this situation worse.
Peyton.
Pax chews on Rochelle's cell phone. Thank goodness it's in a waterproof case. So he had the unmitigated gall to hold on to you like you were his possession as you slept? I ask her as she's told me Blake holds her like he owns her all night long. The good for nothing. I cover my mouth as Pax looks up at me and laughs, then says, "Stirred." My cheeks go red. Now I have to get Kip to say that word in front of Pax. So he never can blame me for that new word that was just added to Pax's small vocabulary. Crap. Rap, Pax parrots. Rochelle picks up her drink and motions toward my son. One day, even little Paxy Poo is going to be a grown man, and how will he treat women? Like he owns them, I bet. You might want to slow down on the slow gin fizzes there, Shell. Just saying, it's your second, and you're kinda looking a little dizzy. I pick up Pax and hold him on my lap. She looks at her half-full glass. How much damn drink did you put in here anyway, Pate? 1 lid full to a whole Coke. You're kind of a lightweight, Shelley. Sorry to break it to you. With a groan, she puts the glass down. Why does life have to be so difficult? Why does the thought of a man holding me as I sleep have to make me so mad? Why is it that the thought of him never holding me all night again upset me? Why, Patty, why? 'Cause you want him to do that for you, sweetie. We all want someone to care for us. But letting that into our heads is as hard as anything. I thought I didn't need Kip to care for our son. Now I can't think about having to do this all on my own. I get up and carry Pax with me to go sit by her and put my arm around her. She buries her head in my chest. I love him, don't I? I think it's quite possible you do, sweetie. It's not all bad, I promise you. I pat her shoulder and she starts to cry. My heart feels as if it's breaking for her as she says, "What if I let myself fall in love with him and he leaves me alone like my mother did?" If she could do it to a little, adorable 3-year-old, he could do it to a mean, old 21-year-old. He could, I know he could, and I know it would devastate her, but what is life like if you never take a chance? Yeah, you're right. Don't risk it. Go it alone. Do what you've been doing. Leave love out of it. There was that last guy. What was his name again, Rick? Yeah. Rick. Maybe call him. You could never fall in love with that jerk. I pat her back and she laughs a little. He was awful, Peyton. I only let you in on about half of what he did. I was afraid you'd go beat him up. She looks at Pax, and he's already trying to form the word with his mouth. I thrust her cell phone back into his little mouth. Oops, I mean Bobo. I was afraid you'd go kick his Bobo, if you knew what all he did to me. It was degrading, and I allowed it. I allowed that to happen to me. Why? Why do you think I did that? Now she's really letting me in, and I can see she needs more help than she's let on before. I tell you what. I do think you need time away from men. Maybe someone to talk to, who knows about these things isn't such a bad idea after all. There's not one of us who's perfect. Everyone needs help now and again. She looks up at me with tear-stained cheeks. But a shrink? I don't want to be labeled a nutjob, Pate. Do you really think a shrink is what I need? Let's not call it that. Let's call it a good friend who knows a lot about things, helping another friend out. I'll find you someone. She shakes her head. Peyton, I can't afford that. You know I won't allow you to pay for this. It's a friend helping a friend after all. Nothing more than that. The way she lays her entire weight, which isn't much on me, tells me she needs me more than ever. She saved me once. I can help her now. She's a good girl with a good head on her narrow shoulders. Her words come out soft, as if she's exhausted. Peyton, it's just what Blake and I have is so intense. It's as if I really do need him. My body and mind not only want him, I need him. And why does that make me so angry? It just does for some freaky reason, I say as I hold her to me, and Pax runs his tiny hand over her long black hair. It would be nice if life was a little bit easier.
Blake.
The rain is still pouring down as I take the young woman Kip set me up with, to make Rochelle jealous, into the restaurant she works at. Peyton let Kip know Rochelle went back to work, even though she didn't need to yet. Kip found this groupie, and she is hot. Blonde, short, tight, red dress and sky-high heels. Not my type at all, but hot nonetheless. She checked her makeup on the short drive here not one time but 6, count them, 6 times. Reapplying her red lipstick 3 of those times. If I kiss her, it is a fact that my lips will slide off hers and look every bit as red as hers right now. All of her body is fake. But hey, I need a little arm candy and she'll do. The restaurant where Rochelle is doing her internship is a 5-star thing of beauty. Not according to my date, Cleo, though. She says her name is Cleopatra. I have my doubts, but why wouldn't a woman who has changed nearly every God-given thing about herself change her name too? We sit down and order a couple of drinks, and I watch Cleo scan the room. She leans in and whispers as she holds her champagne cocktail in her long, slender hand with long, red fake fingernails, not too fancy for 5 stars. This drink is watered down, and I'm not at all impressed. Is that Miley Cyrus? What a dump. A dump, huh? I don't know, it looks pretty good to me. And I hear the food is excellent, I say as I pick up the menu and look for something to eat. Cleo sits back and sips her drink. Order me something, stud. I hardly eat anyway. I have to maintain this figure after all. Her skinny hand flows over her no-curved body. Yeah, that's a thing of miracles, I say as I think about how it's a miracle she's alive. Dark eyebrows arch up at me as she wags the half-full glass at me. Miracles. Now, what you have going on is a miracle. But I'm sure you know that. What are the chances that you and I can play with each other for a little while after dinner? I bet I can make you scream. Oh. I know she would. I smile and wag a finger at her. Now Cleo, behave yourself. Never, she says, and takes the rest of the drink down in one gulp. She snaps her fingers. Garçon, another please. The night creeps by as my fake date orders drink after drink and curls her nose up at the food placed in front of her. This will never do. Who made this slop? I nearly fell on the floor and had to take a deep breath. Cleo, I don't think that's a real good idea. With a snap of her long fingers, the waiter walks away. I'll get her, madam. Damn. He's going to get her. Cleo looks over at me and my plate of delicious chicken and snarls. Don't worry, lover. I'll have the little imp who tortured your chicken fix that as well. Mine's fantastic. Please don't bring my food up to her. I see Rochelle in all black, her hair pulled into a ponytail. She walks up to Cleo without noticing me, as Cleo stands up and turns to her. Cleo's finger moves back and forth in Rochelle's face before she can say a word. Cleo says, "So you think you know how to cook? Let me tell you that you do not. You have no business in that kitchen." The salad was bland, I took one bite and hated it. And how can you call that salmon? That is cod. Rochelle's eyebrows go way up. Ma'am, if you are indeed a ma'am, let me assure you that the fish on your plate is salmon. It's a pink color while cod is white. But if you prefer, I will make you something else. Cleo's long arm moves and she points to me. And my man's chicken is raw. I most likely have a deer in the headlights expression on my face as Rochelle looks around Cleo and sees me. I smile and wave a little. Red covers her face and neck, as well as what is showing on her arms. She looks back at Cleo. Did you say your man? I did, Cleo says as her head bobs around. So, how do you suppose you can fix this? How could you? Rochelle asks as she runs away. How could I? What's her problem? Cleo asks. She sits down, and I motion for the waiter to come over. Sir, he asks. I whisper in his ear. Have a cab take this woman home, and I'll give you $1,000. I swear. I place $100 bill in his palm, and he looks at it then grins. Will do, sir. I give Cleo a smile. Hey, I gotta go use the facilities. I get up and she waves me away as she slurps down a lot more booze. Rochelle barrels, if you can call what a tiny 5'2" woman is doing barreling, out of the ladies' room. Once her red-rimmed eyes catch mine, she turns on her heel and returns inside. I stop outside the door. It's been 2 weeks since she tossed me out of her apartment. 2 weeks since I've seen her face. 2 weeks since I've tasted her sweet kiss. A woman walks out, and I take her by the arm. How many others are in there? I ask in desperation. Only one, she says as she looks me over. I think she works here. Good, thanks. I let her go and ran my hands over my white starched button-up shirt and black slacks. To the left, I crick my neck and place my hands on my waist. Then I repeat the process to my right and open the frosted glass door. My angel stands at the first sink, and she has tears running over her pink cheeks. My heart breaks into a million pieces, and I hold my arms out. Baby. Soapy water is thrown into my eyes, and I'm blinded.
Rochelle.
Why would you bring another woman here, Blake? I scream at him. He wipes the soapy water out of his now red, dimmed eyes. At least his eyes now look like he's been crying, just like mine do. He throws out one hand and grabs my wrist. To see how you would react, and you did a lot more than I thought you would do, Rochelle. He tugs at me to move into his arms, but I hold my ground. That was cruel. You know it is, and I just can't believe you would do that to me, I shriek at him. His hand on my wrist is sending heat through me, and I shake him off. He looks wounded as he looks at his hand. Baby, please stop this. I turn to walk out of the ladies' restroom, and his hand lands on my shoulder, spinning me back to him. My hand flies out and lands on his tight stomach. My insides turn to mush in an instant. Though I'm furious at him, my damn body falls into his. His arm runs around my shoulder, pulling me tighter to him. His soft lips touch the top of my head, and I start to quake inside. With a little groan, I run my hand over his pecs and abs, and my knees go weak. With a step back, he fixes his clothes as I fix mine, and we walk to the sink to wash our hands. He fixes my ponytail, which was knocked askew as he pressed me to the door. "When do you get off?" he asks as he runs his hands through my hair, combing it down to straighten the little rogue hairs. 10 why? I ask as I dry my hands. Why? His blue and brown eyes dance as he smiles at me in the mirror. Because I want to spend the night with you, duh. I can pick you up and take you to my hotel room. It's a sweet setup, and there's room service for breakfast in the morning. They make fantastic crepes. I'm sure yours are much better, but theirs are pretty great. I turn and stare up at him with my mouth slightly open. Blake, this. I gesture around the ladies' room. What happened doesn't mean we're back together. Now his jaw drops and his hands grip my wrists. Damn it, Rochelle. I didn't sleep with you in the ladies' room. I made love to you. You can't just brush me off like a piece of trash. That's a horrible way to treat someone who loves you. Crazy? So you still think I'm crazy? I say with a control I don't exactly feel. Did Peyton tell you I've been talking to someone? Because if she did, I may have to strangle her? Talking to someone? Confusion fills his handsome face. Who? Who the hell are you talking to? And why would you? You can talk to me anytime you want to. Oh. He doesn't know I've been talking to a therapist. Don't worry about it, Blake. Now let me go. I have work to get back to. I'm surprised they haven't sent someone looking for me yet. I struggle to make him let me go, and he finally does. I look at my wrists to find them red where he held them so tightly. I hold them up so he can see what he did to me. Look, control freak. Oh my gosh. Baby, I'm so sorry, he says as he wraps me in his arms. He smells so good that I have to stop inhaling in order to keep my wits about me. Let me go, please. Reluctantly, he releases me. His hand takes my chin and he makes me look at him. I will be outside at 10 when you get off. We need to talk. I'm not about to let you go. So, whoever you're talking to, let them know you have a man who's not afraid to fight for what he wants. And I mean that both physically and mentally, baby. Letting my chin go, he tweaks my nose and turns, walking out of the ladies' room and leaving me with my mouth agape. He'd actually fight for me.
Blake.
The parking lot is dark as I park near the back. I'm afraid if Rochelle sees me out here, she won't come out, and I need her to talk to me. A crack of light I see as a door at the back opens, and someone peeks out then turns back, and Rochelle looks out then comes walking out. I let her get to her car and follow her from a safe distance behind. I planned to go to her apartment and wait for her, but then I thought she might not go back there, thinking I'd be waiting for her. And the answer is yes. I know I'm being a complete stalker. But my intentions are good. I won't hurt her or make her do anything she doesn't want to. Except talk to me. I am going to attempt to get her to talk to me. She pulls into the parking spot in front of her apartment, and I know I have to park and move fast to get her to let me inside. I park and lock the doors manually so she doesn't hear the beep, and turn around and spot me. In silence, I jog up behind her as she unlocks the door, and as the door opens, I place my hand on the small of her back. She jerks around and punches me in the stomach, then kicks me in the shin. Ow. I yell. Oh gosh. Blake, I'm sorry. I thought you were a crazy person. Her hands run over my head as I bend over and try to catch my breath. She knocked the wind out of me, the little thing. I can't believe how quick and strong you are, I managed to get out. She pulls at me to go inside, and I stumble in and drop to the sofa. I rub the place on my shin she kicked me, and she pushes up my pants leg, revealing a bluish mark. Turning from me, she goes to the kitchen. I'm really sorry. I'll get an ice pack for that. You shouldn't have snuck up on me though. I didn't know if you would let me in, and we need to talk, you and I. Whoever else you feel you can talk to, whoever he is, may be after more than you realize. Rochelle comes back, takes my shoes off, and turns me around to lie on the sofa. She runs to her bedroom, comes back out with a pillow, and props it behind my head. She sits down, pulls my legs over her lap, and places the ice pack on my bruised shin. There's no guy that I'm talking to, Blake. The truth is, Peyton has this friend, a woman. She's a therapist, and I've talked to her a little. Not a whole lot, as I'm not really comfortable with her yet. She picks up the ice pack and runs her hand over the bruise. If you really want to make your hand feel better, your hand feels a lot better than the ice pack, I say with a grin. With a smile, she keeps running her hand over it. I really am sorry I hurt you. In which way? I ask. Because you've hurt me both ways now. Physically and mentally. But how? She asks, and her brows furrow, so I know she doesn't get it. How could I mentally hurt such a perfect man? You could have anyone you want. So if I feel like I'm not enough for you, what's stopping you from moving on to the next girl? I don't want the next girl. I want you. I look deep into her blue eyes, and my heart hurts because of how she thinks so little of herself. You are the perfect girl for me, Rochelle. She shakes her head and looks away. I'm not a perfect anything. See, that's part of the thing about you I can't take. It seems to me you're putting me up on a pedestal. I will fall off that and you will see me for what I am, a flawed person. We're all flawed, baby. Every last one of us has flaws. I'm not putting you up on a pedestal. I only want you to see the value in yourself. It seems to me you always see the value in others, but never yourself. I lean up to run my hand over her shoulder, but the look she gives me makes me change my mind, and I lean back. Blake, you're perfect. Your face is perfect. Your body is perfect. You're the perfect height, and your voice is perfectly deep and wonderful. You smell great all the time. I mean all the time. Even after making love and sweating, you smell magnificent. I reek like an old sneaker the dog chewed on, then was left out in the rain, then drugged through some cat poop. Wow. I just look at her with my eyes wide. I mean, wow. Rochelle, come on. You know that's not true. You smell great all the time. It's me who stinks to high heavens after I sweat. She shakes her head. And what about how you wake up and your hair looks perfect? Mine's everywhere and yours looks fantastic. You could literally climb out of bed, throw on anything, and walk out the door. Women would still throw themselves at your feet. I think your hair is adorable when you wake up. It's a little here and there and floats around your sweet little face like a dark halo. I run my foot over her thigh and she sighs. You're perfectly sweet too, Blake. I don't know why you want to pursue this with me. I'm distant and moody. I don't deserve you. And honestly, you make me feel even more inadequate than I do most of the time. Her brow furrows as she looks at my leg and runs her soft hand over it. That's why I prefer to be alone. That way I don't have to compare myself to anyone all the time. I don't know why you would anyway. I lean up and run my hand over her shoulder. She looks at my hand and looks away. You are you, I am me. We shouldn't compare ourselves anyway. Easy for you to say, Mr. Perfect, she says with a scowl. Tell you what, I lean back and say. I'll get fat and cut my hair off and eat a lot of greasy foods so I can get bad skin. Then will you give me a shot? She laughs. You better not do that, but it's a sweet thing to say. On another note, have you found out what kind of grades you made on your finals? I ask and see a little smile run over her face. She nods and looks at me. I made high scores on every one of them. And in my baking class, my teacher put my recipe for tiramisu in a contest, and it won first place. I received a trophy which she's displaying in her classroom, and a check for $500. Wow. Mom would be so proud. I mean to say, I bet Mom's so proud. She'd absolutely love that if she were still around. I look up and smile. Isn't she fantastic, Mom? Rochelle smacks my thigh and giggles. Does she ever talk back, Blake? Sometimes in my dreams, I say with a grin. Her and Dad both tell me things in my dreams on occasion. For instance, they told me you're the one for me, Rochelle. She shakes her head and smiles. Don't even talk like that, Blake. People will think you're crazy. Let 'em. I say with a laugh. What the hell do I care what anyone thinks? You're really the only person in this world whose opinion of me matters. I mean that too. Her blue eyes twinkle as she looks at me. Are you being serious? I am. Rochelle, I see you like a bright star in a dark night sky. You see, I was lonely but didn't realize it until I laid eyes on you. I thought I was perfectly happy doing what I was doing. Playing video games all night, working out most of the day and chilling. She laughs. Damn it, Blake. That sounds awesome. No worries at all. I thought so. I won that money and quit college. I thought, what do I need an education for? I have more money than I can spend in a lifetime. I said to myself, take it easy, and so I did. As I pull my legs off her lap, I sit up next to her and run my arm around the back of the sofa behind her, careful not to touch her. And you liked it, right? She asks as she fidgets with the hem of her black shirt. I did. It was enough until I saw you. Until I touched you. Until I loved you. I wait and let my words sink in. She looks up at me with tears in her eyes. Blake, why do you continue to tell me you love me when I've never returned the sentiment? I touch the tip of her little nose. Because I want you to know how I feel. And I can't wait for you to tell me the words. I do long to hear them come out of those rosy red lips, but I can wait until you know you mean them. She takes in a deep breath and lets out a long sigh. See, you're perfect, and here I am looking a gift horse in the mouth. The intense way I want you has me afraid. I can't really handle it. My body has never overruled my mind before. I kinda hate it. So tell me what your mind is telling you to do, I say and let my hand touch her opposite shoulder. Heat fills me with just the touch, and I see her look at my hand, and a shudder runs through her. My mind is telling me that you will hurt me. My mind is saying that I could fall so hard in love with you, that it would change who I am. Her face goes pink as she's embarrassed she let me know that much. Change is inevitable. We all change, baby. Why do you think you need to fight it? I press my hand to her shoulder a little, and the heat that's running through me starts to make my pulse go faster. I'm okay with life the way it is now. Can I be really honest with you? She turns and looks at me. I hope so. It's all I want from you. Why can't we just be friends with awesome benefits? Every once in a while, you come to me and make me feel special and wonderful, and then you go on about your life as if I'm not your entire world. And I can do the same. She smiles, and I die a little inside. My head shakes, and I groan with the information she wants me for intimacy and nothing else. How can you even lie to yourself and say all we have is great intimate moments? I mean, really, Rochelle. Has anything we've done felt cheap to you? Has any way I've touched you felt like that's all I want? No. As a matter of fact, I feel you want it all. The whole thing. The life, the love, the happiness. The crazy part of that is you think that's something I'm able to give you. I'm not. She drops her head. So you can't give me your heart. That's what you're telling me. The thing I want is your heart, and you can't give it to me. My mind spins in a horrible circle as I try to process what she said. Blake, I don't feel I have it to give. Her voice goes sad and weak, terribly weak. I don't think I have a whole heart to give anyone. See, you're right about me having issues. The way my mother left me took a piece of my heart, my soul. I'm not a whole person and may never be. I can pretend for a little while I have it in me to be someone's true love, but the reality is I don't. She took so much from you, I say in a whisper. You're magnificent, and she took the ability for you to see that in yourself away when she dumped you like an animal unworthy of her love. I could kill her and never feel bad about it. Don't say that, please. She wraps her arms around herself. She's a weak person and not capable of loving herself. I can't fault her. I can't blame her. It's just what life had in store for me. When I was 16, she came to Christmas, and I asked her who my father was. So you know who your father is. We should find him, I say. No, she said she didn't know who he was. She was drunk most of the time and slept with random men. Many she didn't even know their names. She said she never wanted to pin me on anyone anyway. It was her burden to bear and hers alone. She found me too much of a burden and had to leave me at that children's home. I hold in what I want to say, as she obviously thinks she's forgiven her mother for her awful deed. I rub her shoulder and try to comfort her, though she thinks she needs none. So no father. Okay. Well, what about your mother now? I mean, she's alive, and what's stopping you two from finding a relationship now? I ask. She still drinks too much for me to be able to stand to be around her. The last time I saw her was 2 years ago. By 10 in the morning, she was stumbling drunk and still held a bottle of cheap vodka in her shaking hand. I'm not sure why she has to stay so drunk all the time. But I'm sure it has a lot to do with the men she lets into her life. Tell me about some of the men you let into your life, baby. I don't really want to know, but she needs to see she lives a parallel life to her mother's, and maybe if she talks about it, she'll realize it. You really don't want to know about any of them. Some were a little mean, and others a little abusive. And all saw fit to stop seeing me, with no explanation whatsoever. She shakes her head slowly. And you will too. Are you positive that all of them broke up with you? I'd like to know how you think it went with us. I mean, how do you look at the way you and I parted ways? I stopped it before it had a real chance to start. She wraps her arms tighter around herself. I don't feel like what you and I had was a relationship. At that point, it hadn't begun yet. I told you I loved you, but you felt it hadn't begun. Okay, Rochelle, do you see how that's anything but true? I tap her shoulder with my finger and she looks at it. Well, not exactly. I mean, I hadn't said it to you, and we hadn't talked about it, so it's not really. I let out a huff, and have to wonder if she's got it in her to love anyone. Something in me says I need to help her, and I'll be rewarded in the end, but my self-preservation says to run like hell. Okay, so how did you and the last guy you dated break up? Dig deep, Rochelle. After a few minutes of her silently contemplating, she says, he took me to dinner with his parents. I was quiet, like I always am when I meet new people. Afterwards, when he was taking me back home to my apartment, he got on to me. He told me his parents thought I was rude. I told him that I couldn't change a thing about how I was. He just didn't call or come around after that. And you feel like he dumped you? I ask, as she has to be in denial about so many things. She looks at me like I'm crazy. Well, yeah. I mean, he stopped calling or coming around, didn't he? Did you attempt to get in contact with him? No. That's not my job, is it? I mean, if he liked me, he'd make an attempt, right? She asks as her face goes all quizzical. Did you like him? I ask. Kind of. I mean, he was okay. He did a few things I didn't like. He was possessive and controlling. He tried to make me do things I didn't want to. Eat some things I didn't want to. She makes a disgusted face at some memory this conversation has conjured up in her mind. Tell me about it. Little squirmy things at a Chinese restaurant. He yelled at me when I refused to eat a bite of the crap. And in bed, not that you want to hear this, but he was demanding, and I don't like to be made to do things. I like to make up my own mind about doing certain things, and he made me feel like I owed him the responsibility to do some things. It made me feel cheap. The good for nothing. I shouldn't have even asked. My hand goes into a fist and I have to take in a deep breath. That is exactly why you need me in your life, baby. I'll make sure that kind of thing never happens to you again. She looks up at me and her arms unfold. Her hand runs over my cheek, and her eyes go vulnerable as she gazes at me. I know you would be the best thing for me. It's me who isn't the best thing for you, Blake. Try to understand that I'm doing this for you. I take her hand and kiss her fingertips. Please, Rochelle. Just let me love you. Let me be the person who helps you. I'm begging you to let me in. Her lips quiver, and I lean in and place mine on hers, trying to take all her pain and insecurities away with my kiss, with my love. Her arms go slowly around my neck, and she kisses me back. Saltiness invades our kiss as she cries silently. The hurt in her is so deep that the truth is, I may not be able to get her to get past it. But I have to try. Lord knows I have to try.
Rochelle.
Blake holds me as we lie on the sofa, and he kisses me gently. His body is over mine, and the comfort it brings me should fill me with happiness. Instead, it fills me with dread. I dread when this will end, which it surely will. He's pointed out that it's me who has stopped at least one of my relationships. All this time, I thought it was always the men I was involved with. But he's right, at least once it was me. With no idea of when I'm doing the destructive things I do, how can I pull him into my messed up life? He's perfect and sweet. His happy-go-lucky attitude is bright and cheery, and I would only make a black spot in his beautiful demeanor. He doesn't deserve that. As hard as it is to admit, I belong with men who are just as messed up as I am. Jackasses who can't commit just like me. People who can't give all of themselves because they don't have it to give. Blake is a knight in shining armor, a real live prince. I'm not the princess he deserves. I'm the maid, the person who cooks and cleans. I'm beneath him in so many ways. I cannot let him think about me anymore. It's time to do what I do best and run him off. I push at his chest and he releases my lips. My body is aching for him, but I can't allow that to happen again. I need you to leave, Blake. Hurt fills his beautiful eyes, and I can hardly stand it. But Rochelle, baby, please don't do this. I press harder, and he sits up. I can't do this. I can't live a lie. I can hurt you now or later. I don't feel it's right to lead you on any longer. Whatever this is, it's over now. His face goes pale, and he looks away from me and reaches down to put his shoes back on. You know what, Rochelle? You're right. It is over. You're too far gone. Hard to believe at a mere 21 years that you're too far gone, but you are. You don't have to be mean, I say with a quiver in my voice. I'm not trying to be mean to you after all. I'm saving you from a hurt worse than this one. I'm doing it because of how much I care for you. He makes a loud huffing sound, and he stands up after putting on his shoes. Thanks for the favor, doll. Thanks for the good times. I'll leave you the hell alone like you think you want. I look down and can't help but think I'm making a mistake, a horrible mistake. Blake, I hope you can understand one day. I'm a person who doesn't have what you're looking for, what you deserve. His cheeks are red, and his eyes have more pain in them than I meant for there to be. I deserve you. I can be the other half of you, and you can be the other half of me. You and I are meant to be, Rochelle. And how dare you take the chance we've been given away? All on your own. But you have, and I guess there is really no more to say. I follow him to the door and fight myself not to tell him I'm an idiot and I'm sorry and that he should stay, like forever or something. Blake, I really am sorry it has to be this way. This hurts me. He interrupts me as he puts his hand on my face. Don't, Rochelle. Don't you dare say this hurts you worse than it hurts me, because it clearly doesn't. If it hurt you as bad as it's killing me, you'd never do it. I'd never do what you're doing to me, to anyone. Not my worst enemy, Rochelle. Goodbye forever. The door slams behind him and I fall against it as I lock it and find I'm sobbing. What have I done?
Luck in love. Rochelle.
Kicking my bare feet in the warm water of Peyton and Kip's heated swimming pool, I lean back on my palms and look up at the sun through my dark sunglasses. Peyton pulls Pax around in a little inflatable dragon float, and he splashes away at the water and kicks his little feet. She looks at me and sighs. So that's it then? No more Blake. I really like the guy, Shelley. Me too, that's what the problem was. And the fact he liked me so much. I mean, what the hell's wrong with the guy? I kick at the water and frown. A laugh comes from Peyton and she splashes me. So you think there's something wrong with him because he likes you? Now tell me why there would need to be something wrong with someone if they like you. I mean, I like you. Is there something wrong with me? No, it's different with you. I mean, it's not a romantic relationship. It's hard to explain, Peyton. It's like he's going to need more than I have to give, you know? She laughs. Damn. What's the guy gotta have you don't have? 3 boobs on a woman? Peck says damn damn damn. As he floats around, Peyton slaps a hand over her mouth. Boobs ha. Boobs. A laugh escapes me and I quickly apologize. Sorry, it's just that it sounds so cute coming out of a baby's mouth. I know I'm wrong though. Kip is going to be so mad at me. I'm always on his bobo to watch his mouth, and here I've taught the baby 3 bad words in as many days. She frowns. Hey, let me let you in on a little secret. Kip taught him the word damn a little while ago. I overheard him when he had Pax and was making him a bottle. He must have spilled something and he said the word. Pax quickly copied him, so it's not your fault entirely anyway. Good, she says as she cheers up. So this little thing that just happened can remain between us then? I give her a nod and lie back on the concrete. Why does everything have to be so complicated, Peyton? Why did I feel so much jealousy when I saw him with that woman? I suppose life would be no fun if it all went right constantly. The sound of someone walking fills my head as the concrete makes the noise travel through my head. Kip's face looms over me and he smiles. Hey, sunshine. I'm about to barbecue. You planning on hanging out with us? Peyton wants to have a fun evening. What is it you want me to make, Kip? I ask, knowing he wants me to make something. He always does. The man wants me to come to work for them as their chef, but I know he'd overpay me, and I'm not having any of that. How about the spinach and artichoke dip I love so much, and for dessert, that thing you made for your finals? You told Peyton you won a contest or something. He looks intently at me, and I have a feeling he knows damn well that dessert recipe was named after Blake's mother. Fine, I'll make a list of the ingredients I'll need. I sit up and he takes a step back. He pulls out of his pocket a little pad of paper and a pencil. Thought you might say yes. And jot down what alcoholic beverage you might like to drink. I'm making pork ribs, if that has anything to do with what you wish to drink. You're staying here tonight then, Shelley. Do you hear me? Peyton bosses like a big sister. Yes, Mom, I say with a laugh. Staying at your house is like staying in a 5-star hotel. You'll never hear me complaining about your invitations. Kip squats down and touches the tip of my nose, drawing my attention to him. You know, if you'd take our offer to be our personal chef, you'd have a permanent place here. The apartment for the chef is 3 times the size of the one you live in now, and it's part of the salary. No bills, Rochelle. Only money, money, money for all your hard work. You really should think about it, Shelley, Peyton says as she splashes a little water at me. Plus, you'd get paid for all the things we ask you to make for us instead of doing it for free. Kip gives my arm a little punch. Maybe if I throw in a car? Would that tip the scales in our favor? I wag my finger at him. See, that's why right there. That's why I don't take your offer. You'll pay me far more than is right and give me thing after thing. You're both too good of friends, and I'd never take advantage of that fact. So I'll continue to make your food free of charge. You buy all the ingredients anyway, and I always eat some too. One day we'll get you, Kip says with a laugh. I hand him my list. I really do appreciate the offer. Please don't think I don't. I know, sweetheart, he says, then turns to Peyton. And what is Mummy having to drink this evening? She gives him a naughty look and then smiles. Surprise me. When he turns back to me, his cheeks are red. She's such an evil temptress, that one. Damn glad I married her. I laugh, and he gives me $1 million smile, then walks away. Kicking a little water at Peyton to make her look at me instead of watching her hunky husband walking away, I say, I can't believe you thought at one time that you didn't need him. You need him like the crops need rain. I do, she says with a sigh. If I ever lost him, it would kill me. She shakes her head to clear it. I try never to think about that. But it creeps up in my mind now and again. I love that man with everything in me. I smile. And he loves you the same way. Pulling my knees up, I wrap my arms around them and wonder why I can't be as free as they are. Peyton's soft hand runs over my foot. It wasn't always this easy for us, either. Yes, I know. It was I who found you crying at the airport that fateful day. I'm well aware of what all it took to find what you guys have. I close my eyes and internally berate myself for my stupidity. Have you tried to call him or anything? She asks. I shake my head. It's best to let him go. He's not what I deserve. I may call that jerk friend of Kip's, though. Is Bobby busy, do you know? You missed that boat. He's all hooked up with the nurse he met when Pax was born. And he's surprisingly turned away from the jackass nature he had before he found her. He only calls me Yoko every now and again instead of all the time. She laughs and I sigh. So tell Kip to find me another jerk then. Peyton shakes her head. No, ma'am. No more of those for you. Then I'll just stay alone. Alone is good. No one can get hurt when they stay alone.
Kip.
Hey mate. What you're up to on this lovely Saturday evening? I ask Blake over the phone as I make my way to the store to get things for our barbecue. His voice is threaded with a tired sound I've never heard in it before. Not a damn thing. Thinking about going back to Lubbock. Then you must come this evening. Stay the night with us. I'm making a barbecue, and won't take no for an answer. Tell me what your poison is on this night, and I shall pick it up for you. Beer, lots of beer. Not that crap that keeps you trim either. Some full-flavored stuff that will mess me up. I need to get my head all the way messed up. Bloke, you sound depressed, and that's not like you. I'll get you some beer and a couple of shrimp to toss on the barbie as well. How about that? I ask. Sure, thanks. I'll go over there in a little while. I do have to warn you, I'm awful company though. But I'd hate to leave town without giving you and your family a visit. You guys are great. Goodbye. He hangs up before I can tell him Rochelle will be there. Oh well, let's just see what happens then.
Rochelle.
Crap, Peyton. Another shot. No. I shout at her. Come on, girl. It's not every night I get a night away from Pexy Poo. Kip's parents have him for the night, and you and I are going to have some fun. Peyton tosses down her second shot of Patron and hands me mine. I take it, and then we climb to the top of the waterfall and jump off as we hold hands and laugh like crazy people. When we come up, all we hear is Kip blasting music as he shakes his butt and grills some meat. Phew. Peyton shouts as we go up the stairs out of the swimming pool. Shake it, baby. We giggle, and she pulls me to the pool house. A large pool table is inside, and she hiccups, then says, "Want to play some pool?" I have to warn you, I'm very good at it. I pull at my blue bikini top to straighten out my breasts as the jump knocks them out of place. Sure, but I have great beginner's luck, so chances are I'll beat you even though I really have no idea of what I'm doing. Is that a challenge, little girl? She asks with arched eyebrows. I arch mine right back. It is, big mama. She leaves the double doors to the large room just off the side of the pool open. The breeze flows through them, and she takes me to a rack of the long sticks you used to play pool with. "This one is mine," she says as she pulls one down. She hands me one. "This is a pretty good one." Kip jogs in and places a couple of drinks down on a small table at the side. I get to play the winner. "Are those for us, babe?" Peyton asks as she points to the beers. "Nope." He tosses his head and gestures behind him. "He has you and Rochelle's drinks." I look past him and around the corner Blake comes. His eyes meet mine and he looks down. I look at Peyton and she shrugs. With a pout, I turn away and walk back to the pool table. He doesn't seem to be trying to talk to me, so I'll ignore him. Damn matchmaker Kip.
Blake.
Damn Kip. I try not to watch Rochelle as she plays pool with Peyton, and both are in skimpy bikinis. A long drink, I take of the beer Kip brought me and look into his eyes. He grins. "Ignore her, mate." "How?" I hiss. She can't hear us as the music is playing at a near-deafening level. She's practically with no clothes on. With a chuckle he says, "I know. That crap will go all over her when you act like she doesn't exist." I'm not into playing games. She wants nothing to do with me. I take another drink of the beer and will it to hurry up and affect me. I overheard a bit of the girl's earlier conversation. It's not that she wants nothing to do with you, it's her hang-ups. Just act as if she's not even here and see what happens. If nothing else, you get a little closure to help you get on with your life. He taps his long neck bottle to mine and smiles at me with that Kip Dixon $1 million smile.
Rochelle.
How could he, Peyton? I hiss across the pool table at her. I know. I'll get all over his butt later on. And then I'll get all over him, she says with a grin. Just play along like you don't care. I do care, though. Seeing his handsome face is killing me. I'm second-guessing everything. I want him. I want his hands on me. I want his lips on me. I can't see him and not want him. She takes a shot, and I brush up against her as I walk around the table and whisper in her ear. What if I want him back? What should I do? A quizzical look covers her face. Do you want him back? It's only been a day. I was wrong. I can see that now. I was stupid to think I could go on without him. I want him back. I look his way, and he's looking at Kip as they talk and touch their beer bottles together. Then that's easy. Tell him that, Peyton says and puts her arm around me. I'm sure he's looking at you when he thinks you're not looking. Lean way over and take this next shot. Elongate that little body of yours, and I'll keep an eye on him and tell you how he reacts. I do as she says and make a sideways glance to see if he's looking. He isn't, and I hit the ball all crazy, and it makes 3 other balls go in the pockets. Damn. Peyton shouts. The men both look at her. I ask what? She points at the table and says, You won, Shelley. You're right. You do have beginner's luck. But we'll see if you can keep it up. Kip's next, and he's really great too. Kip hops up and jogs over to the table. He turns back just before he gets here and points at Blake. You're playing the winner, mate. Blake nods and goes back to drinking his beer and looking at his phone. Peyton goes to sit across from him and starts talking away to him. Kip smacks me on my butt, and I turn to look at him as I rub it. Ow. I say. So, what am I, stripes or solids? 'Cause I didn't even know last time. Kip howls with laughter. Oh, baby. He shouts at Peyton. She beat you, without even knowing what the hell balls she was supposed to be hitting in. You must be way off your game. She shoots the finger at him and yells at me. Kick his butt, Rochelle. Okay, I'll try, I yell back over the loud music. Then I say to myself, I don't know how I did it while ago, but I'll try. Kip racks up the balls, then pours 2 shots of Patron and comes back to me. We need to even up the playing field, and seeing as you're so damn good, we each have to take a shot. He intertwines our arms and then places a shot in each of our hands. Our faces are really close, and I glance sideways, noticing neither Blake nor Peyton is paying a bit of attention to us. I take the drink in one gulp and hand the glass back to Kip. Get ready to get your butt handed to you, rock star, I say, then wipe my mouth with the back of my hand. Phew. Peyton shouts. She's about to burst your bubble, pop rock. He bows and says, please make the starting shot, princess. I break the balls up and look back at him for what's next. So what am I this time? Whatever you want, he says as he looks astonished. You got 4 of each sunk. I pick the stripped ones them. I think they're prettier, I say and step back and lean on the long pool stick. My eyes dart to Blake and he's playing with his phone. I want to win this round so bad, so he has to play with me. I take every shot I can with my back to him and lean way over so my butt shoots out. But I never catch him looking at me. Kip laughs as he sees what I'm doing and he goads me. Don't even try, love. He's moved on. He's doing as you wish, after all. Leaving you alone, moving on and such. He passes me on his way to the other side of the table and lands another hard slap on my butt. Hey! Cut that out. I shout and look again to see if Blake is looking. Surely he has to be wondering what I'm yelling about. But nope, he's talking to Peyton. 3 more shots and Kip shouts, unbelievable. She won. I jump up and down and scream, yes? Ha in your face, Kip. I dance over to him and smack him. Beginner's luck is all it is, Shelley. You really are a clueless player, he says, then walks to the table and pours 2 more shots. He walks back up and places one in my hand and gestures for Blake to come to us. I bite my lip, as I'm pretty sure he's going to have me and Blake intertwine our hands like he and I did. Here, mate. Wrap your arm around hers and take your shots, Kip directs, and Blake follows the command. Only Blake doesn't look at me as we take the shots so close to one another. He unwinds his arm from mine and hands Kip the glass. Let me show you two how to stomp beginner's luck's butt. Kip and Peyton make little mewing sounds, and I frown. Good luck. Don't need it, he says without looking at me.
Blake.
He racks up the balls and breaks them himself. I see he's not into being gentlemanly with me right now. He makes in 2 solid balls, so I can safely assume those are his to get in. He takes shot after shot and gets his in every time. Then he misses, and I jump up and down. My turn. I walk quickly to set up the shot, and he steps back and rubs some blue stuff on the tip of his pool stick. I look over and hold my hand out for him to give me some. I need some of that. I haven't even put any of that stuff on mine yet. He drops it in my hand and says, it's not gonna help, but go ahead. I'm determined to make him look at me, so I lean way over and Kip lets out a wolf whistle and I see Peyton smack him. But Blake looks at them, not me. I take the shot and 3 of mine go in somehow. I really have no idea how it's happening. Wow. Peyton says. Would you look at that, Blake? He yawns and goes over to the table and picks up his beer and takes a drink. I make another shot and miss everything. I step back and he comes back and sizes up the next shot, and just before he gets into place I lean into him. Good luck. He hits the little white ball, and one of his goes in followed by it. Scratch. Peyton shouts as she jumps up and down. Your turn, Shelley. Kip puts his arm around her. Stop jumping up and down. Damn love. She turns red and stops bouncing all of her goodies. I see my next shot and take it, sending the ball down the hole and lining up my next one. I take the long way around so I have to pass by Blake. He steps back and gives me plenty of room. I take the shot and miss, and he laughs. Looks like the beginner's luck is fading fast. He makes several shots, getting down to his last ball. I lean on my stick and watch as the last one goes down the hole, and he turns and high-fives Kip. You won. Kip shouts. The two walk off as Kip claps Blake on the shoulder. Peyton walks up to me. Good game, Shelley. She puts a beer in my hand. Let's go eat.
Blake.
Finally, Rochelle has seen fit to put on a little cover-up over the barely there bikini. Sure, it's nearly see-through, but it's better than nothing. My shorts have been very uncomfortable this entire evening. The girl is trying desperately to get my attention, but I'm not going down that path again. She's like Lucy with the football, and I'm Charlie Brown. She entices me until I give in, then yanks it all away. No more for me, thanks. I'm no dimwit. Peyton reaches over and puts a dollop of something on the edge of my plate. You have to taste this, Blake. It's an award-winning recipe from Shelley's. It's the dessert that she named after my mother. I take a bite and want to cry. It's delicious and well thought out, and she was a saint to even think of it. But she's no saint. No, she's mean and evil and will hurt me if I ever give her another chance. Peyton looks at me. What do you think? Needs something else, I say, and mentally say to myself, love. That's what it needs, love and joy. Maybe a little happiness. Lord knows Rochelle needs some of that in her life. But will she allow it to happen? No. And in the process of her denying herself any of those things, she is denying me them as well. Heartless little. I have to see a man about a dog, I say, and get up and leave the table, taking my plate with me. After an eternity in the bathroom, trying to gain control over my emotions, I go out and find Rochelle in the kitchen, dancing away to music as she rinses dishes and puts them in the dishwasher. She turns and sees me, and I look away. I caught you, she says with a giggle. I finally caught you, Blake. I try to walk away without saying a word, and suddenly she's in front of me. Little hot body glowing as a thin sheen of sweat covers it. Her hand touches my stomach as she tries to stop my hasty retreat. Hey, let's talk, she says in a sultry voice. No, you said all I needed to hear last night. Just to let you know. I don't want to be your friend. I try to walk past her. I don't want that either, she says, and I stop and look at her. Then why bother me? I glare at her. Why do this to me? God knows you don't want anything else from me. Just leave me alone, Rochelle. Shit. I throw my hands up in the air, and she steps out of my way. I walk away and turn back to see her head hanging low. Well, what does the girl expect? She moves towards the sink again, then turns and runs off towards the bedroom. I know she always stays in when she comes here. I hesitate. My feet started moving in the direction she was going, and I tried like hell to stop them. I catch up to her just before she walks into the bedroom. Hey Lucy, I say in a whisper as I walk up behind her. It's me, your Charlie Brown. I'm here so you can yank the football away again and leave me on my dumb ass. She turns and wraps her arms around me. She sobs into my chest. Something she mumbles against me, and I push her back and touch her chin, making her look up at me. Say that again, I say as I look into her teary blue eyes. Her little red lips quiver, then she says, I said, I love you, Blake. Holy shit. Now, what am I supposed to do?
Rochelle.
Say something, I say as I look at Blake and his handsome face is blank. Please say something, Blake. Rochelle, don't say it if you don't truly mean it. Please, you have no idea of how hurt I already am. If you take it back, I may never get over it. So please, just tell me to walk away and leave you alone if you don't mean it. I search his blue-brown eyes and say, I mean it, Blake. I love you. He pulls me up in his strong arms and holds me tight. I love you, Rochelle. I love you so damn much it hurts, baby. I turn the doorknob behind my back and take a step into the bedroom. Show me, I whisper. He kicks the door closed as he picks me up and takes me to the bed. His eyes are dark as he lies me down on top of the blanket. Are you sure? I nod and reach up for him. He takes my hand and places it over my head, then he does the same with my other hand. He moves over me and takes both my wrists in one of his large hands. His face comes close, and I think he's going to kiss me, but he moves past me, and I hear him inhale deeply. I didn't think I would ever get to smell you again. A tear runs down my cheek. I'm so sorry, Blake.
Blake.
Finally, I feel like Rochelle is really mine. In it for the long haul. Going to be with me forever. She realized she loved me last night, and I can't wait to make a life with her. I know I told her I would take things slow for her, but I can't stop myself. I'm going to ask her to marry me. I'm going to buy us a magnificent mansion right here in Los Angeles. She needs to finish school. She has a year left, and I don't plan on spending it in her tiny apartment. I'm going to buy her a new car. Something insanely expensive and pretty. Maybe a convertible so her long black hair can blow in the breeze as she drives it around town. Rochelle is every bit as beautiful as any of the movie stars and models who live in this town. I think she needs showcased for a while. Bring that low self-esteem up a few notches. Getting back into college to finish my degree in business is my top priority for myself. I need to have the knowledge to get Rochelle's restaurant to where she wants it to be. Where the hell ever she wants that. I just want to live life right next to her. Forever and always, the Me and Rochelle show. Her little perfect body lies next to mine. She sleeps like a woman who has been loved hard and has not a care in the world. That's how I plan to keep her, feeling loved and spoiled like the little princess she is. My hand flows over her soft skin as she takes in deep breaths. I wrap myself around her and hold her tight to me. Wait. That's what got me in trouble with her last time. Okay, I back up and place my hand lightly on her waist. She knows I'm here and I know she's here. So she shouldn't get upset if she has to get up to go to the bathroom. No punching or leaving should have to take place if I give her the space she needs. Little by little, I will invade that large space she thinks she needs around her most of the time. Little by little, that fear of me leaving her will go away. I hope so anyway. Her tendency to push people away seems to be breaking down a little. She stayed close to Peyton and seems to tolerate Kip just fine. She talks to Max often, and that's a start to opening up and letting people in. Now I just have to secure the most precious place in her for me to reside in. How hard could it be?
Rochelle.
The room is pitch black and I'm afraid. The bed I lay in is not mine. Mine is soft and small with little blankets all over it. This one is larger than mine and the blanket is scratching my skin. Too many people I can hear breathing in the room. I sit up and look all around, finding bed after bed with other kids in them. They all sleep under the same type of gray, scratchy blanket I do. I see a dim light from far away. I wonder if that's where my mommy is. She came and we sat in a room, then she left me with a lady and now I don't know where my mommy is. I get up and walk towards the light. Someone sits up in their bed and looks at me, then yells, "Hey! Get back in that bed." I turn and run as fast as my small feet will take me to get back into the hard and scratchy bed. I push my face into the pillow. I cannot cry. I tell myself, my mommy will be back to get me. She must have had something so important to do, and she left me here with some people to take care of me while she takes care of that. I just know she'll be back soon. The only light that was shining is gone, and I'm afraid of the dark. Didn't she tell them that I'm afraid of the dark, and that I need my Scooby-Doo nightlight? The one Grandpa gave me. I need it. I need it right now. I pull the scratchy blanket over my head and try to close my eyes, but they won't close. I need my mommy. I'll just lie here under this blanket and wait until she comes to get me. It shouldn't be much longer. I've been here too long already. I eat breakfast here 2 times in this place full of kids. She'll be back soon, I just know she will. Sitting up in bed, I have to look around to see where I'm at. The bed's not mine. I look over and see Blake sleeping next to me. Oh yeah. I told Blake I love him. Oh gosh. Why did I do that? I don't know what love is. Why would I tell him such a thing? Slipping silently out of the bed. I find my bathing suit and the cover-up I had on and slip them on. My purse and car keys are on the dresser, so I quietly take them and leave the room. I have to get the hell out of here.
Blake.
Please let her be in the bathroom. I opened my eyes all set to see my sweet Rochelle, and all I found was an empty space. I jump out of bed and run to the bathroom, but she's not here. Going back to the bedroom, I look at the dresser where I saw her purse last, and it's gone. Shit. I pull my clothes back on as fast as I can, and head out to get into my rental car and go to her apartment. She has to be there. Maybe she just didn't want to wake me up, but wanted to go home and get cleaned up. As I start my car, I decide to call her before I take off. The phone rings once, then goes straight to voicemail. She's forwarding my calls. That is not good. Putting her address into the car's GPS, I try hard not to drive like a crazy man. It's hard to know exactly what I did wrong this time to send her running. Maybe I messed up and held her tight again after I fell asleep, and that set her off. Maybe she just really doesn't love me. She told me she wanted to only be friends with benefits. She drank some, and maybe only wanted to sleep with me and told me what she had to make that happen. Could she really be that callous? I pull up to her apartment, and her car isn't there. It is probably a good idea to knock anyway, so I get out and go pound on the door. No one answers, and then the neighbor walks out. He's in shorts and a shirt with really messed up brown hair. Dude, she came and left. You missed her. You sure? I mean, I was with her last night and she couldn't have left that long ago, I say as I check the guy out. He must be the noisy gamer she talked about. I'm sure, he says as he shifts his massive weight from one foot to the other. I heard her slam into her apartment about an hour ago. Then, only about 15 minutes later, she took off. I peeked out the window and saw she had a suitcase with her. She's left town, I mumble, then turn back. Thanks, guy. Not a problem, dude. My heart is melting inside me. The beats sound mushy, and my head feels light and airy. She left. Why would she leave? Where would she go? Why should I care anymore?
Rochelle.
The tall trees cover the gravel road I run down as I call out over and over again for my mommy. She must be lost, and I need to find her before anything bad happens to her. Mommy. Where are you, Mommy? I need you, please come out and see me. The sound of footsteps running up behind me has me skidding to a stop, and I turn to see the lady who has been taking care of me and all the other kids. She's frowning at me. Rochelle. Sweetheart, what are you doing? She scoops me up in her arms and starts walking back to the place I ran from. I don't want to go back. I need to find my mommy. She must be lost. She should be back by now. Please let me go find her, nice lady. Honey, she won't be back for quite some time. A long time, in fact. You have a new home here with us, Shelley. She pushes my hair back, and a boy comes running up to us. Hey, good you found her. I was worried sick about her. He runs his hand over my head and he smiles at me. Don't run off no more, Shelley. Promise me. Who are you? I ask the boy. My name's Randy, and I'm your big brother from now on, Shelley. If you think you have to do something, then let me know and I'll help you. That's what big brothers are for after all. The nice lady puts me down and the nice boy named Randy takes my hand and takes me in the house and makes me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and a glass of milk. He sits down with me and we eat our sandwiches. Where's my mommy, Randy? He messes up my hair and smiles. Don't worry about her or where she is. The thing you need to think about is how great it is that you're here with us and safe. Really safe. No one will hurt you or leave you while you're here, Shelley. How do you know my mommy used to hurt me? I ask. 'Cause that's what has happened to all of us kids here in this place we call home now. Our parents hurt us and left us, but at least we have this place and each other. Thanks, Randy. I like you, and you have pretty eyes. So, do you squirt? I like you too. You're going to make a great little sister. Something shakes me, and I turn my head. What? Who are you? I ask in confusion. A short, dark-haired man looks at me. I'm the guy sitting next to you on the plane to Austin, Texas. You said hello to me before you fell asleep. Don't you remember that? Oh yeah, I say as I shake my head. I woke you up because you were jerking around and murmuring the word, Mommy, a lot. You okay? He asks with a look of concern on his face. Am I okay? Not really. Thanks for waking me up, though. Old memories I try to keep away from keep popping up in my dreams. Don't you just hate when that happens? The expression on his face tells me he's thinking I'm a little off. You should probably try to deal with those memories rather than trying to keep them away. That's very unhealthy. Have you seen someone about that? My eyebrows shoot up, and I just turn away from the man. I mean, what a jerk, asking such a question to a complete stranger. I guess no one taught him how to keep his opinions to himself. I look out the window, the sun is shining bright, and I have a couple of weeks before school starts back up. I wonder if Blake will leave. I wonder if he'll go back to Lubbock. I wonder if he hates me.
Hard luck. Blake.
Bright sunshine blinds me as I drive away from Rochelle's little apartment. One glance into the rearview mirror and I look at her place, most likely for the last time ever. I've called her, but she sends me straight to voicemail. My body burns as I remember how we had made love last night and into the early morning hours. I know she feels the same way I do. I just don't know how she could leave me like this. I make my way back to my hotel. Kip and Peyton should be told she's left. Maybe Peyton even knows why and where. With a tap on my cell, I call Kip. After 3 rings, he answers. Yeah, mate, we'll be down to breakfast shortly. Not exactly done with our alone time yet. I see, I say. I just wanted to let you know that Rochelle left, and when I woke up, I went to her apartment, but it seems she grabbed a suitcase and left. At least that's what her neighbor told me. That damn girl. Peyton, you have to have some words with that girl. She's doing such crazy things. Kip huffs and then sighs. Poor little thing. Anyway, I just wanted to say thanks for last night and stuff. I'll be heading back to Lubbock today. I just need to get my life going, and it's not going to include her anymore. Peyton chimes in. Let us know when you get back home safely, Blake. You're still our friend, no matter what happens with you and Rochelle. Thanks, you too. You really are wonderful people, and it's a pleasure to know you. I'll call when I get home. Goodbye. I end the call and feel like I'm dead inside. I wonder if this is what Rochelle feels like since her mother abandoned her all those years ago. I wonder if it ever goes away.
Rochelle.
Thanks for picking me up, Grandpa, I say as he drives me out to their home. Not a problem, Shell. Always glad to have you back home. Los Angeles isn't your home. This is. He reaches over and pats the back of my hand and offers me a smile. So, who's the fella you're running away from this time? I jerk my head to look at him and my mouth falls open. What makes you think there's a man I'm running from? You and your mother both do the same thing. When you feel threatened with commitment, you both run back home. She's there now, as a matter of fact. He looks at me as he says the last words. I'm sure my face goes into the usual state of no emotion. She's the last person I wanted to see. It's pretty obvious what she did to me has me unable to form relationships, and now I have to see her to hang out with her. No. Grandpa, I had no idea she was here. I'd rather not see her. I'd rather not deal with her. Is she drunk yet today? She's quit drinking. For now, at least, he says with a shrug. You never know how long that will last. I need to tell you something, Shell. It's been a family secret for far too long. Your mom hasn't always had it so easy. You see, your grandmother is not her real mother. My jaw drops and I gasp. What? What do you mean? When your mother was 4, her mother, who was not my wife, was killed in a car accident. Your mother was with her, and Tabitha survived. Somehow she always thought it was her fault, as she was having a temper tantrum because she wanted to go play at the park, but her mother was too busy to stop that day. He looks at me with sad eyes. You two weren't married? I ask in complete confusion. He shakes his gray head and frowns. I've always been married to the woman you know as your grandmother. I was contacted by the hospital about Tabitha being in the wreck because I did sign her birth certificate, giving her my last name. I'd been to see her a handful of times, but I never did take care of her or her mother, Colleen. Grandpa, no. I say in disappointment. You were a deadbeat dad? I was. He nods. Anyway, I had never told my wife about the little affair and who came from it. But I had no real choice after Colleen died. I told the woman you know as your grandmother about it, and how I had a daughter who needed me. She was the saint she always is, and she accepted your mother like she was her own. Grandma never had any children then. Mom's an only child, just like me. I shift in my seat to look at my grandfather. We had a baby when we first were married. A little girl. We named her Ashley, and she died in her crib one night when she was 6 months old. They called it sudden infant death syndrome. Your grandmother was hurt beyond anything one can imagine. She got on birth control and stayed on it, vowing she'd never go through that kind of pain again. 5 years later, your mother came to live with us. We were strangers to her. She didn't remember me at all. I hadn't seen her since she was 2 years old. That's so sad, Grandpa. I had no idea. Mom had a young life much like mine then. I look out the window to contemplate all he's told me. I murmur, she must have been so afraid. Poor little girl. She saw her mother die and thought it was her fault. No wonder she drinks, no wonder she's done illicit substances, no wonder she feels she's not worthy of anyone being in her life, including me. There's more, Shell. I know who your father is. He's not a good man anymore, but he was once. When your mother was younger and she hadn't started collecting jerks, pardon my French, she was the high school sweetheart of a nice young man. My father. She always said she had no idea of who it might be. Does he live in Round Rock? My heart is jumping up and down in my chest with excitement. I may get to meet my father. Grandpa makes my heart fall in an instant. He's not a good man anymore, Shell. He was once, but your mother messed with his mind and heart one too many times and it broke him. He does live in Round Rock and you've seen the man many times. I have. I ask in amazement. When where? You know the man who looks like he's about 100 years old and lives under the bridge just off the interstate and the exit after ours? He asks as he looks over at me. I nod because I know the man he's talking about, and it makes my stomach lurch. How could he ever have been a good man, Grandpa? For the love of all that's holy. He always has pee stains on his filthy pants and looks like he's never seen a bit of water or soap for that matter. He's a beggar, a homeless bum. That man is Rodney Holmes, and until you were a year old, he was the starting quarterback for the high school football team. Your mother was a clarinet player in the marching band, and they were a sweet young couple. Until your mom got pregnant, that is. It all changed then. He didn't want kids at that young age, did he? He dumped Mom, didn't he? I ask with a knowing look in my eyes. Of course he dumped her then. He asked your mother to marry him. He begged her to, as a matter of fact. Your mother ran away then. We had no idea where she went or who she was with. She stayed gone, and we only found her a year after we found you in that children's home. He looks out his side window as he takes the exit off the highway to his home. Rodney came by often to see if we had heard anything. He swore he'd never bother her. He just wanted to know if she was okay and if you had been born yet. Things we didn't know. Things we wished we did know, desperately. His eyes glisten with unshed tears at the memory. So, Mom just left with me in her stomach? I just can't imagine why she'd want to do such a thing all on her own. My mind spins with all this new information. I have no idea, Shell. Well, one day, Rodney came and saw us, and told us she had called him from a private phone number. She told him he had a daughter, but she told him your name was Connie for some reason. He said he begged her to let him know where she was. He begged her to come back to him, or at least to us. She refused, got angry, and hung up on him. My grandfather's words ring in my hollow chest. It was me who became so angry to find Blake holding me tightly as we slept that one night. I was mad because he was showing me how he wanted to protect me. I'm a fool, just like my mother. So my father is a homeless person who is crazy, and my mother is also crazy, and I'm not really far behind them. I look out the window and watch the city turn into the countryside. In silence, we ride to my grandparents' home. He's told me all I need to know. It's really quite useless to try to live a normal life. My parents never could figure out how to. What makes me so special, I can figure it out. Blake's better off without me.
Blake.
Weary and beaten down, I walk into my little house in Lubbock. It's late and the house is pitch black. I turn on the living room light and see my gym stuff there. Though exhausted, I know I'll not be able to sleep. I miss her so damn bad. I yank off my shirt and drop my jeans, step out of my shoes, and start my workout. Clad only in my tight black boxer briefs, I pump some iron to rid my mind of her. After 30 minutes of intensely working out, a knock comes at my door. It's 2 a.m, so I have to wonder who it could be. I look out the window as I turn on the porch light and see Josh, my next-door neighbor. I open the door and he smiles at me. I noticed the light on and wondered if someone broke in here to use your equipment, but it's just you. When did you get in? About half an hour ago. I'd ask you to come in, but I'm a bit of a grump right now. No one should be subjected to me in this lousy mood. He gives me a nod. Okay, I just wanted to be a good neighbor and make sure no one was breaking in. He reaches for something at the edge of the door frame and pulls out a baseball bat. You came packing, huh? I ask with a chuckle. He turns away and looks over his shoulder at me. Well, I had to bring something to hit the bad guys with, if there were any. Have a good night, Blake. You should come and eat breakfast with us in the morning. I don't like you being alone when you feel so bad. I'll think about it. Thanks for the invite. What time will it be served so I can let you know ahead of time if I'm coming or not? He stops and turns around. Tell you what, Blake, we can whip up some eggs and bacon just about any time you want to get up. How's that? See you when you get ready tomorrow, buddy. Get some sleep, you look dog-tired. He walks away and I say, thanks you guys for always watching out for me. I lock up the door and walk to my old bedroom. The posters on the walls are from my high school years. Hot chicks in them all. I think it's time to get rid of the past. I think it's time to move on to other things. With a rip, I take the first one down and crumple it up. Then the others follow as I take my boyhood bedroom down to the bare walls and make a vow to myself to get this place fixed up so I can sell it and move on with my life.
Rochelle.
I've borrowed Grandpa's old pickup truck and decided to go visit Max. My presence in my grandparents' home set my mother off, and she started drinking heavily again. It's best to let her have the help of her parents. She needs them a lot more than I ever realized. I couldn't bring myself to talk to her about any of the things Grandpa told me. One of the reasons is I didn't know how she would handle all that truth out there. She's only ever told me lies about it all, so she may not even remember the truth anymore. I saw no use in starting what might have been a huge argument between her and her father. Curiosity has me cruising by the overpass my father lives under. I bought some food for him to eat for breakfast. A few pigs in a blanket, a couple of sausage biscuits, and a large bottle of orange juice, and apple juice, and a few bottles of water. Okay, it is literally a grocery bag full of things. I have an illness, apparently, to help people. It's a gift and an affliction. I slow to a stop. It's pretty early, I would assume, for a bum to be awake. But I see eyes peeking out from behind the berm at the very top of the steep incline. Opening my door, I get out and hold the bag up. He sits up and motions for me to come up to him. This is most likely the most dangerous thing I could ever do, but the man is my father, and I think God will watch over me and do this thing I feel I must do. "Hi," I say with a quivering voice. I didn't realize how scared I was until I opened my mouth. Reaching back into the truck, I grabbed a blanket I had brought from my bedroom at my grandparents' house and a coat I had taken from the coat closet. It's one Grandpa has had many years, and he has plenty more. I'll let him know I took it later on. If I had told him beforehand, he would have stopped me from coming here. He made it clear that the man was nuts and not to be trusted. For reasons I couldn't get out of him, he thinks my father is dangerous. With the large bag of food in one hand and the blanket and coat in the other, I walk up the steep incline to where the man who is my father waits. I can smell the urine from here, and I have to fight down a gag reflex. His eyes are a light gray and his skin is filthy. My heart stops beating as I really look at the man we all called the Round Rock, Looney. I swallow hard to get the knot out of my throat. Holding out the things to him, I say, "Hello, Rodney. I brought you some food for your breakfast this morning. I thought you might like an extra blanket and a coat. There's a cold front coming in later this evening, and I didn't know if you had anything to keep you warm. I opted to bring them anyway, just in case. A person can never have too many blankets or coats, I think." He stares at me, and the way his eyes dart quickly back and forth makes my insides tighten, as if I'm getting ready to be punched in the stomach or something. With a deep and gravelly voice he says, "You know my name." He looks past me at the old truck. I suddenly realize that my grandfather had the truck a few years before I was even born. Rodney must recognize it. For some reason that fills me with fear. My grandfather told it to me. Anyway, I just wanted to give you these things. Bye now, I turn to leave as fear is coursing through my veins. "How is she?" he asks. I freeze in my tracks. "Your mother. How is she?" I turn slowly back and see he's come out and is standing only steps from me. "She's okay. Not great, not stable, but she's alive, and that's something, don't you think? She used to drive that truck you're driving. You look like her and a little like my mother." Tears glisten in his gray eyes. I never meant for things to happen like they did. I always wanted her and you. I hope one day you can forgive me. He's a filthy mess of a human being, and I know he must be riddled with lice and God knows what else, but I have to do it. Can I hug you? He holds his arms out and I come to him and wrap my arms around him as he does me. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I can't be stronger." His words come out soft. "It's okay. I forgive you. I can help you if you want. I can get a place for you to live. I know people who can help me do that for you," I say, and I feel my body shaking with some kind of crazy emotion I've never felt before. "No. Thanks though." He lets me go and I step back. It's crazy how his stench no longer makes me want to gag. It just smells like him, and that's okay for some damn reason. "But this is no way to live," I say as I gesture to the underpass. "It's all I've known since that day. Don't worry about me. If you want to help anyone, help her. She needs it more than I do." She always has. He turns back and sits down at the top. She has a place to stay inside, out of the weather. She has a mother and a father to take care of her when she lets them, I tell him. Tell me why you would do this to yourself over a woman like her. She wasn't always this way. Once she was sweet and full of love. Somehow, getting pregnant with you changed her. His eyes narrow a bit as he looks at me. I hated you for a long time. The fear creeps back in as his eyes go icy, and his body tenses as if he might be getting ready to spring at me. I understand. I'm sorry. I'll let you get back to your life here. Goodbye. I turn and walk away. He shouts out, "Thanks, kid." I wave without looking back. I get into the truck and pull away from the side of the road. Something hits the back window and shatters against the thick glass. Orange is sprayed everywhere. I look in the rearview mirror to see my father standing in the middle of the road. He's flipping me off with both hands, yelling incoherently curse words and screaming my mother's name. My body aches with the knowledge that she did that to him. I feel bad for them both, but mostly I feel bad for me. They are my gene pool, those are the closest people to me in this entire world, and I'm lonelier than I think I've ever been.
Max.
Orange fills the sky as the sun sets behind her. Head hung low and shoulders drooping, Rochelle walks away from an old blue Ford truck. Zane pushes through my legs as he sees her. He turns back to look at me. "What's the matter with Shelley, Daddy?" "She's sad. Go give her a hug. That should brighten her up some, Zane." He takes off running towards her and she lifts her head to look at him as he shouts, "Shelley. Shelley. You're here." She smiles and I can see it's despite herself. She opens her arms up and he flies into them. He kisses her cheek and she runs her hand over his little head. "Hey cutie. Miss me?" she asks him. "I did," he says, then he leans down and sniffs her shoulder. "Shelley, you stink." She laughs a light laugh that's full of sadness. "I know I do. I met someone earlier, and even though he smelled awful, I gave him a hug." "You should not have done that, Shelley." Zane leans way back from her and wiggles for her to put him down. She does, and he says, "Why do you want to hug a stinky person?" I wrap my arm around her sagging shoulders and lead her into our home. Maybe she felt like the person needed it, or perhaps she's the one who needed it. I kiss the side of her head and take her down the long entry hall. Zane takes her hand and looks up at her with concern in his eyes. "I had a dream, and I remember what your name used to be, Max," she told me. "You were Randy once. You were my older brother, and you were really nice to me. I ran to find my mother, and you helped me. You made me a peanut butter and jelly sandwich and a glass of milk, and you made me feel a lot better in that awful time. Hilda makes the best. I'm going to get her to make us a couple of them, and then you and I can have a talk about why your sweet little face has so much sorrow running over it." I pull her along with me to say hello to Lexi and the other kids. Lexi's eyes light up as we go into the playroom where she's watching the other two children. They quickly dim as she sees the state Rochelle is in. She gets up and comes to us. She pulls Rochelle into her arms and Rochelle bursts into tears. I nod at Lexi and she takes her out of the room. Zane looks up at me as they leave. "Daddy, what's made her so sad?" He loops his little hand into mine. "I don't know yet. But she had a hard life, just like Daddy did when he was a kid. But Mommy and Daddy are going to try to help her." I tussle his blonde locks. "She'll be okay, buddy. Don't you worry." "Okay, Daddy. I'll try not to." He goes to play with Zoe as she runs her Barbie Jeep all over the floor. I watch my 3 children play on the floor of the large room and wonder how some parents can do things to their children, like abandon them. A day without seeing my kids' faces is a day I've lost forever.
Blake.
Pumping iron for the 3rd time today, I jump as my cell phone rings. I drop the weight and answer the call. Hey Max. How's it going, buddy? Good. I just wanted to let you know that Rochelle is here with us. She told us how she took off from you, and I just wanted you to know she's safe, he says. I guess I'm glad to hear that, I say. Did she mention why the hell she did that to me? Not that it matters one bit, but I'd like to know. Mostly because she's a mess right now. See, she and I have similar issues. While Lexi has helped me immensely, I still have to fight the urge to push her away sometimes. Our kids help me to stabilize those fleeting emotions, but I do fight them from time to time. Well, I can't live like that. I can't live the way life would be with her. I love her. I loved her. I'm sure one day I won't anymore anyway, I say, picking up a little weight and curling it up to my chin a few times. She found out who her father is, Max says, and my heart stops. She said her mother didn't know who it was. She lied to her, like she did about so many things. Rochelle's grandfather let her in on a lot of family secrets. Turns out Rochelle's father was once a good kid. A high school football player, he and her mother were a couple for several years. They got pregnant in their senior year and her mother ran away, Max says. I put the weight down and ask, did she talk to him? She did, he says. He went a bit mad it seems and lives under a bridge or something in her hometown of Round Rock. She went to see him, and it seems things were awkward and really odd, but I would assume the man is completely mentally unstable as he lives under a bridge for the love of God. Why would she go to see him? I ask in disbelief. That was dangerous. The girl isn't sensible. She could have been hurt or worse. I slam my fist on the bar, and the set of dishes I've been packing to give to the charity store shake and make a jingling sound as they bounce against one another. She's so small and fragile, and she went to see a crazy man. What's wrong with her? She could have, he says. Lexi and I both talked to her about never doing that again. At least not all alone. She said he threw a glass bottle of orange juice she gave him at the back window of her grandfather's old truck. He was shouting obscenities as she drove away and screaming her mother's name. But the first part of their meeting was okay, she said. Good gosh. That woman is nuts. That's exactly what she's afraid of, Blake. She's afraid she's crazy, just like her parents. She isn't, of course, but she fears she has no chance of living a normal life. A life you are entitled to, according to her. He makes a long pause, then he says, she talks about you a lot. She's very much in love with you. I sigh. You aren't helping me, Max. Sorry. Guess I thought you might still care for her. I suppose she did burn her bridge with you, just as she was afraid she did. I understand. I really do. Most people wouldn't want to deal with the things that come along with loving a person with abandonment issues. He clears his throat. The pulling with one hand and pushing with the other. I get it, it's enough to make a man crazy. It is. It really is. I start to pace for some damn reason. I have no idea of what to expect. 1 minute it's I love you, Blake. The next, I'm looking around for where the little lunatic has run off to. It's just too much, Max. I'm sorry, I can't do it. I'll go crazy myself. I get it, Blake. You don't have to explain things to me. The things Lexi and I put each other through were awful. I wouldn't wish them on anyone. Stay where you are, stay away from the girl, she's bad news wrapped in a pretty package. He draws in a deep breath. Leave her to her own kind. People with these issues tend to come together. Let someone just like her deal with her lunacy. His words sting and make me feel selfish. I'm glad you understand. Let me know if she needs anything. Anything. I do care for her. I love her. Anyway, let me know if she needs anything at all, Max. I will. Talk to you later, bye. He ends the call, and I gulp down the beer I had. I wonder if she could ever trust me. I wonder if she knows I'd stand by her no matter what. I wonder if she'll ever give me the chance to prove that to her. The last box of my parents' things I carry out to my truck, and get in to haul them all to the charity store. Now that I have all of their things out, it's time to start the remodel. I want this little house to look great, with all the newest bells and whistles, before I find a nice family who really needs it to give it to.
Rochelle.
I've been with Max and Lexi for 3 days now, and they've said some really powerful things to me. The way I've lived my life doesn't have to be the way I continue to live it. Being alone has always been more comfortable to me than being with someone. Now I see why. I learned how to self-soothe, and not in a good way. When people wanted to be in my life or help me, I pushed them away. I always thought that I could do it all on my own. I had managed to survive my mother, and then I lived after she left me with a group of strangers. I always looked at myself as a tough little chick who could handle anything that was thrown at her. And I could do it completely on my own. Kip and Peyton have begged me to come and be their personal chef, but I refuse to do it. Merely on the principle of them paying me more than I am worth. Max and Lexi have made me realize it's not me who decides what I'm worth. It's the people who care for me that do that. If Kip and Peyton feel I'm worth all they want to give me in order for me to work for them, then I should take it if it's something I want to do. I really want my own restaurant. And I really want to make enough money to get that. I also really want Blake in my life. But I messed that up, and I have to accept that. Burning bridges seems to be a thing people with my issues do. I should really learn to stop doing that, but I don't know if it's even possible. Seems neither one of my parents learned how, so what are my chances? A knock comes to my bedroom door, and a little boy's voice calls out, "Shelley, want to play with me?" I hop off the bed and go open the door to find little Zane with a tiny fistful of wildflowers. He holds them up, and I pick him up in my arms and take them. "How sweet, Zane. Of course, I'd love to play with you. What are we going to play?" I carry him down the stairs and find his sister waiting for us with a net in her hand. "We're gonna catch some fireflies and put 'em in a jar. Wanna help?" Zoe asks. "I sure do," I say as I get to the bottom step and put Zane down. One grabs one hand and one takes the other, and they lead me out into the darkening night to catch some fireflies. Lexi and Max are sitting on the patio as Zach plays in the sandbox near them. After I run around with the twins, grabbing up the little bugs, we place them in the jar and go sit down with their parents. Max gets up, takes me by the hand, and pulls me inside with him. "I want to talk to you." I follow along, and he sits me down in the kitchen and pours me a glass of milk and places 2 cookies in front of me. "You sick of me?" I ask with a laugh. He's about to tell me it's time for me to go home. "Never," he says as he tweaks my nose. "I want to talk to you about Blake. I called him today." I look down and frown. "Max, I know you mean well, but you shouldn't have done that. He needs to get on without me." "No, he does not." He sits down on the bar stool next to me. "You and he have something, Shelley. It doesn't come along every day, and I'd be no kind of a big brother if I let you blow it all off." "Max, His finger touches my lips, stopping me. "Rochelle Stone, you are a viable woman who is worthy of love. If you don't pursue this thing you have with Blake, you will end up with the wrong man after the wrong man. Much the same as your mother did when she turned away from your father, destroying them both. I can't sit idly by and watch you do that to yourself. I mean, what kind of a big brother would I be if I did?" "I guess a crappy one," I say with a frown. "But Max, Blake has to hate me." "He doesn't. Sure, he's hurt, but do you know how many times Lexi and I hurt each other before we came to our senses?" He nudges my shoulder with his. "Yeah, I do, as a matter of fact. Lexi told me. By the way, I'd love to meet some of the people she told me about. The little French girl who you call your angel, and that man she married, the model guy from those steamy book covers with Lexi." I pause and look at him. "How did you handle your true love all up under those gorgeous men like that?" "It wasn't easy, believe me." He gets up and gets himself a beer from the fridge. "Now don't be pissed at me, but I did something behind your back." My eyebrows go up to the top of my head and I say, well, before you tell me, hand me one of those beers so I can chill and not tear your head off when you tell me something I can tell is going to make me mad. You're right, he says as he grabs me a beer. Here, take a long drink, then I'll fill you in. I do as he says, then he takes my chin in his hand and looks at me with those deep green eyes of his. I remember them from when I was 3. Do you remember me telling you that you had pretty eyes when I was little? I ask. I do. He lets my chin go and runs his hand through my hair. Remember me telling you that you did too? I smile as he does remember. So weird how you remembered me after all these years. I was only there for a few weeks before my grandparents found me, after all. Slow strokes he makes through my hair as he gazes into my eyes. You were so little and helpless. I took it as my responsibility to keep you safe and help you not be so sad. Your eyes held such sadness back then. You were utterly confused by being left there. I am starting to recall those memories. I laugh a little. A complete stranger on the airplane I rode into Austin on told me I needed to deal with my memories instead of trying to hide from them. I thought he was a jerk for talking to me that way. People don't always mind their own business. I think it's something they're supposed to do, to be honest. I was just like you, and when people talked like they knew anything about me or what I had gone through, well, I thought they were idiots. Max leans back against the bar and smiles at me. We're probably more like brother and sister than most real siblings. We've been through much the same things. Okay, so what did you do that's going to have me mad, bro? I ask with a chuckle. I sent your grandfather's truck back to him. I had one of Hilda's cousins drive it. I want you to use one of our cars, and I want you to go to Lubbock and surprise Blake. He looks at me for my reaction. I blink several times and look down. Why? Because your classes are starting again soon, and you need to see him before you go back to LA. Just so you know, I'm not taking no, or I'll think about it as an answer. He touches my cheek, making me look at him. Want to know why? I nod and whisper, why? Because I love you. I can't stand to see you cheating yourself out of a love that can bring you so much peace and happiness. You asked about my angel, and she was the one who made me stop being stubborn and push past my insecurities and seek Lexi out. So I'm going to be your angel because frankly you need one. I laugh and give him a tiny smile. Since you're not taking no for an answer, what choice do I have, Max? But don't be surprised when Blake tells me to get lost. I don't even know what his address is, anyway. He lives next door to Lexi's brother, if you will recall. So I can put the address into the GPS of whichever car you want to take, and boom, you'll be there in no time. Boom. Just like that, huh? I ask as I shake my head. You really are going to make me put myself out there, aren't you? He nods. I am tomorrow morning, as a matter of fact. What can I do to get out of it? I ask as he pulls me off the bar stool and back out to Lexi and their kids. Not a damn thing. It's time to face your fears and deal with the damage you've done. If nothing comes of it, but the fact you pulled up your big girl panties and faced the things you've done and find you can live through that, then so be it. Lexi smiles at me as we get to the table. Did he get his way? She asks. Doesn't he always? I ask with a laugh. Seems that I must face the music with Blake. Hope he wants to dance to it and not sit this one out.
Blake.
The remodel team took only a couple of days to demo out the master bathroom and put in a new jet bathtub and a beautiful, tiled separate shower, big enough for 2 people. It all looks gorgeous, and I only wish Mom and Dad could have enjoyed using it. I moved out of my childhood bedroom and have the remodeling crew working on it today. With the master bedroom all redone and now the attached bath finished, I've moved into it. A new large 4-post bed and everything. A huge flat screen hangs on the wall. I plan on leaving every stick of furniture and all the things I've bought new for this house when I give it away. I'll be taking my clothes, and that's it. I have a box full of my memories of Mom and Dad that I'll take too. Everything else is going to stay to welcome some unfortunate family to get back on their feet. I do think it's what my parents would have wanted me to do with the place. In the backyard, I sit, sipping a frosty cold beer and relaxing in front of the little swimming pool I had put in the small backyard. There's a nice relaxing waterfall that I hope some lucky kids find fun jumping off of. The back door opens as the last little bit of sunlight leaves the sky. "Hey boss, we're heading out," the foreman of the remodeling crew tells me. "Thanks, man. See you guys tomorrow," I say and give him a wave. He leaves and I turn back and click the remote to turn the lights on in the swimming pool. I imagine a little family cooking in the outdoor kitchen I had put in, as they have fun with a little family time out by the pool. The doorbell rings inside, and I sigh as I get up to see who is interrupting my dream time. Who is it? I holler as I walk through the kitchen and into the living room. "Me," the light lilt of a feminine voice calls out from behind the closed door. The sound of her voice stops me. Why is she here? I've been fine without her, and now she's here to rope me back in. I don't think I should open the door. My feet move forward anyway. My hand touches the doorknob, and I pull it back. "Blake?" she asks on the other side of the door. It's all that separates us, and I need the thick wood to keep her from me. I look at the lock and see it's not latched, and I need it to be latched so damn bad. I turn back and try to walk away. I try to open my mouth to tell her to leave me alone. "Blake, I'm not here to beg you to give me another chance if that's what has you leaving me out here like this. I only wish to see you and tell you I'm sorry in person. I don't expect you to even accept my apology, but I want to face you as I should have done a long time ago." Is she being sincere? Can she even be sincere? I open the door and look down to find her wearing a little white t-shirt and some old blue jeans and flip-flops. Her hair is in a ponytail. She's not even trying to look like an evil seductress like I thought she would. Instead, she looks tiny and sweet like she always does. "Hi," I manage to get out of my drier-than-hell mouth. "Hi, Blake." She looks up at me, and her eyes shine like a beacon in the night. So blue and gorgeous. "I just wanted to tell you, face to face, I'm sorry for being a coward." I swallow hard and say, "You aren't a coward, Rochelle." She nods her little head. "I am, and you deserve better than what I've given you. You deserve an explanation for how I've treated you. For how I've left you. I'd like to offer you that if you'd let me." Though I should close this door, I take a step back and gesture for her to come inside. She comes in, and the smell of her lavender-scented shampoo fills my senses. I gulp and try hard to maintain my composure. "Please have a seat." "I'll be right back," I say, then go into the kitchen. I take 3 beers out. I chug one, then throw the empty bottle in the trash. I take the other 2 with me. Handing her one, then I take the chair across from her. I eye her warily as I take a sip of the beer I just opened. She takes a drink, then sets it on the table next to her. I don't need the liquid courage. I don't really deserve to have any. I've done terrible things to you, and all because I don't value myself. I just want you to know none of it was you. You're a wonderful person, and it was my pleasure to know you. Especially how we knew each other. The intimate moments? I ask as I take another drink to cool my burning insides. The way you treated me in bed, yes. I was lucky to get to ever feel you like that, she says, then leans forward. Those are memories I'll always cherish, and never will I forget how you treated me so respectfully and with the utmost kindness at all times. Thank you for that, Blake. So is that all you wanted to tell me, Rochelle? I ask as I place my beer on the table and stand up. Her eyes go wide and they follow me as I stand. She nods and moves to stand up herself. I take her small shoulders in my hands and press her back down, then sit next to her. I'd like to say some things to you, Rochelle. Some things I've ached to tell you when you left me like that. She bites her bottom lip and looks at me as her eyes glisten. Okay, give it to me. I deserve it. You do, I say, then trail my fingers along her delicate jawline and then over her collarbone. You deserve to know I think you're brave and courageous. To come here and face me is not a thing I thought you could ever do. Her throat swells a little as she gulps, and her body shakes a bit. Really? I nod and lean into her, inhaling her scent. You deserve to hear I've never stopped loving you. You deserve to hear I forgive you. And you deserve to hear that I accept you for who you are, which is a magnificent woman. My lips are close to hers, and I look into her eyes. Can I kiss you? The slightest of nods she gives me, and I take her lips. The sweet heat fills me with our touch. Softly she pants and wraps her arms around my neck. I've missed her too much to waste time. I pick her up and kiss her all the way down the hall to my new bedroom. I lie on the bed, laying her out next to me, our lips never parting. Her fingers fumble with the button on my jeans, and she seems to want me as bad as I want her. Leaving her lips only long enough to undress her and then myself. We exchange long looks at the other's body. Her lips curl into a smile. You've been working out like a maniac, haven't you? I run my hand down my tight abs. You noticed how sweet. I wonder if this means she's back.
Rochelle.
My body finally feels like mine again. I've been distant even from myself. Not letting a lot go into my brain as I try to come to terms with what has happened to me in very low doses. He rolls me over and lays me back on a mountainous pillow, my body still inclined towards his. Then his eyes look into mine, and I see it. I see the acceptance he's giving me. I love you, Rochelle. No matter what you ever do, I love you and always will. It doesn't feel like he's trying to dominate me like before. It doesn't feel as if he's trying to make me his. It feels like he wants us just to be. Just as much as I'll allow us to be. It feels perfect. Rolling to his side, he pulls me to him, my back to his front, and he runs his arm around my waist. His soft lips touch the back of my neck. I'm not holding you down, baby. I'm not holding you like you belong to me. I am merely holding you to feel your body next to mine, the way our bodies were meant to be together. His words bring something to my heart it had been lacking, though I had no idea it ever was. A sense of companionship. A sense of compassion and a sense that this man knows me. Inside and out he knows me and he accepts me, big, fat, ugly flaws and shortcomings, and hurtful ways included. Never have I felt more lucky.
Blake.
My mind is peaceful. She is back where she should be. Nestled in my arms and sleeping like a baby. The urge to kiss her awake and make sweet love to her again, I am having to fight. She needs to sleep. The way her eyes looked when I saw her told me she's had so much sorrow and has beaten herself up over too many things. My mind told me to turn away from her, but my heart wouldn't allow that. No matter her transgressions, she still is the only real love I've ever known and most likely ever will. To make her happy is all I can think about. To make her feel my love for her encompasses my every thought, my every movement as I take her into my loving arms. I rushed my need for her before, and I will never make that mistake again. She's sensitive to my feelings. If she senses I need her too much too soon, she'll run. If she thinks for 1 second I'm trying to control her, she'll bolt. I can't say I blame her after all she's gone through. She only really trusts herself to take care of what she wants. Again, who could blame her after her own mother let her down at the most vulnerable time of her life? I have to wonder what I'm in for. She has 2 crazy as shit parents after all. I have to wonder if I'm strong enough to handle all that goes with this magnificent woman I hold in my arms. She stirs and her eyes flicker open, and she smiles when she sees me looking down at her as I've propped my head on my hand. "Hi," she says sleepily. I kiss her cute little nose. "Hi." She turns in my arms and wraps her arms around my neck and snuggles into my chest. I lay back down and cuddle her to me. She feels so tiny, and I think how I could never have left her somewhere and just walked away the way her mother did all those years ago. The fact is, if she'd never run from me, I would have never let her go. My heart lurches as I think about her leaving me again. I stop and push the thought from my head. There are no guarantees in this life. I sure as hell know that. I need to take each day as it comes and enjoy what I have at the moment and not dwell on what might happen tomorrow or the next day or even the day after that. Today, this moment is all that matters right now. I need to live in this moment and cherish the way her body feels as it conforms to mine. The way her warm breath is falling in waves on my chest. The way my love for her makes me feel. It's great that she loves me back. It's fantastic, actually, but I don't have to dwell on if she'll love me forever. It needs to be enough that I have felt all-encompassing love. If I get more days of this, that is more than fantastic. If another never comes for me, well, at least I have felt it. And that's what really matters after all.
Intense luck. Rochelle.
Thin rays of pink light stream through a tiny opening in the dark curtains of Blake's bedroom. His strong arms cradle me, and the feeling I'm home is both comforting and scary as hell to me. Soft kisses on the back of my neck let me know he's awake, and a familiar bump against my back begins to pulse. Although we made love more times in the last few days than I can count, I still crave more of this man. He's gorgeous, sweet, and so very well endowed. My hand runs over his hip and down his muscular leg as he moves in even closer behind me. I lie on my side in front of him and lean my body back to meet his. He lifts my hair and peppers my neck with sweet little kisses. "Good morning," I say with a giggle as his kisses tickle me. "Good morning to you." He turns me in his arms and I'm looking into his beautiful blue-brown eyes. "What do you want to do today, my little sweet princess?" "Lie around in bed with you all day." "I don't know, Blake. What do you want to do?" He kneels down beside the bed and runs his hand over my cheek. "I only want to make you happy." He only wants to make me happy, yet my stomach dropped when he said the words. I gaze into his eyes, and then I smile despite my internal feelings. "How about you go to the store and get me some things so I can make a really great lunch? I'm thinking Monte Cristos and homemade sweet potato fries." He moans. "Sounds good. I'll take a shower and get dressed, and you make me a list of what you need." My cell phone buzzes, and I pick it up off the nightstand to see my mother has left me a text message. "Your grandfather told me he told you about your father." I called her to talk, and she answered the first ring. "Hi Tabitha," I say. "I hope you didn't get too angry with Grandpa." "I did, but don't worry about that," she says. "I never wanted you to know about Rodney. You see, it was his all-consuming love of me that sent me running from him. And the truth is, he got me pregnant on purpose. He wanted me to marry him before we even finished high school. He trapped me by getting me pregnant. He used a rubber, but had purposely poked holes in it. Only his trap didn't work, and I ran." "Wow," I say as she finally tells me the truth about things. "But why run if he was willing to do right by you?" I was 18. Not at all ready to marry him or be a parent. He didn't understand, didn't care to, I suppose. He wanted me and kids, and he did what he could to make that happen, whether I was in agreement or not. She makes a long sigh, then sniffles. "Your grandfather also told me you're in Lubbock with some man. I just wanted to let you know that you remind me so much of your father." "How? How can I remind you of him? He's crazy," I ask in complete confusion. "You have the same tendency he has to strive hard to get what you want. You know how hard you've worked to get the cooking degree. And this man you're with now, well, how deeply do you feel for him?" she asks. "I love him like I never thought possible to love someone," I answer. "I feel at home with him." Another deep sigh my mother makes, then says, "Shelley, that's bad. It's not normal to think that much about someone, especially so damn soon. I'm really afraid that if this guy dumps you, like the rest did, you'll end up like your father, going crazy like he did when I left him." "I need to go, Tabitha." My mind is spinning, and I feel as if I might be sick. Thanks for the talk. No problem, Shelley, she says. I just don't want you to go down the same path your father did. Keep men at arm's length. Keep your heart guarded. You don't want to end up living under a bridge like he does. Bye now. She ends the call, and all my hopes of having a slightly normal life with Blake by my side. I pull the blanket up to cover my now shivering body. Shock and disappointment fill me. Blake walks out of the bathroom looking like the handsome angel he is, and I stop my body from shaking. I manage to put a fake smile on my face and say, "Let me write down what I need so you can run and get that for me, babe." With a smile, he reaches into a drawer and gets out a pen and some paper. He sits down on the bed next to me and strokes my hair as I write the list that will take him a little while to get. I need the time to get my things and go. My body aches with every little stroke his fingers make over my head. Mentally, I make note of how this feels, for I will never feel it again.
Blake.
I had to go to 3 stores to find this coconut flour Rochelle needs. I blink as I pull into the driveway and find Rochelle's borrowed car gone. My heart stops and I rush inside. Her clothes are all gone. I look around for anything, a letter or a little note telling me why she left me again. I find nothing and find my knees weak and nearly fall onto the sofa. With a heavy heart, I pull my phone out of my pocket and call Kip. "Hey mate," he says as he answers my call. "Hey Kip. Rochelle left me again. I'm not going to try to contact her. I have no idea why she left. We didn't fight or anything. I just would really like it if you could let me know when she arrives back home safely. That's all." "Sure," he says. "I'm really sorry, mate." "Thanks. Bye, Kip." I end the call and go out to get the groceries I bought and now will go to waste as I have no idea of how to use them. I walk with the armload of bags to Josh's house and ring the doorbell. He answers the door. "Hi, Blake. What can I do ya for?" "I wanted to see if you want these groceries." His eyebrows arch up high. "Why's that?" "She left me again. I went to get these things she sent me out for, and she left. I don't know how to use any of this stuff. You may as well have them." He steps back. "Bring them in and let's talk." I walk inside not wanting to talk. I just want to go to bed and sleep, and hopefully, I'll wake up to find this has all been some horrible nightmare.
Rochelle.
I've been back home 2 weeks and find myself feeling so empty. Blake hasn't tried to contact me, not even once. He must hate me, and I should be happy about that, but I'm not. I'm miserable. Instead of heading home after my last class, I'm heading over to cry on Peyton's shoulder. My mother keeps calling me and talking to me about how I have so much of my father in me, and how alike the two of us are. It's literally making me sick. I pull into the driveway, and Peyton opens the door and lets Pax walk on his little legs to me. I pick him up, and he kisses my cheek and hugs me. I hug his tiny body and nearly cry. Peyton takes him out of my arms as I get to her, and she pulls me into her arms, where I promptly fall apart. "I'm a mess without him," I say as I cry. "I know you are, sweetie," she says as she leads me inside. Loud sobs I make and try hard to stifle them as Kip approaches us, and I see him through waves of tears. "How's our girl?" he asks as Peyton hands Pax to him. "Not well, but I'm about to get to the bottom of it," Peyton tells him as she pulls me down the long hallway to the bedroom I always stay in when I come here. She stops by the kitchen and grabs a tub of chocolate ice cream and 2 spoons. Then we go into the room, climb up on the bed, and sit shoulder to shoulder. Peyton dips a spoon into the chocolate miracle food and hands it to me. "Eat," she commands in a soothing tone. "You've easily lost 10 pounds, girl." Somehow I choke down the spoonful and find it spurs me on to eat more. I haven't eaten more than a few crackers since I left him. I sob again. "Why did I do that, Peyton?" She shakes her head. You told me your mother and you have been talking. Now dry up the crying so you can fill me in on all the details, and maybe I can help you figure out why you made such a drastic and bad decision. Peyton hands me a tissue from the bedside table, and I blow my nose. She hands me another, and I wipe my eyes. I swallow back the sobs and try to get determined to stop crying so she can help me. Okay, I think I'm okay for now, I say as I shake my head and take another bite of ice cream. It was going great. No, more than great. Oh, Peyton, the way he makes me feel is out of this world. So why run? She asks as she scoops out another chocolate mound. With a deep breath, I say, well, it all started when I found out who my real father is. He's a homeless man who's really crazy and lives under an overpass in my hometown. Peyton's spoon halts in midair and she looks at me. You have to be shitting me. I shake my head and gulp down another bite. I wish. I went to see him. Her hand juts up and she stops me. Wait. You went to see a crazy man under a bridge. Why on earth would you do such a thing? Please tell me you took someone with you when you did that. No, Mom. Gosh. You sound like Max and Lexi and Blake. I shake my head and take another bite. You know what would go great with this? What? She asks with a frown. Some red wine. I smile and her frown deepens. Well, I can get you some. She gets up and starts to walk away. You won't be joining me? I ask in surprise because Peyton is a lover of the grape. She turns back and has a little grin on her face. I didn't want to tell you our news and ruin your tragic moment. I jump up and grab her by her narrow shoulders, which I have to tiptoe to reach. Tell me what news. Kip and I are expecting again. You little no good, I say, then hug her. You two must have been trying, you sneak. It seems that magic night when you and Blake were over here, and Pax was with the in-laws worked for Kip and me. I'm under a month pregnant, but we found a test that told us we were. I jump up and down, and we hug, and I pull her back to sit on the bed. No wine then, I say. I could never drink without you. Congratulations. I pick up a spoonful of ice cream and hand it to her, then take mine and fill it, then we click them together like a couple of glasses. Her smile spreads clear across her face and she says, thanks. We're super happy about it. Do you want a girl this time? I ask. You know we just want a healthy baby. Whatever we get, we'll be good with. Her genuine smile tells me that she's telling the truth. That's good. I wish you all the best, Pate. So, please continue with your story about going to see your homeless dad. And just know I think you're crazy for going to see him all alone. She sits back and we resume our positions, leaning our shoulders against the others and munching out on the ice cream. The bedroom door opens and Kip peeks in. I heard the screaming. Did she tell you our good news? She did, I say. Congrats, Daddy. I jump off the bed and hug him. He hugs me back. We're pretty happy. As you should be, I say and pat him on the back, then go back to sit with Peyton. Peyton looks at Kip. Where's Pexy Poo? Napping, he says, then turns to leave. Peyton looks at me. Can he stay? I nod. You want to come talk some sense into me? I ask him. He nods and runs back and hops on the bed, stealing Peyton's spoon and taking a scoop of ice cream. Fill me in. Peyton laughs and says, okay, Shelley knows who her father is. He's a homeless, crazy man who lives under a bridge in her hometown of Round Rock, and she went all by herself to see him. Kip frowns and I hold up my hand to stop him before he tells me how crazy that was. I know I was dumb for doing that. Believe me, I know that now. Okay, he says. Proceed, please. Alrighty then, I say and lean back against a mountain of pillows. So I went to see him and he knew who I was. He started out reasonably sane, but when I left, he threw a bottle of orange juice I gave him at the truck I was driving, and I heard him yelling my mother's name and a barrage of cuss words. They both just sit and shake their heads at me. Then Kip says, see what happens when you deal with crazy people? Yeah, I know, I nod in agreement. So, anyway, after hanging and talking with Max and Lexi for a few days, they talked me into going to see Blake and apologizing for leaving him like I did. I suppose he took it well since you two stayed together at his place for a few days, Peyton says. Yeah, he took it well, and we made up, and it was like heaven. The way he touches me and how he makes me feel so special. His kisses woke me each morning, and they were the last things I felt each night. I close my eyes and can recall the sensation, and my skin burns with the memory. Kip taps my leg, making me open my eyes. If it was so special, why'd you leave, pet? A phone call from my mother brought me back to my awful reality. I'm a person who's on the edge of crazy, and loving him is exactly what would send me over the edge, like it did my father, she told me, I tell them. Kip and Peyton exchange a look. Then Peyton looks at me and says, why in the world would you put so much stock into what that woman says? She knows, I say with a huff. She knew him and how her leaving drove him to lunacy. She sees that in me. Kip rolls his eyes. From what you've told us about your relationship with her, she barely knows ya, sweetheart. Why would ya believe her? She's only ever hurt ya. I know that. I do, but I can't hurt Blake like that if she's right about me. I hang my head and play with the blanket's edge. Peyton's soft hand touches my chin. Rochelle, she doesn't know you. We do, and you're nowhere near the crazy she thinks you could be. You're not even really self-destructive. You're just afraid and confused sometimes, but you aren't crazy. You really think I don't have those tendencies? They both shake their heads, and I feel really stupid. Peyton pulls me into her and hugs me. You should take some time, I suppose. But leaving Blake was a mistake. Do you think you could make him understand everything? As I pull back, I catch Kip looking at her with a frown. Why are you frowning, Kip? I ask. He looks away, then back at me. All right. It'll do no good to pull my punches with ya. You've hurt the man so badly it may be too late for you to. Though I know what he said is true, it still hurts like he's punched me in the stomach. Peyton hits him in the arm and shrieks, Kip? Damn. Well, I'm sorry, he shouts back. It's true though. You don't want her hopes all up, do you? Have you talked to him? I ask. He nods and pats my leg. I have, and he was not himself, but he was certain he could take no more. He loves you, but he can't take any more. My heart fills with something so much worse than sorrow. So, I've ruined it forever then. Peyton wraps her arm around my shoulders. Come on. There are other fish in the sea, as they say. I'm not really a lover of fish. I take a pillow and hug it tight. I'm better off alone. No, you're not, sweetheart, Kip says. But take some time. Heal your wounds and stop thinking all the time that you may go crazy someday. You're far from it. Well, you're kinda quick to make drastic decisions, but that's not really crazy. And yeah, look, gift horses in the mouth a lot. Again, not crazy, just not smart. Peyton punches him in the arm again. Kip, since when did you get so bad at helping a girl out? I'll let you two talk, he says as he gets up and leaves us. Just don't go giving her any false hopes, love. I won't, Peyton says as she waves him off. And order a pizza for us. Stuffed crust and every meat available on it. I'm dying for one. The cravings all ready, love, he asks her as he opens the door. Something fierce, she answers as she rubs her belly. He gives her a smile, then leaves, and I'm left thinking I will never have this. I will never have a husband and child, on the way. I will never have anything but a life of solitude and loneliness. All because of my mother filling my head with fears.
Kip.
After calling in the pizza order, I find a safe place to call Blake from. I can't have the women overhearing me. He answers on the first ring. Hey Kip. Is everything okay? Is Rochelle alright? She is, mate. She's here, and we talked to her. It was her mum who had her running this time. The old bat told her she would go crazy like her loony father if she allowed herself to love you, I tell him. That skank, he says. I should call Rochelle. No. I shout. Don't do that. I told her she hurt you too much this time. I told her the chance she had with you was over. What? He yells. What if that backfires? Oh hell, Kip. Listen, mate, I say as I pace and fear he might be right. You should have seen her face. It was fallen, and she was looking into her head for once. Thinking about what she'd done, and how it was not reversible. That's fantastic. I don't think so, Kip, he says, sounding downtrodden. What if she moves on? That's exactly what I think she needs to do. Go out with another bloke, and see how much better you are than any other man. His silence is deafening, and he finally says, Do you really think that'll work? I cross my fingers. I do. Or hell. I guess go for it. See what happens. Something has to make her see she loves me and only me. Maybe if the guy's a real jerk or something, it'll show her I'm the man for her, Blake says. Okay. So you aren't going to call her, and I'll find just the right guy for her to go on a date with who'll make you look fantastic, and she'll come running to you. Or call you at the very least, and beg for another chance. I laugh and he sighs. Okay, let me know how it goes, bye, he says, and we end the call. I turn and go back to the kitchen just as the doorbell rings. Pizza man. I open the door to find a tall, gangly boy with the pizza I ordered. Peyton and Rochelle come to the door and grab the box. Yes? I'm starving. The boy looks around me at Rochelle. Hi, he says to her as his cheeks turn pink. Remember me? She looks at him for a few seconds. Oh yeah. You worked bussing tables at the restaurant I interned at. Kyle, right? He nods. Nice seeing you again. You too. You should come back to work there. We need more hard workers like you, she says. Maybe I will. Did you ever get rid of the stalker? He asks with a smile. I turn to her. You had a stalker? She nods. Blake. I wouldn't call him that, I say. The guy nods. Oh, I would. The dude followed her into the ladies' restroom, and wouldn't let her out for like 30 minutes. She was all roughed up when she got free of him. I looked out the back door before she left to be sure he wasn't going to bother her, the creep. The creep, huh? I ask as I look at her. Kept you locked up in the ladies' room, huh? Her cheeks turn red, and I can just imagine what they did in there for half an hour. I run my arm around her little shoulders and smile at the kid. Then she says, Bye, Kyle. Bye to you too, Shelley. I close the door and give her shoulders a squeeze. Now, why on earth would you tell the people you work with that Blake's a stalker? I'm obviously an idiot, Kip, she says with a laugh. I'm beginning to agree with her.
Blake.
Sure, I'd love to come down there, Max. I'll get packed up and get Josh to oversee the remodeling while I'm gone. It's just what I need to get that girl off my mind. Kip's going to set her up with some jerk, and I hope that makes her realize I'm the one for her. But the thought of her out with another man has been keeping me up at night. Max makes a huffing sound, then says, A jerk, huh? I'll talk to Kip. When you have abandonment issues, you tend to like to have jerks around. Don't ask me why, because I sure as hell don't know, but I know I did that to myself. A bunch of real skanks I kept around until I finally let Lexi in. Crap? I say. Shit. I knew it was a bad idea. Yeah, call Kip and tell him to find a really nice guy if he knows any. She'll run from him like he was a mountain lion. Max laughs, but my heart is pounding in my chest. It'll be okay, Blake. I'll take care of it. Okay, let's talk about something else. Anything else, I say as I pace around the backyard swimming pool. Did Kip tell you the good news? Max asks me. What good news? I stop and listen. They're having another baby. My stomach clenches. I have to wonder if that'll ever happen to me. If Rochelle ever lets that happen for us, well, that's nice for them, I manage to get out of my mouth. Max sighs. Buddy, believe me. I know what you're thinking. And one day, yes, it will happen. Hopefully it's Rochelle, but it may be another woman. I can't wrap my head around another woman. Not ever. No one could ever make me feel the way Rochelle does. The way her body conforms to mine. Her laugh and mine combine to make the best sound I've ever heard. No, there will never be another woman for me. Thanks for the pep talk, Max. I'll see you tomorrow around noon. Bye. Bye, Blake. I put the phone back in my pocket and jog over to see Josh and ask him to watch over things for a few days or so. I knock on the door and he smiles at me as he answers it. He backs up and gestures for me to come inside. Hi, Josh. I walk in and he takes me all the way through the empty house. Where is everyone? Out shopping. He opens the back door and I can see the yard has been sectioned off. Building something? I ask. A pool, he says as he grabs a beer out of an ice chest and tosses one to me. He sits on a lawn chair and I take the one near his. I have to keep up with the next door neighbor, or my wife and kids will have my head. Oh crap. Really? I'm sorry, dude, I say, then take a drink of the cold beer. Nah, don't be. This old place needs some help too, just like yours did. The whole neighborhood needs to be revamped. This subdivision has been here for around 50 years. Most of the houses are badly in need of upgrades, he says. A light bulb goes off in my brain. Hey, you know what? This is exactly the kind of thing Max has talked to me about. Projects I can use some of my money on to help me keep it out of the government's hands and help the things I care about. What are you talking about, Blake? Josh takes a long sip of his beer. A neighborhood beautification fund. I can make one for the whole neighborhood, and then everyone can make improvements to their homes, courtesy of my lucky money. I grin and take another drink of my beer. A park in that vacant lot would be a great addition as well, don't you think? Wow. Do you know how great it would be to have this street looking good? Adding a park is a great idea. Do you suppose your remodeling crew could get to it all? I bet they'd give you a great deal if you got them that much work. Josh stands up and surveys the exterior of his home. New stone or brick exteriors for all the homes would look nice, wouldn't it? I ask. Then another light flashes in my head. How's that job at that oil field service company going? I know it's no business of mine, but you sure have been home a lot the last few months. The work has slacked off real bad. Josh takes a long drink from his beer. I'm about to have to look into doing something other than what I've been doing the last 15 years. The future in oil looks bleak. Well, I'll need someone who knows a thing or two to head up something this big. This is, at the very least, a 5-year project if it's to be done right. Don't you think? I ask him. Maybe I can think of someone who'd be a good candidate for that. Josh gets his phone out and starts looking through his contacts. I look over at him. What are you doing? Looking at who all I know who might be able to do the job you're talking about, he says. I reach over and put my hand over the phone screen. How about you, Josh? Me, he asks with wide eyes. Well, I don't know a thing about what you're talking about. I didn't know a thing about doing remodeling either, but I learned, and I can tell you what I know. You can do some research to find out more. I'm sure I can talk to the boss and get you a hell of a lot more money than your current job is paying you. Josh looks confused. The boss? Who's that? I punch his arm lightly. Me, you goof. Oh, I don't know, Blake. Josh fidgets nervously. What if I let you down? I mean, I just can't. Oh my, what a job though. Boy, everyone in the neighborhood would love me, and so would my wife. Yep. I say, taking a long drink, and then placing the bottle on the little table between us. So is that a yes, Josh? You know what? He looks at me and smiles. That's a definite yes, Blake. I'm your man. Cool. I say and grab my beer bottle and tap it to his. To a long and beautiful association with my right-hand man. Your right-hand man, Josh echoes. I won't disappoint you. I know you won't, I say. Your first job is to finish overseeing the remodel of my home. I'll show you the specs later, and you can quit your job ASAP and come to work for me. How soon can you start? Is tomorrow too far away for you? He asks with a grin. My company is laying people off left and right. It would be a relief to my boss if I left, rather than if he had to let me go. Tomorrow is great. I'm actually leaving for Houston. I'll put that off for a few hours so I can get you all set up. I tap a number for a yearly salary I have in mind for him into my phone's calculator and show it to him. His eyes light up. Blake, you sure? That's a lot of zeros. Oh, sorry, my mistake. I pull the phone back, change all the zeros to nines, and show him the new number. His eyes go even brighter somehow. No way. Damn, you drive a hard bargain. I pull the phone back to add more money. He laughs and says, no. That's more than enough, Blake. Hell yeah, I'll be your right-hand man. Josh jumps up and does a wacky dance that has me laughing so hard I nearly fall out of the old lawn chair. Glad I can make some people happy. I wish it was Rochelle too, but I'll take what I can get.
Rochelle.
Shadows dance across my ceiling as I look up at it and think about Blake. The hour is late, and my mind is so tired of thinking about recipes and correct food temperatures, and I wish like hell he was holding me in his arms. All I want is to hear his deep, sensual voice on the other end of my phone. I pick it up off the nightstand and look at his name in my contacts list. One push of the button would have me hearing him at the very least, telling me to buzz off, and that's better than nothing. I look longingly at his name. My finger lingers over his name, then I nearly throw the damn phone as it rings. It's my mother's name that shines, lighting up the dark. I take a deep breath and answer, because who doesn't take a phone call at 3 a.m. when a parent calls? Hi, Tabitha. Shelley. Yes, it's me, Shelley. Did you accidentally call me? No, I meant to call you. She hiccups, and I know she's drunk. I'm not a good woman. I want to say duh, but that's too mean. No, you're a little broken, and that's okay after all you've been through. You see, Grandpa told me about your mother too, Mom. Mom, she asks, her voice cracking. You haven't called me that since you were 3. Well, my mind and heart didn't agree on calling you that. But now I kind of think you need me. You may not realize it yet, but you do, and I need you too. My heart hurts as I think about her and her mother in a car as it crashes, and my 4-year-old mom watches her mother pass on right in front of her eyes. Want to talk about your mother and that day or night or whatever it was? It was nighttime, and it was so scary, Shelley. I can hear her take a long drink of something, then she inhales deeply, and I know she's sucking on some kind of a cigarette. I keep my comments to myself and just let her talk. The one thing I hold on to is that she was dead and gone right after it happened. She never screamed or cried. I did, though. I wasn't in pain, but I was just so afraid. Then what happened? I ask and sit upright in my bed. It's all I've been wanting to hear from her. After another long drag off of the thing she's smoking, she says, well, a man broke the windshield and some of the glass glanced across my skin. It stung and I looked down as I cried. That's when I saw all the blood. What was wrong? I ask and sit up more, leaning over and holding my knees in my arms. Something had flown around in the car as we rolled over and over again. It must have clipped me just above my thighs. I was cut deep. I still carry those scars. She giggles. That's why I never wear short shorts, even though my legs are to die for. I find myself laughing a little too. Did you have surgery or just stitches? Not real sure, she says. A lot went blurry after that. A man with jet black hair released my seatbelt. I have to say that my mother always made sure she and I always wore our seatbelts, even though it wasn't the law back then. I'm sure it's been hard to remember for you. When did you start to miss her? I ask and listen intently. She makes a long pause. Her voice is so soft I can almost not hear her. The moment I saw her head hanging, the moment the 4-year-old I was realized my mother was gone. That's when I started missing her, and I still do to this very day. It took a part of my soul, the part that loves, trusts, and believes this is a real life. But this is a real life, Mom, I whisper. You sure, Shelley? She asks, then I hear her take another 3 gulps of whatever she's drinking. I'm not so sure. The idea I have so many crazy genes running through me makes me afraid, but I swallow hard and say, I am sure, Mom. This is real life. I wonder all the damn time, she murmurs. It's kinda like my life stopped then when I lost her. Is that what happened to you when I left you? My heart stops. I never thought I'd get to talk to her about how I felt about that time in my life. Yeah. Mama, what happened? Illicit substances, alcohol, and the fact you reminded me of your father and my mother. Another long drag she makes. You have to know you were conceived with love. Your father and I loved one another deeply. If it wasn't so hard to love, I would have stayed with that man forever. We could have been a family, us 3. That's what he wanted, and I did too at that time. You said he fooled you, Mama. You said he poked holes on the rubber he used. My words come so soft I pray she hears them. Truth, she says with a loud voice. Truth time, right? Okay, here it is. You were a planned baby. I wanted you, your daddy wanted you. He didn't fool me, I fooled him. Or so it seemed at that time. When I found out I had a baby in me, well, I freaked. I get it. I do, I say. It's like you knew you couldn't do right by the baby, right? Right, she says with an excited voice. I knew you'd end up with your daddy's brains. He was so smart and so damn handsome. Gosh, we loved each other, and I had to mess us all up. You know, Mom, there are people who you can talk to that can help you. What you went through, losing your mother and in the way you did, is traumatic. It messes with your mind, and we need help to get past it and make our lives better, I tell her and myself at the same time. I've been talking to a friend of Peyton's. The truth is, I haven't been really letting her in. It's what I do with everyone. I let them in just enough, but not all the way. It's time I follow my own advice and do some real talking with the person who can help me the most. My mother is crying on the other end of the line, and I feel terrible for her, and wish I was there to hold her and tell her it's all going to be okay. You know, Shelley, even if I do get someone to help me, I think it's just too late. The fact I have to see what I did to your father, alone, is enough to make the guilt flow through me like a raging river. She goes silent for a little while. Finally I asked, Mom, are you still there? I am, she answers. I wish it was so simple. I wish everything was simple. It seems it's been so long that things have been so messed up in my head that it can't be fixed. I can't be fixed. Anyway, sorry I took up so much of your time and it's late. I suppose you have that school thing in the morning and here I am just going on and on. Mom, I'm really happy you called and that we talked about this stuff. Thank you so much for this. You can imagine how bad I needed to hear all this. I paused to wipe a tear off my cheek. Maybe I could get Rodney some help too. Where are his parents? They died in a house fire along with his younger brother. It was your father who accidentally started the fire. He was drunk, and as he left the house late at night while everyone else was sleeping, he knocked a candle over. He knew he did it, and in his drunken state, he didn't think about what would happen if he left it burning on the carpeted floor, she says, then sighs deeply. Another bunch of people's lives affected by my choices and screw-ups. He and I had talked on the phone. I was pregnant with you and had run. It was the first time we'd talked since I'd left. It still wasn't your fault that happened. It was his and his alone, I tell her. It was mine. He told me nice things and I told him mean things. I didn't have to be like that, she says. I accept the responsibility of the things I've done. I carry the burden which is mine to bear. You carry way too much burden, Mom, I say, and more tears trail down my cheeks. Let some of it go. Give some of it away. Easier said than done, sweetheart, she says. The burdens have been with me longer than any person has. They are my company when I'm alone. They are my family, so to speak. And they are always with me. The alcohol and illicit substances take them away for short periods of time, but they never leave for good. I sober up, and they become stronger than they were before. Seems they taunt me at times. Mom, the degree of how unhealthy this is not measurable. You need to get help, and I intend to see that you do. That we both do, and I intend on seeing what can be done about getting Rodney into a facility and out from under that damn bridge. Mark my words, within 1 year, the three of us will be on the road to getting some kind of help out of this madness we've been put in. I grab a tissue, blow my nose, then get up and go towards the bathroom to wash my face and get rid of this defeatist attitude I've had since I was 3. My mother laughs. Okay, dear. We'll see. I've kept you long enough. Good night. Good night, Mom. I love you. She's silent for a second as she's never told me those words, and the only time I've told them to her, I was throwing them at her in anger. I love you too, Shelley. Bye.
Blake.
The sun shines through the windshield as I drive to Houston to do a little mind mingling with Max about what I should do with my money. I have Josh as my right-hand man now, and he's already hard at work figuring out how to handle the neighborhood renovation plan. Now that I have some idea about what I can do to make things better for some people, and keep some of my money going to things like that instead of the horrible taxes, I can concentrate on investments. I have to make money from my money, so I can keep having money after all. My cell dings and I look over at it but don't pick it up. I'll check it the next time I stop. And since I see a little store right here, I'll stop. Damn, my curiosity. I pull up to the gas pump. I may as well get some gas while I'm here. My body seems to be tingling for some odd reason as I pick up the phone. There it is. A message from her. After a mere 3 weeks, she's finally contacting me. I almost don't want to read it. I tap her name and the message springs onto the screen. I'm sorry. She's sorry. So what does that mean? I have no idea of what to send back. No idea what I want to say or how I even feel about this. She is sorry. Well, so am I. I pull away without getting any gas. My mind has gone numb. There's not a doubt in my mind that she is sorry, but that's not enough. Is she done running from the things that are good for her? Is she through with the nonsense that one day she might lose me, so it's better not to have me at all? Is she no longer a tiny bit insane? These are the kinds of things I need to hear from her. Sorry is a start, but only one little part of what I need to hear from her. I could pick up the phone and take her back right this second, and in less than a week, we will be at this same exact place again. She has to be without me for a while. She has to feel the need and want I know she has in her for me. All I want to do right now is to pick that phone up and call her. My hands are fidgeting all over the steering wheel, and my eyes keep being drawn to the phone that lies on the passenger seat of my truck. With a quick movement, I grab the phone and toss it in the back seat so I can't see it. I can't get to it if it rings or dings with another message from her. If it's the right thing to do, why does it hurt so damn bad?
Born Lucky. Rochelle.
Click clack, click clack. That's all I can hear as I walk down the sidewalk away from the movie theater. We watched a sappy love story, and I want to choke somebody. It's been a month since I've seen Blake. I sent him one text message telling him I was sorry, and he didn't even send anything back. A new guy came to work at the restaurant where I'm interning, and he's from London. He has this great accent, and he's tall with dark hair he keeps cut really short. His eyes are blue, not a speck of brown in them. Plain old blue eyes and a plain old face with not much emotion on it. Except when he looks at me. Sean has been hounding me to go out with him since he walked through those kitchen doors 3 weeks ago. I haven't been up for dating since my heart belongs to Blake, but my mind is refusing to allow anything to happen on that front. Now Blake has turned a cold shoulder to me, and Sean has been heating up every chance he gets. I finally agreed to go to dinner and a movie with him. He took me to eat Chinese, then we went to see The Love Story, and now he's walking me back to my car. I refused to let him pick me up, still keeping people at a distance. He was understanding about that though. Something Blake never really could understand. No pressure is what this guy keeps telling me. But the way his hand just grabbed mine, and judging by how much closer he moved towards me, that's about to change. I grab the keys from my purse and press the button to unlock my car. His hand leaves mine and I make a sigh of relief. But he just moved it to lay his arm around my shoulders, and now my chest is getting all tight, and I itch for some damn reason. Let's don't wrap this up yet, Sean says. How about a drink at that bar we passed back there? Just one, no pressure. I really shouldn't have a drink then drive home, that's irresponsible, I say and keep going towards my car. He's bigger than I am and easily stops my progression. His hand touches my chin and I look up at him. He says, Shelley, one drink isn't going to affect you that much. I have seen you put away 3 glasses of wine after work and then drive home. Well, those were really bad days, and I was trying to forget about some things. It was a bad idea to do. I really just want to go home and pull my clothes off and climb into my bed, I say, and by the way his eyes light up, I realize what I said and wish I could gobble those words back up. With a grin, he says, even better. I'm in. I laugh and pull away from him. Poor choice of words, Sean, that's all that was. I meant alone, I'll be getting into bed. Thanks for the dinner and the movie. I had a nice time. My hand touches my car door and I'm nearly home free. Then his body touches mine and he clears his throat. He takes my shoulders and turns me back to face him. His eyes are soft and I know he's about to kiss me. I had a very nice time, Shelley. Tell me we can do this again soon. We'll see, I say, and try to end this night without a kiss. No pressure, right? A little pressure, he says and touches his lips to mine gently. Sean's lips are full and soft, and most women would probably love the way they feel. I am not one of them. Maybe because they aren't Blake's. I pull back and swallow hard. Thanks again, good night, Sean. I turn away to open my car door. He spins me back around and kisses me hard. He tastes like popcorn and Coke, it's awful. I allow him to kiss me for a little bit to see if I really do hate it as much as I think I do. Okay then. Good night, Sean. Lovely evening, bye. Really? He asks as I get into the driver's seat. Nothing. You felt nothing at all, Shelley? Sorry, I did warn you that I'm not really up to dating right now. I strap on my seatbelt. Let's try not to make things weird at work, okay? You won't be going out with me anymore, will you? He leans on my door and looks inside as I toss my cell phone on the passenger seat. The screen lights up and Blake's precious face fills the screen. He's my screensaver. And yes, I know that's sad of me. So that's him, huh? Sean asks as he points at my phone. Who that guy? I ask. He's just a random guy they first used as a screensaver, nothing more than that. You sure? Because you kiss like a woman who felt she was doing something wrong. Perhaps you felt as if you were cheating on him. What's his name, Shelley? His hand trails over the top of my thigh, and he looks at me, intent on finding out who the man on my phone is. He's someone I hurt, and he wants nothing more to do with me. So his name is unimportant. See you tomorrow, Sean. I move his hand and press my palm to his shoulder, making him get out of the way so I can close my door and leave. As I pull out of the parking lot, tears sting my eyes and I want to slap myself. Thinking I could go on a date with so much of myself still tied up in Blake and how I feel for him was a mistake. I wonder how long it will take me to forget about him and get on with my life.
Blake.
I wonder how long it will take me to forget about her and go on with my life. Like a fool, I stare at the words on my cell phone, "I'm sorry," until I can't focus anymore. It's been a month since she left me. Her scent still lingers on the pillow she slept on. Okay, I know I'm weird and gross for not washing it yet. I have to get out of this house today and do something positive with myself. The last few days have been hard for some reason. I look at the last thing Rochelle sent to me nearly every damn day. The last few days I've taken it out and looked at it many times. The urge to text back is taking me over. Max and Kip have given me advice on staying strong and not contacting her. They said she should take some time. The only thing is, Kip told me she was going on a date with a British guy she works with, and that's eating me up inside. What if she likes him? What if that ends any chance we have to get back together, get married, have kids, and have a dog? We'd name the dog Rufus, and he'd go with us everywhere. I've been living way too much in Fantasyland here lately. There are 2 more days until the reunion at Max's foster parents' home. I used some of my money to make a donation, and the children's home used it to make upgrades on all the houses and added in playground equipment. The house parents are throwing a reunion party for all the past people who spent time with them. Rochelle has most likely been sent an invitation, but I doubt she'd go. That would be a normal thing to do, and she's not into doing normal things. Her old foster parents might ask her how she's been doing, and she'd find that invasive, at the very least. No, Rochelle is a closed book. She'd never go to a reunion like that. Not in a million years. My cell phone rings, and I nearly throw it away as I look at it so hard. It's Max, so I answered it. It's a little sad that it's not her. Hey Max? Hey Blake. What are you up to? Should I tell him the truth? Nah, that's just too pathetic. Just thinking about what I can do with this beautiful day. You? I ask, opting for a more normal thing to say I'm doing. I'm thinking about taking a cruise in my chopper, and wanted to know if you wanted me to pick you up and bring you back here to Houston. Lexi took the kids and went to visit her parents for the week. I would have went too, but we have that reunion in just a few days, and you and I have to make an appearance at that, since we donated the money to make all the improvements. That sounds cool. I've been wanting to take a ride in that beast. Any chance you'll ever teach me how to fly, Max? I taught Kip, I can teach you too if you want. Cool. I'll be ready. There's an empty lot that's been all cleared out to make a playground for the neighborhood. I bought it so it's safe for you to land there. See you soon then. Okay, see you soon, Blake. I ended the call, and suddenly felt a lot better about life in general. Placing the phone in my back pocket, I make a promise to myself not to look at that damn text Rochelle left me for the remainder of this week, at least. I have to put that chick behind me once and for all.
Rochelle.
A loud knock wakes me up. The sun is streaming in my bedroom window. A quick glance at my phone tells me it's 10 in the morning. I wonder who's here. Pulling a robe on, I make my way to the door just as the person on the other side knocks again. Shelley. Peyton's voice calls out. I open the door and find Peyton and Pax standing at the door with a bag full of something. Morning. Peyton comes in as I stand back, and Pax grabs my leg and hugs it. Huo and Chewy. Pax's little Elmer Fudd speech impediment is too cute. I pick him up and hug him tight. Hello to you too, Mr. Paxy Poo. I leave a kiss on his chubby cheek, and he giggles. Peyton is unloading the bag of breakfast on my little table. I picked up omelets for us and pancakes for my big boy. How sweet, I say as I take Pax and place him in a chair at the table and grab us some orange juices out of the fridge. What's the occasion? Peyton gives me a look that tells me to cut the bullshit. Duh. The big date. I want details, Shell. I sit down and open the styrofoam lid and check out the food. Presentation is appalling, but the green and red bell peppers are yummy looking. I take a bite and grab a little cup of the salsa to add to it. Not much to tell, I finally say as Peyton stares at me. I won't be doing that again for a long time. If ever again. The guy a jerk, or what? Peyton asks as she cuts up Pax's pancakes. He runs his fingers in the syrup and licks them. Really, Pax? You couldn't wait for Mommy to help you? He shakes his little blonde head and smiles as he continues to lick his chubby little fingers. He moans. The guy was nice. He's great, really. I'm not ready, that's all, I say and take another bite of my food. Call him Shell, Peyton says, then takes a bite of her eggs and makes a face, then grabs 3 cups of salsa and some cheese and dumps them all over the omelet. She takes another bite and nods. Not nearly as good as yours, but what can I do? You won't come to work for us, so I'm forced to eat crap. I've had worse. Thank you, by the way. And call who? I ask as I get up and get a wet cloth for the sticky young Pax. Don't act as if you have no idea who I'm talking about. You don't fool me. So if the date went bad, why not call Blake? I didn't tell you this because it's humiliating, I said. I sat back down and took Pax's hand and tried to clean it as he tugged it, trying to place it back in the syrup. I texted him, telling him that I was sorry, but he never responded. I messed up too badly this last time. He's done with me. I can't believe you kept that a secret, Shell. I could have asked Kip to make sure Blake got the message. There is a chance he didn't get it, you know. She takes another bite and makes a face. Please come work for us, or at least teach me to cook. I'll teach you to cook, I say, and she frowns. I know you'd rather pay me to do it, but you should learn anyway. Never know when you may need the skill of cooking to take care of your growing little family, you know. Well, text him again. Just say you wanted to see if he was having a nice day or something like that. It doesn't have to be any more than a friendly reminder you still walk this earth. Peyton got up to get another wet cloth to clean her son up with. Remind me to never give this child anything with syrup ever again. Syrup? Pax shouts and puts his hand back in the sticky liquid. Yummy. I laugh and say, another real treat is how he's going to be bouncing off the walls once that sugar hits him. You will be leaving soon, won't you? Not a chance. We plan to hang out with you the whole day. I have noticed your eyes are a little swollen. Is that because the movie you saw was a tearjerker? She asks me with a knowing look. Sure, that's why, I say. It definitely isn't because I cried all the way home and half the night. That would be pathetic, and I'm anything but that. Right? You aren't pathetic, Shelley. Stubborn, bullheaded, but not pathetic. So why not give Blake a little shout-out? Peyton picks Pax up and surveys the syrupy damage. I'm afraid I need to borrow your bathtub. We make our way to clean the kid up, and I say, I can't take the rejection again. It's too much for me to handle. With all the emotional turmoil of last night, I don't want another day of stomach pain and burning eyes. It's best to leave it all alone. One day I'll get over him. Bet you don't. I thought the same thing about Kip. There I was, pregnant and way too proud and stubborn to even let him know he was going to be a father. I thought I had it all handled. Did I cry most nights? Well, sure I did, but I wasn't going to let him know I missed him and needed him. Peyton strips the clothes off her wiggly kid. I turn on the water and pour some bubbles in it for him. I have some bubbles for when I babysit him, on the rare occasions they need me to. Pax points and laughs at the bubble on the label that has a smile on its face. Bubbles. Yay. IWUV bubbles. Pax climbs into the bathtub on his own and starts blowing the bubbles off his little hand. The noise of the water has us shouting to be heard over it, and the delighted screams Pax is making as he plays with the magnificent invention, the bubble. So, did you let the Brit kiss you? She asks. I nod. It was not good. Really? I thought he'd be a great kisser. He's handsome and tall and well-built. Are you sure it was him who was the bad kisser and not you? She nudges my ribs with her elbow. He's probably a fine kisser. I have issues. Too many damn issues. Damn issues. Haha, Pax squeals. Peyton raises her eyebrows. Kip's going to know that was you. Man, He's going to read me the riot act. Dang issues, Paxi. Say it. Dang issues. Paxi laughs, and the little 2-year-old smiles like he's done something so great. Damn issues, Aunt Chewy. Ha ha. I shake my head. Tell Kip I'm sorry. Peyton laughs. Don't sweat it. Kip dropped the F-bomb as he was watching a rugby game, and Pax picked it up. Oh, that's so much worse than what I said. I laugh, and Peyton sighs. Where is your old man anyway? I ask, as they are nearly inseparable. He and Bobby are at some new recording studio. They're checking it out so they can make one at our place. So I was left on my own and came to find you to bug all day, so I won't be bored and eat. This baby has me hungry all the time. Thanks for coming over. I do need some company. I've been needing someone to help me make a decision about an invitation I got in the mail last week. I leave the bathroom and go get the letter. I hand it to her and let her read it. It's from your old foster parents. Have you seen them since that brief stay you had there? I shake my head and she looks back at the paper. I'm torn about going. On one hand, I think it would be good therapy for me to revisit the place I lost so much of myself at. But then again, I worry about breaking down as I walk back through the house that seemed so alien to me when I was 3. That would be traumatic to the other children, wouldn't it? She asked. It would, and I'm not sure I can contain the raw emotions I get when I even think about those feelings I had back then. I blocked it for so long, it's something that's still sore in me. Peyton touches my shoulder and strokes my hair. You should go. Face what you fear so you can see it's just a thing. Things can't kill you. They can hurt only as much as you allow them to. Maybe you're right. Maybe it would be better for me to go. I'd like to thank the people who were so nice to me in that tough time. I look at Pax and wonder how in the world things can get so bad people could bring themselves to give their precious little children away. Peyton gets a grin on her face. I'll talk to Kip. He can fly us to my parents' house in Smithville. You can borrow my old Jeep that's still there and drive down to the tiny town it's in. It'll be fun. We can make a whole weekend out of it. Give you time to go visit your grandparents and your mother if she's still at their place. That's a lot of visiting in the matter of a few days, don't you think? I ask, as I'm not sure about going. It's better that way. Inundate yourself in the things that make you uncomfortable. Soon enough, you'll find comfort wherever you are. I hope she's right.
Blake.
Max and I arrive in grand style to the reunion at the little children's home. His helicopter is gorgeous, and the children run to see it as we land. Max promised to give every kid who wanted to ride in the chopper. The kids are already forming a line. Max laughs as he turns it off, and we get out. You'll have to wait just a little while. I have to say hello to the people who raised me first. We make our way through the kids who all shout hellos as they welcome us. One little boy tugs at my pants leg. I look down to find a little dark-haired boy who looks to be about 3 smiling up at me. He holds his arms out and I pick him up. And who do we have here? I ask him. Toby, he says. Did you make my swing? I bought your swing. You must like it, I say, and touch the tip of his cute little nose. I love it. Wanna push me on it? Max, I'll catch up with you later. It seems little Toby here needs some help on a swing. I call out to Max, who's riding a wave of kids to the house his foster parents live in. I came here one time with Max to give the people who run this place the donation we made. But I didn't get to interact with any of the children. I find it funny, I don't really know what things I should not ask. I give the little boy a push. So, how are you liking it here? Fine, he says as he giggles. I was scared at first, but now I'm fine. How old are you, buddy? Almost 4. Thanks for pushing me, mister. My name's Blake. You can call me that, Toby. The little guy is so brave, and I find myself thinking about the first day he got here. He said he was scared, and my heart nearly broke apart with the thought. The smell of burgers cooking on an open pit wafted past my nose, and I remember that I haven't eaten anything all day. "Wanna go get a burger with me, Toby?" "Sure," he says, and I stop the swing so he can get off. He takes my hand immediately, and my heart skips a beat. Man, I'd take this kid home with me if I could. What a little dude. The man at the pit, who's handing out the burgers, gives me a smile. "Hey there. You must be Blake. Thanks for helping us make all this happen for these kids, son." He hands me a burger, and I hand it to Toby. The kid takes a big bite, and a little ketchup gets on his cheek. I grab a napkin and wipe it off. With a mouthful of food, he says, "Thanks, Blake. I'm Mr. Strickland, kind of like the principal at this place." I keep the peace. Well, I try to anyway. The older man hands me another burger, then points. "Over there, you can find some chips and drinks. Have a good time." The little kid and I stroll over the direction he sent us and grab the other things, then find a seat at a big table full of children. They all smile at me as I take a seat next to my new best bud, Toby. From across the table, a little girl with glasses and red curls looks timidly at me. "You are Mr. Chandler, right?" "I am. And your name is?" "Sally." Toby takes a drink of his soda and tells her, he's my new best friend. I get to call him Blake. Sally looks away and seems a little sad for some reason. "Hey, why don't you all call me Blake? Mr. Chandler sounds like some old guy." The little girl smiles and takes a bite of her hot dog. With just a little smile, she melts my heart. I'm going to have it rough hanging around this place with so many adorable little kids. One of the older boys with short blonde hair asks, "So you got a helicopter too, like Max?" With a shake of my head, I say, "Nah. I'm kind of new to having lots of money thing. I haven't even bought myself a giant house yet. I still live in the same one I grew up in." The kid says, "Man, if I were rich, I'd have a hot wife, a huge mansion, and a helicopter just like Max does." He does know how to live, doesn't he? I ask the kid. Yes, he does. The boy walks by as he leaves the table. He pats my back. "So you don't have a chopper or the big house yet? How about the hot girlfriend?" Damn. How do I tell all these little adoring kids that I don't even have that?
Rochelle.
The wind whips through my hair as I drive Peyton's Jeep with the top off. The weather is beautiful, and I need a pleasant distraction from all the thoughts flying through my head. I made the turn to the children's home and soon found the little road that I ran down as a little kid, trying to go find my mother. My chest is a little tight, but not too bad. Max will surely be here, and I can lean on him and Lexi if I have to. Kids are everywhere as I go around the corner, and the circle of houses comes into my view. I was so young I don't remember any of this. I park, put the keys in my pocket, and look around for Max. The tall, handsome man should stick out like a sore thumb around here. The sound of chopper blades cutting into the sky makes me look up, and there's Max, with a kid hanging out the side of the machine in the seat he invented. He lands, and someone runs up and gets the kid out of all the harnesses that hold him into the seat. Little screams of laughter fill my ears as the chopper goes quiet. I turn to see what little kid is so happy and what makes them that way. My heart stops. Why is he here? Blake is turning in circles as a little boy flies through the air. The kid is smiling nearly as much as Blake is. I have to lean against the Jeep to steady myself as my knees have decided to give out. It's been a little over a month since I've seen that handsome face. That hair that hangs to his broad shoulders. My hands clench into fists as I fantasize about the last time we were together. The way he touched me, the way he kissed me, the way he loved me. And all I did for him was to leave him. In an instant, my body goes hot, and my face has to be 50 shades of red as he looks up and his eyes meet mine. I can't seem to look away. But he does, and he turns away too, and walks away with the little kid in tow. I can't go in there now. I can't face all this and the fact Blake hates me now too. Then an arm falls over my shoulders and warm lips kiss my cheek. Hey there, sweetie. I'm so glad you decided to come. Max moves me along with him towards the place where so many people are hobnobbing with each other. That's not my ideal place to be. Add a man who wants nothing to do with me in, and it becomes a place of nightmares. Max, why's Blake here? I managed to get to come out of my mouth. I had no idea he'd be here. He donated quite a large sum of money for the improvements. So, of course, they wanted him here for the celebration. Did he see you? He asks as we walk up to some man, and I'm handed a hot dog. He did, and then he walked away. I guess he hates me. I take a bite of the hot dog and chew it mindlessly. A little girl touches my leg, and I look down to find her red curls and cute dog ears. Hey, lady. Yes, can I help you with something? I ask. Yes, can you reach me at Dr. Pepper? They're at the very bottom of the ice chest, and I can't reach it. She takes my hand and leads me to a table with several large ice chests on them. Max follows along. After you do that, I want to take you inside to meet the people who cared for you those few weeks when you were little, Shelley. Okay, I say, stuffing the rest of the hot dog in my mouth. I reach into the freezing water and dig around until I find the drink the little girl wants. Here you go. I'm sorry. What's your name? I'm Sally. Thanks, lady. She takes the Coke and pops it open. You can call me Rochelle, I tell her, and she smiles. You're really nice, Rochelle. I give her a half smile because I know at least one man here who would disagree with her. I scan the area and find Blake pushing, the same little boy he had been spinning around in a swing. I look away as Max takes my arm and leads me towards the house. Looking hard at everything, I say, I remembered the road on the way in. The way the trees covered it. I remembered that, but I don't recall any of this. Thanks to me and Blake, they did a massive overhaul of the place. I doubt any of the houses is what you would remember. How are you doing so far? He opens the door for me, and I walk inside. I'm okay. I'll be fine. I hope so anyway, I mutter as I walk inside and see an old couple sitting on the sofa. Max smiles at them and says, "This is Rochelle." The old woman smiles. I remember her, Randy. Come sit and tell me how you've been. I've talked to your young man several times. What a blessing he has been to this place. He's not my young man, I say, and look up to find Blake and the little boy entering the house. And why's that, sweetie? She asks me. He's looking straight at me, and I can't take my eyes off him. Yeah, why is that? Blake asks me.
Blake.
Sitting side by side in the swings, Rochelle and I sit in silence. Why'd you follow me out of there if you don't want to talk? I ask her. Her small shoulders shrug. I can't take the silence from her anymore. I get up and walk away. I want to look back so bad to see what she's doing, but I won't let myself. Blake, she shouts. I look back, and she's coming towards me. Tears spill over her pink cheeks, and she runs and throws herself into my arms. Wrapping her arms around me, she buries her head in my chest. Her soft hair falls free to her small waist. I run my hand over it. Shush, it's okay, Rochelle. You don't have to cry. I didn't know you'd be here. I would have never come if I would have known. Her words hit my heart like ice, and I gently pushed her back. I'll leave if it hurts you this much. Watery eyes look up at me. Please don't. You are a very complex person, baby. I'd ask you what you want me to do, but I know you don't even have a clue what you want. Do you hate me? She asks with her dark brows furrowed. I could never hate you. Am I mad at you? Now that is a hell yeah. I'm mad as hell at you, Rochelle. How could you send me off to the store to get things and come home to find you gone? I let her shoulders go and take a step back. I felt like a dumb dog that was dumped on the side of the road. I'm sorry, she says as she looks down. That was cruel in hindsight, but I had just talked to my mother, and she made me so afraid of the love I felt for you. I felt I had no choice but to do it that way. I could never leave if I had to look at you as I did it. Maybe that's because you love me and should have stayed with me. You have me gun-shy now. I don't know if I could do it again with you. I shut my mouth, as I really didn't know what was going to come out of it. I want her back. I don't expect you to, Blake. What I did was too horrible. I know that. If you could find it in your heart to forgive me, is all I ask. Not take me back or anything. I know you could never trust me again after what I did. With the last word, she looks at me. Her eyes are so sad. We should talk. Don't you think? She nods, and I wrap my arm around her shoulders. It's warm outside, but she's shivering. What a young woman has been through, and here I am putting her through more. What if I told you that I forgive you? It would be a start at me forgiving myself. It's so hard to know what the right thing to do is. You see, I believe you deserve the best. The very best woman in the world is who you deserve, and well, I'm not the worst, but I'm so far away from the best. A shudder runs through her. Why can't you realize you are all I want, all I need? You are exactly the person I deserve, and guess what, baby, you deserve me too. I tighten my arm around her and walk towards the parking lot. Did you come here in that Jeep? Yeah, it's Peyton's. Kip flew us to Smithville, and I borrowed it and drove it the 3 hours down here. I pull her closer to me. There's a town a little bit bigger than this, about 10 miles or so to the south. I saw it when we flew in. What do you say to me, getting us a room in that town and maybe something to eat and drink? We could stay the night together and hash some of this out. Her body tenses and she looks everywhere but at me, so I decide to give her an out. But wait to see what she says. That actually sounds fantastic, Blake. We could drive back to Smithville in the morning, and Kip could drop you off wherever you want with his helicopter. Leading her to the Jeep, I kiss the side of her head. Go ahead and get in. I'll just be a minute while I go tell Max what I'm doing and then we'll be off. Unless you want to come in with me and say your goodbyes. With a shake of her head, she says, No, I'll wait in the Jeep. With my crying, I must look like crap, and I'm kind of emotionally spent right now. Tell Max I'll see him on Sunday for a while, as Kip plans on stopping by before we make our way back to Los Angeles. I nod and take a few steps, then stop and look back at her. Wait, Kip knew he was bringing you down here to go to this thing, right? Yes, why? She asks. Oh, no reason. Hold on. I'm sure Kip talked to Max and made arrangements for the visit on Sunday. Do you know if he did? Yeah, Kip talked to Max. Max knew I was coming here. OMG. They hid it from us. Her eyes go bright and shiny, and she giggles. My heart fills with the sound, and I smile. Rat creeps they are. I'll be right back. As I walk away, I realize there is a huge chance I will return to this spot and find her gone. I have to give her this chance to leave if she wants to. If she does leave, this will be the last chance I ever give her.
Rochelle.
5 minutes go by and I find my mind going crazy. Maybe Blake decided not to come back. Maybe Max told him it was a terrible idea to get a room with me and talk, or more. I hope there's more. Another 5 minutes pass and no Blake. I had taken the passenger side, but if he's not here in 5 more minutes, I'm moving into the driver's seat and taking off back to Smithville. He could be giving me a dose of my own medicine after all. This led me to believe all is well, and that we can, at the very least, be friends, then walk away and leave me all alone. I deserve it. I know I do. Only a few more minutes to go, and then I'll be leaving here alone. I had already put on my seatbelt. 1 more minute, then that'll have been 15 minutes, and I'm no idiot. It means he played me over this time. I unbuckle the seatbelt and turn to get out of the car and make my way to the driver's side. Were you going to leave without telling me goodbye? A little girl's voice asks. I turn to find the little girl named Sally. She's walking next to Blake as he carries the little boy I saw him playing with. They look like a little, perfect family, and my heart thumps hard in my chest. I jump out of the car and jog up to meet them. No. I'm sorry, Sally. I hope I didn't hurt your feelings. A little, she says as she holds her small arms out. Can I have a goodbye hug, Rochelle? I take her up in my arms and hug her. How old are you anyway, young lady? I'm 5. I've been here for a couple of years. She leans close to me and whispers in my ear. Can I tell you a secret? Of course. I think you look like a nice lady, and if you ever want a cute little girl, I'm available. My mommy isn't ever returning for me, and I know it. My heart clenches in my chest, and I hug her tight. Well, I hope that changes for you, sweetie, I whisper back. And if my life ever gets to a point where I could use a cute little girl in my life, I'll be sure to consider your offer. Her lips touch my ear again. While you're thinking about that, think about that handsome man as my dad, just saying. I giggle and squeeze her. That will do. I'll keep in contact, Sally. Tell me your last name so I can. Sally Portis. I put her down and ran my hand over her little head. Red curls and glasses look up at me, and I wish like hell that I could take her with me now. Well, Sally Portis, you get ready to get some awesome little goodies in the mail. I'm a chef in training and I can make yummy cookies. She jumps up and down, and then Blake nudges me with his shoulder. I look at him to see the dark-haired little boy blushing. Blake says, Toby is her little brother and he asked if you could send him some goodies too. With a tussle of the kid's hair, I say, I can manage that, Toby. Thank you, the little boy says, and Blake puts him back on the ground. Sally takes her little brother's hand, and they wave before they start back towards the house I had spent 3 weeks in once, which seems like a zillion years ago. See you guys soon. I promised I'd be back to visit and I always keep my promises, Blake calls out. I kind of fell apart inside with his words. I wonder if he really does keep all his promises. What kind of a life would that be?
Blake.
The wind blows around us as we drive into the town near the children's home. Rochelle has been too quiet all the way into town. I gave her the chance to haul ass on me, and I have the feeling she was just about to do that when I walked up. So those kids were cuties, huh? I ask her. They were. It's good to see them happy. All I saw were happy kids. It's not like I really remembered it when I was there. But I only recently let myself remember, so that's probably why. She looks out the side and taps her fingers on the doorframe. After grabbing us some drive-through food and a six-pack, I find the nicest place in town to get a room and check us in. I then walk back to the car, jog, and park it. Room 107, on the ground floor here in beautiful Beeville, Texas. I hope my smile is letting her know all is okay. She takes the food and I take the beer, and we go inside the little, very ordinary room. I wish this could be better, like so much better. I'm a billionaire for the love of Pete, and I have yet to really take this woman anywhere fabulous. Baby, do you want to talk? I did ask you to come here to talk. Blake, please, can we talk later? I kinda really want you bad right this minute. Sure thing, baby. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. Her lips are begging me to kiss them, so I do.
Rochelle.
A tiny ray of sunlight is peeking through the motel curtains and right into my eyes. Strong arms hold me and I think I'm okay with that. Blake and I made love all night long, and somehow I feel like everything will be okay. I turn in his arms and run my hand over his bicep, even better than before. The man just keeps getting more built every time I see him. I cannot help myself as I gaze at his sweet, sleeping face. He seems so peaceful, but I have to do it. I place my lips gently on his. Though I want to kiss him for real, I pull my lips back. He stirs and his blue-brown eyes open and he smiles. Hey girl, he mumbles sleepily. Hey, I say, running my hand up and down his muscled arm. It's going to be time to leave soon. I thought you might want to play around before we have to go. With a slow blink, he says, what you and I do is not playing around. Also, I plan to be with you for at least the next 2 nights. Oh, you do you? I ask with a giggle. I guess I can put up with you a couple more days and nights. That's all I ask, baby. We are going to take this thing slow, he says. We'll spend the next couple of days together, then I will go back to Lubbock and take care of my business, and you will go back to LA to go to school and do your intern work. No pressure, I say with a giggle. There will be some, but it won't be like before. I do want you to tell whoever the hell that was you went out on a date with that you have a very serious boyfriend who doesn't mind coming out there to kick his ass if he keeps on asking you out. How did you know about that? I ask as I furrow my eyebrows. Our friends talk, baby. Don't ever think they don't. So let that English dude know I mean business. We may be taking this thing slow, but you are definitely mine. Okay? He runs his finger along my jawline as he looks at me. Then you do the same. Let all those Lubbock hussies know that you belong to me. I run my hand over his stubbly cheek. I will do that, he says, then kisses me lightly. Now, just one more time, and then we need to get up and get ourselves cleaned up. I can't wait to ride some horses to Peyton's. I smile at him and have to wonder if I can really do this. Right now, with him all up on me like this, I feel as if I could do anything. But when he goes back to Lubbock and I go back to Los Angeles, I can't be sure. Blake gives me a strength I don't have when I'm all alone. All I know is that I want this right now. I want this man and all that comes with him. But do I have it in me to keep this up?
Lucky words. Rochelle.
Darkness settled in a long time ago as I finished up my shift at the restaurant. Getting home, taking a long hot bath, and climbing into my bed are foremost on my mind. Blake and I have settled into something nice. We talk on the phone and text some, but he's giving me the space I need. He's really taking things slow. I have to say I didn't think he could do it, but it's been nearly a month since we got back together. We stayed together for 3 days and then I came home. Have I missed him? Hell yes, I have. But finals are coming up soon, and I've had to come up with new recipes for many of my classes, and that's kept me and my mind pretty busy. Kip and Peyton are my guinea pigs, and they're loving every bite of it. They nearly have what they want, which is me cooking for them all the time. But I've managed to get Peyton to learn some things in the kitchen, and even Kip has learned to cook a thing or two. He wants a permanent chef before their second child gets here, though. I'm helping them do interviews later this week to accomplish that for them. It's the least I can do since I won't take them up on their offer. My phone has been off since I was at work, and having your phone on while you are there can get you fired. As I pull up in front of my apartment, I tap the button and turn it back on. Once inside and on my way to take these clothes off, Blake texted me. I turn on the water and pour a tiny amount of Pax's bubble bath into the steamy water. I like to save Blake's nightly texts to read while I soak the day's work and worries away. All settled in, I take my phone and read what he sent me. Hi, baby. Hope your day was good. Mine was full of things like taking my pilot's test and passing it. Yeah, that's right, your man is officially a helicopter pilot. Max taught me well, and I passed with flying colors. My elbow is getting a little tired as I've patted myself on the back all day. Once that paper was in my hand, all I could think about was taking you on trips all over the place. I know, we're taking it slow. I'm going to take a chopper on a test drive tomorrow. Wish you could be here to help me pick one out. I'll send you pictures and you can tell me which one you like. By the way, I saw an article about this car. I think it would be perfect for you, and I'd like to buy one for you for your birthday or Christmas, or any day really. Don't answer me about that yet. I know you need time for it to sink into your brain that I love you and want to give you things. It makes me happy, and I seem to think nearly constantly about you and what you might like. So, as you requested me to do each night, here's one thing about my life. I flunked third grade and had to go to summer school to catch back up to my grade level. There, now you have one of my deep dark secrets. Your turn to tell me one. I love you and look forward to your nightly text. P.S. I know you're reading this while you soak in the bath, so promise me you'll picture me when you clean your nether regions. And remember, more than 3 passes over that area is considered playing with yourself. I love you, XOXO. I giggle and lean back to think about what I want to say to him.
Blake.
Lying awake in my bed, I wait for Rochelle to send me her nightly text. Things are progressing well for us. Since I've taken a step back and taken things slower, she seems to be okay with us having a relationship, albeit a distant one, but hey, I'll take what I can get. My phone lights up, and I pick it up eagerly like a kid that's just been handed a candy bar. I'm nearly salivating. I want to read her words so damn bad. Is that pathetic? I hope not. Babe, I'm so proud of you. My man is a helicopter pilot. I can't wait to tell everyone. I hope your elbow gets better soon. But you deserve to pat yourself on the back. It's a great accomplishment after all. As I soaked in my bubble bath after reading your nightly text, I recalled our little session in the shower at Peyton's family's pool house. I sure am glad it was so far from the rest of the people, or they would have gotten an earful from all the grunting and groaning we did. I think I even screamed once or twice. Your touch is remarkable, and I'm one lucky girl to have felt that. I'm lucky to have you in my life, period. Here's where I will get mushy, so grab one of the tissues you have next to your bed. Blake, you've taken me to places I never knew existed. With the mere touch of your hand or the sound of your voice in my ear, I feel things deeper than I thought possible. To be yours is a dream come true. Your heart is strong, and the fact you allowed me back into it is a thing I treasure. I'll try my very best never to hurt you again. Your heart and mine beat in a way that's more than special, and doesn't happen for everyone. I vow to never take that for granted again. You have my heart, my soul, and my body always and forever, Blake. This I swear to you. Okay, enough sappy stuff. A fact about me is that I sucked my thumb until I was 10. Gross, I know. Think of me as you fall asleep, and I'll think of you. Maybe we'll meet in each other's dreams. I love you and always will. You are my knight in shining armor, Mr. Chandler. Sweet dreams. A sniffle escapes me as I blink back tears. She has a way of getting me all verklempt, as Mike Myers would say. I lay my phone back down and lie back on my pillow. Her reminder of what we did when we spent the day and night with Peyton and her family has me smiling. The bed in their pool house was a king, and the mattress was kind of old, and the springs were bouncy. It made for a wild ride that night.
Rochelle.
What do you mean by that? I ask Blake over the phone. I just mean that I'll be out of touch for a while. I'll let you know when I'm back in reach. I didn't want you to freak out if you called or texted, and I didn't answer immediately. But it's Saturday, and you and I always spend the entire weekend together on the phone, one way or another. I ran my hand over the naughty nightgown I bought so we could do a little FaceTime and I could drive him crazy. You can totally see all of my body through the thin pink silk. I know that, baby. It's been 2 months since I've seen you, and believe me, I want to be on the phone with you this whole weekend too. I just have to do some things, and it's going to take me a few hours, like 7 of them, then we can talk. That's the whole damn day. I stomp my foot as if that's going to help. He can't even see me. I am sorry. I swear I'll make it up to you. I pout and stomp and act like a real little baby. Fine. Call me when you get done with whatever you'll be doing. I'll go to visit Peyton and Kip. No, he shouts. Stay at home. Why? Are you sending me a surprise? I ask. I don't want you sending me that car you told me about. I'm no kept woman, Blake. My gosh. No, I'm not sending you a car. I know better than to do that. It's just that when I call you, I want to do a little FaceTime action, and I want you home so we can do that, okay, pumpkin? So you want me to just sit around here all day and wait for your call? I ask in complete disbelief. That's exactly what I'm asking you to do. While you're hanging out, I'd love it if you could look on the internet and pick a place for us to go this summer. Anywhere you want. Well, where do you want to go? This first trip is yours to pick. I'll pick the next one. Well, that does sound interesting. I think I'll do that. Maybe a trip to the wine country or the mountains or the beach. Seems like you have some research to do as you are all over the place with your ideas there, honey. Seems I do. I guess I'll be fine looking up stuff while you do what it is you're doing. What was it you are going to be busy with again? I ask, trying to get it out of him. Nope, I'm not about to tell you. You'll know soon enough. Love you, kitten. Kitten, huh? You and your little love names. Okay then, love you too, tiger. With a roar, he ends the call, and I go to see how much wine I have in the house. Getting drunk and searching the internet for interesting places to go sounds like what's about to fill my day.
Blake.
The sun is setting, leaving perfect pinks and light oranges in the sky in my rearview mirror. I flew my new chopper to Kip's place and borrowed one of their cars, and am about to surprise Rochelle. It's about time. She's usually ready to eat dinner, so if she's up to it and we can keep our hands off each other long enough, I'm going to take her out to eat somewhere nice, then take her to a luxurious hotel overlooking the ocean. I set it all up last week, and we'll be staying for the weekend in the hotel and the whole week there. She can go to school and work from there. I just need to be with her for real, not over the phone. Her apartment comes into view, and I'm getting all giddy, and my insides are wiggly. I take a spot in the visitors' parking area, and notice that her car is here, but someone is pulling in behind it. A tall man is getting out and carrying a white bag to her door. I wait and watch to see what happens next without taking a breath. I roll my window down so I can hear them. He knocks, opens the door and says, "Hey." He goes inside and the damn door closes. I grab my cell phone and call Rochelle. She answers the phone, and I have to steady my voice as I want to scream and yell and punch somebody. That damn guy, to be specific. "What's up?" I ask, a little more harshly than I mean to. "Hey baby," she purrs into the phone. "Finally finished with whatever it was you were doing?" "Yep, what are you up to?" I ask between clenched teeth, holding the steering wheel so tight I might actually pull it right off. Her door opens, and the guy walks out, then he looks over his shoulder. "Enjoy the meal, I'll see you at work on Monday." She mutes the phone. I can tell as I can hear her call out the door to him, but I can't hear it over the phone. "See you Monday, and thanks for bringing this over. I've had a bottle or two of wine and didn't want to drive. Always call me Shelley. Never risk it, sweetie." "Sweetie? Oh hell no." "Hey Rochelle. So what's up?" I snap at her. "Oh sorry. I was just telling the delivery guy thanks. He brought my dinner." "Oh shit," she says, and I see her door close and the guy drives away. "Oh shit what?" I ask as I get out of the car. She giggles. Seems I gave the guy a bit of a peek at my goodies. I forgot I had on this little nightgown set to show you when we FaceTime. Hey, you wanna do that now? I can hang up and you can make the call, baby. What do you mean he got a peek? What the hell are you wearing? And why the hell would you let him inside? Is that the Brit you went out with? I ask as I walk up to her door. He is, but wait. She goes silent, then whispers, "How did you know he was British and I let him in?" I knock at her door. "Hold on a minute, Blake. Someone's knocking at my door." She opens it without even looking through the peephole. With the phone still to her ear, she looks at me, and her eyes seem a little droopy. I look behind her to see 2 empty wine bottles and another half empty. "Blake," she mumbles, and I have to catch her. She drops the phone and stumbles back, nearly falling down as she passes out.
Rochelle.
I open my eyes and the room becomes dark. I find myself in my bed, but I have no clue how I got here. I rub my head as it hurts a little and moan as I turn over to see if my phone is on the nightstand. It isn't, and I have no idea where it is. When I try getting up, my head spins, and I sit perfectly still until it stops. What in the hell did I do? I manage to stop my head spinning, find a bottle of water on the nightstand, and chug it down. After waiting another few seconds, I stand up and go to the living room. I must have left the television on, as it's on, and the light in my kitchen is on too. The sound of the blender goes off, and I nearly run back to my bedroom. Who's here? Creeping back to my bedroom, I remember ordering dinner from where I work, and Sean brought it for me since I had been sipping on some wine. Damn. It's Sean. Oh shoot. I go into the bathroom and find my hair looks like a cat sucked on it. Is that because we were intimate? My nightgown thing is still on, but it's all types of pulled wrong around my body. The only real way to tell is to take a whiff of myself. I run my hand into my panties and close my eyes as I take a little sniff of my fingers. No weird smell, just me. Thank God. Okay, I need to put on some clothes and go tell him to leave. That's all. If anything else happens, I'm going to tell him. I don't want to know about it. Please don't let anything happen between me and him. After pulling my hair back into a ponytail and washing my face, which had a considerable amount of drool on it, I'm dressed in shorts and a t-shirt, and am covered back up and feel confident once more. I march out of my bedroom, head held high and acting as if I am perfectly aware of all that's happened. The blender has stopped, and I can hear dishes being put away. Sean, I say. Why are you still here? A head pops around the corner from behind the cabinet, and I nearly fall backward. Sean? Blake asks. My heart jumps inside my chest, and I scream. Blake. I jump up and down and run to him, throwing my arms around him and peppering kisses all over him. He picks me up in his arms and kisses the side of my head. Hey girl. You're here, I say as I pull back and run my hands over his shoulders. You're really here in the flesh. I am. Are you surprised? He asks as he sits down on the sofa, keeping me on his lap. More than you can imagine. I run my hands through his blonde locks. I missed you even more than I realized. My heart is stuttering. His smile makes me stop thinking, and I just gaze at him. I actually came at the same time your boy Sean did. You did? Uh-huh. I thought I was going to have to beat someone up. Am I going to need to do that, Rochelle? I mean, what exactly was going on? His blue-brown eyes are boring into mine and seem to be looking into my brain for the answer he's seeking. No beating will be necessary, as I had some wine. A glass or two. He holds up 3 fingers. 2.5 bottles. Maybe. I don't really remember all that. I just remember that after I talked to you this morning, I was disappointed that I wouldn't be showing you the cute little nightie I had on because you were too busy for me. Coming to see you, he says with a frown. Well, I know that now, duh. I shrug. Anyway, I didn't eat all day, just sipped the wine and looked at different places to go like you said to. I got woozy and felt that I should eat. You know me, there was nothing in the house to eat. So I called work to see if anyone there would be kind enough to bring me something, and Sean said he would. What a nice guy, Blake says with the most sarcasm I think I've ever heard in anyone's voice in my entire life. Remind me to thank him. He smiles. And you answered the door and let the dude in, wearing that little thing that showed all of your body. Were you aware of how much of you was showing through that? I nod. Yeah, but not at that time. It was meant for your eyes only. I meant to throw on a real robe before he got here. Somehow the time snuck up on me, and I totally didn't realize I was answering the door like that. I'm going to have to apologize to him for that. How terrible of me. I'm sure he was really traumatized by it, Rochelle. I don't think an apology is in order. I'd like to just gouge his eyes out, and maybe give him a little lobotomy to erase the images of you I'm sure are now burned into his brain. His finger flicks a strand of my hair off my shoulder, and electricity runs rampant through my body. My cell phone rings, and I look to find it sitting on the little countertop that separates the kitchen and dining area. There it is. Did I leave my phone there? And when did you get here? And how did you get in? He gets up and places me on my feet and goes to get my phone. He looks at it and holds it up. Your work is calling. With a toss of the phone, I catch it and ignore the call. I don't feel like talking to anyone from there. So how did you get in? You really don't remember? He asks as he comes back to me. His hand wraps around my wrist as he pulls me back to sit on his lap. No. The last thing I remember was being on the phone with you. Okay. I'm not loving this. But we can deal with this all later. I'd like you to get dressed if you think you're up to it. I've made our reservations at a very nice hotel and spa on the ocean for the rest of this weekend and all next week. You did not, I whisper. I did. So let's get you packed up. Not too many things, though. I'm taking you on a clothes shopping spree while I'm here, and I'll be filling up your closet. Furthermore, I will be buying you a car. You are mine, and I want you to have nice things. I'm done taking no for an answer. I blink and smile. Along with that pilot's license, did you get a certification in assertiveness, Mr. Chandler? He cups the back of my neck and pulls me in for a kiss. It's hard, and that shows me he means business. I'm panting when he releases me. I leave my hand on his hard chest to steady myself. Maybe, he says. He stands up and places my feet on the floor. Now go get ready, woman. You and I are about to find out how to live like billionaires. With eyes wide, I look at the man I have come to love and whisper, it's like the Beverly Hillbillies all over again. You betcha, he says with an over-the-top southern drawl. We doggies. We might just have to get us a mansion with a cement pond. I laugh to the bedroom, but it's a nervous laugh. It seems the going slow thing is headed out the window.
Blake.
The full moon looks a little closer than it normally does as I look out the window on the 6th floor of the hotel. The Pacific Ocean sparkles beneath it, and I wonder if Mom is liking where I spread her ashes. Rochelle comes out of the bathroom, looking like an angel in the hotel robe. Her smile is radiant. You thinking of anyone in particular as you gaze over that water, baby? She slips into my arms, and I kiss the top of her head. How can you tell? I ask. Your eyes are the slightest bit glassy. I'm sure she loves the fact you did what they asked you to. Going from one side of the country to the other to do what they asked, not a lot of people would follow through with that. You did, though. You make a promise and you keep it. That is for certain. I can promise you this, I whisper against her head. You are about to come 9 ways to Sunday. Wow. That's a big promise. Somehow I do believe you, though, she says and turns her head up to mine. So, when is this going to happen? Right now. I pull her up into my arms and look around the room. Where first? Every part of this place is so gorgeous. She looks back at the window. We're up high enough no one will see us. How about right here on the floor doggy style, so we can both look at the full moon over the ocean? I like the way you think. You know you're going to make some man a great wife one day. Just as the words come out of my mouth, I wish I could take them back. Rochelle is not one to jump the gun with. She might get scared and run. To my amazement, she smiles and steps back, dropping the robe and standing naked in the moonlight as the rest of the room is dark. "You think?" she asks as she wiggles her finger at me. Oh, what is this pleasant surprise?
Rochelle.
Cuddled up to Blake in this large and extremely comfortable bed, I'm glowing after all the love we made. It's our last day here at this expensive and ultra-fancy hotel, and I'm sorry it's ending. It's been like a fairy tale, and to say I don't want it to stop surprises me. I let Blake do so much for me. He bought me a BMW, and we now have personal stylists that helped us both get whole new wardrobes. We've hit every elegant restaurant in this city. I've gotten a ton of ideas for a restaurant, which I'm actually contemplating letting him get for me. Everything fits into place somehow. Soft, warm lips touch my cheek, and I turn my head and look into the sleepy eyes of the man I love. "Morning, gorgeous," he mumbles. "You are gorgeous, and good morning to you." I kiss his cheek. His voice is rough from sleep as he says, "Last day here, baby. Are you ready to make some things a little more permanent? Or should I head back to Lubbock and give you more time and space?" "I don't want space. I want you. I want to wake up with you every morning and fall asleep in your arms every night." The words that have just come out of my mouth, I had no forethought about whatsoever. Blake's eyes go wide, then he smiles and closes them as his lips touch mine. My body is wrapped in his arms, and the warmth I feel turns into heat. I'm not sure what will happen from here with us, but I know I'm about to show him what he means to me right now. A sweet, soft kiss he places on my lips. Pulling his lips off mine, he looks at me again, his blue-brown eyes sparkling. "I love you, Rochelle." "I love you too, Blake."
Blake.
If we are really doing this, I want it to be right. I want Rochelle to be a complete part of Team Blake. She agreed to go to Vegas together this weekend. I left her at her apartment packing up things, deciding what she'd keep and what would get taken to a charity. I found out she wears a size 6 ring, and am going to surprise her with an engagement ring. I'm going to ask her to marry me tonight, and when we get to Vegas, we can pick out wedding rings and get married. I'm not going to risk something happening to me and leaving this world without making sure Rochelle has whatever I leave behind. My money will be her money too, and that idea makes me the happiest guy in the world. Striking while the iron is hot is my tactic here. Rochelle has kept everyone at a distance her whole life, and now that she's letting me in, well, let's just say I'm going to make sure I stay completely in. If I give her too much time, she could flake and run away again. Her mind or her crazy mother's influence can change things in a heartbeat. No, I'm taking no chances. I'm putting a ring on that pretty little finger and making her mine for good. Damn, I hope she says yes.
Rochelle.
"Yeah, Mom, we're heading out to Vegas later tonight. We're spending the weekend there, then we'll come back to LA and find a nice place to stay. It's really happening, we're moving forward, and I feel ready for that." The way my mother is hesitating has me a little worried. "This is all happening so fast, Shelley. Are you sure about this?" "It's not really happening so fast, Mom. For the last 2 months, we haven't even seen each other. We've texted and talked on the phone and learned so much about one another. And after this week together, I know he's got to be the one for me. I pack away my dishes to give away. I won't be needing them anymore. So, what is the plan then? Are you and he getting married?" "Married? Who said anything about that?" "Whoa. Mom, I never said we were getting married. This is a trial run. I mean, I only want to get married once, and that's it. We can live together for a few years, and if that all works out, then we can get married if that's what we decide we need to do. It's just a piece of paper, really. I don't need it." "Well, that's smart of you. There's no reason to get too deep into this with him. You barely know the man." My mother's words are starting to annoy the shit out of me. Mom, I do know the man. I know him better than I've ever known anybody. It's not that I don't know him that has me saying we don't need to get married. It's the idea that I want to marry only once. I see, sweetie. Well, as long as you live your life on your own terms. That's what really matters. You have to do you and let him do him. No reason to live your life for anyone else. Her advice seems wrong to me, and I decide to end the call before she gets in my head and makes me second-guess my decisions. Okay, Mom. I love you, but I gotta go now. Okay, bye, Shelley. I love you. I end the call and toss my phone on the sofa. I look around and there's so much to do. I think maybe Blake and I don't need to take the trip to Vegas. We should stay here and get this squared away this weekend. I've practically vacationed this whole last week anyway. There will be plenty of time to go to Vegas and gamble. For now, getting out of this little apartment is my top priority. That and beginning our search for a place of our very own. My phone rings and I see it's Peyton. Hey girl, I answer. What's this I hear about a trip to Vegas? I wasn't aware Blake was telling anyone. Did he invite you guys along? He did, but we can't go. Kip's parents are out of town, and it's too short notice to get packs to my parents. I hope you guys have fun out there. Yeah, about that. I think I'm going to tell Blake it's a bad time to go. Did he tell you he and I are moving in together? No. What? She shouts into the phone, making me pull it away from my ear. That's great, Shelley. Yeah, I'm pretty jazzed about it. But I have to get rid of some of my things and pack others up and get them into a storage building until we find our own place. There's a mansion for sale in our neighborhood. How cool would that be? It's only about a mile up the street. Want me to get the number off the sign? How cool would that be? I ask as I jump up and down like a little kid. Yes, get the number for Blake. I'm going to put Pax in his stroller and walk down there now. I'm so excited. Talk to you soon. I jump up and down and do a little dance. Life is coming together, and I can hardly wait. Blake and I are moving in together.
No luck. Blake.
My heart is pounding so loudly in my chest I can barely hear Rochelle's answer. I'm on one knee, holding out the black box with the monster engagement ring in it, and haven't taken a breath since the words, "Will you marry me?" came out of my mouth. It seems like an eternity ago, and she's still just looking at me. Her lips are moving, and I think she's about to say yes. Wait. That's way more than one word. Hold up, Rochelle. I get up and shake my head and take in a deep breath. Say that again. I couldn't hear you. Blake, it's too soon. It's a nice gesture, but I want to get married only one time. A nice gesture? WTF. Rochelle, are you telling me no? I search her eyes for some sign of hope, but only find confusion. I'm not saying no, Blake. I'm trying to tell you that I want to only get married one time. I thought we were moving in together. You know, step 1 on a list of steps. One day at a time. I snap the lid shut on the box with the uber-expensive ring in it and drop my butt on the sofa. So, what are you saying? Are you saying you'll think about it, or what? Not really. She takes the place next to me and runs her hand over my shoulder. Don't you think this is sudden? Isn't that how it's supposed to be? Like a surprise? I mean, aren't you surprised and maybe a little happy about me asking you to marry me? To become my wife and share all I have should be a thing that makes you happy. Her brows furrow, and I have no idea why anyone would wear that expression when not only asked to marry the supposed love of their life, but also become a billionaire by doing so. Blake, what's the rush? I was just talking to Peyton, and there's a mansion down the street from them. We could move in together for a while. You know, a trial marriage before doing all the legal stuff. Once that's done, it'll make it harder for us if we don't work out. Her delicate finger strokes my chin, and it's pissing me off. I pull her hand away from my face and frown at her. I don't want it to be easy to end what we have. Does that make sense to you? I want us tied up financially and mentally and even physically, if you want the truth. Rochelle, I want to know you'll be the one who gets the money I won if anything happens to me. Otherwise the state will get it or something like that, as I have no living relatives that I know of anyway. Her head is shaking, and I cannot understand why she would respond negatively to what I just said. Blake, I don't want your money. Do you hear yourself? You don't want money. Are you insane? You'd rather someone else get what's mine if I die. Don't even talk about dying. You're not old, for God's sake. When did you get this idea that you were about to die? She gets up and walks to the kitchen. I'm getting a beer. You want one? No, I say as I get up and follow her. I want you to marry me. I really can't think about anything else until you give me a straight answer. It's either a yes or a no, Rochelle. I don't understand this trial marriage thing and don't want to. I want a real marriage with you, and I'd like us to get a puppy. Her hands go up in the air for some strange reason. A dog. No, no, no. Blake, are you crazy? Why would you ask that? It's a thing that people get sometimes. It adds joy to their lives. Are you against joyous living for some odd reason? 'Cause it seems like you are. I reach out and take her into my arms. Marry me, Rochelle. Blake, this is just too soon. Her head drops, and all I can see is the top of her head as she leans her face against my chest. Would you let me put the engagement ring on your finger? I ask, then kiss the top of her head. That thing looks like it cost you a small fortune. I wouldn't feel comfortable wearing it. Please. I give her a squeeze. I can't. It's too much, Blake. It's over the top, you know? She pulls out of my arms, opens the fridge, and pulls out a beer. I take it from her, twist the cap off the tall bottle, and hand it back to her. I thought you'd like it, but if you don't, we can take it back and get anything you want. If you want simple, then you can have simple. With all my money, I thought putting something cheap on your finger would be a shame. She takes a long drink, and I can tell she's nervous. At this point, I don't want any ring. I just want you and I to take this thing slow, like you said we could. Moving in together is just like being married, only you have no real stability. My things will remain my things, and that's not okay with me. I want you taken care of. She interrupts me. Yeah, I know, in case you die. She takes another long drink and walks to the sofa, where she plops down. I can take care of myself financially. I don't need your money, Blake. I follow her, and sit across from her so she can look at me, while I try to talk some sense into her. I know you don't need it. Look at it like this. I need to know if I leave this world, you will have my money. The only way I can be sure that'll happen is if we're married. What about love? She asks as she winks at me. I'd like love to be the reason I marry someone. Rochelle. You know I love you. Blake. I love you too. She grins, and it's making me furious. And when did you start thinking about getting a dog? Okay, leave Freckles out of this for now. Who? She laughs and takes another drink of her beer. You named the dog already? I might have. I'm dabbling with the names still. It's a work in progress. Anyway, I'm starting to feel like I'm having to beg you to marry me, and frankly, that's not a thing I thought I'd ever be doing. I did not see myself having to argue about getting the woman I love, and she says she loves me, to share my life and my wealth. Rochelle rolls her eyes. She loves you, Blake. It's a sweet gesture, it really is. It's just too soon. She places the empty bottle on the coffee table and sits back. How long then? I lean forward and look into her eyes as I wait for her answer. I was thinking that if everything went well, and we got along great and all, that we could maybe get married for real in 3 years or so, maybe 5. But a piece of paper isn't a big concern to me. I sit back, and my eyes must be as wide as they've ever been. Rochelle, Are you shitting me? I'm worth a lot of money. The piece of paper will make sure you get it. She stands up and says, if anything ever happens to you. Yes, I'm aware of that. And what about kids? I ask as she walks to get herself another beer, it looks like, as she opens the fridge and pulls out another. When did you think about adding them into our life? I haven't given it much thought. She opens the beer and looks at me. Sure, you don't want one? I shake my head. So give the kid thing some thought. How old do you want to be before you start having kids? I'd like to have them while I'm young enough to enjoy them. Hanging out with that kid at the children's home got me thinking how much having kids can add to your life. Instead of drinking the beer, she sets it on the bar and taps her temple with her finger. I don't think I'll be having time to raise kids for quite a few years. She looks at me with a frown. I'd like to open my own restaurant. Remember that conversation. People do have kids and still manage to work, Rochelle. You love Pax, you know you'd love to have a baby. Her eyes go dark, and I can see something going through her mind, which is probably bad. I don't think I'd make a very good mother. I really didn't have a great example in that department. If you want kids, you might want to think about finding another woman. Rochelle, I get up and walk towards her, but she turns her back to me and crosses her arms over her chest. Don't do this. Blake, this is all too fast. The whole thing. I have to think, and I can't do it around you. She walks away and grabs her purse off the counter and goes to the door. Rochelle, don't go. We have a lot to talk about. I follow her to the door and can feel the cold radiating off her. Not now, she says as she opens the door. I can't talk to you right now. I need to think. I take her by the shoulders and stop her from leaving. Don't go. I'll shut up. I promise. Just stay here. She shakes her head and shrugs her shoulders. I just need some time. I'm not the woman you seem to want. I'm not your normal mother and housewife. I don't even know how to be that. You deserve a woman who wants the same things you do. I'm not saying I don't want them. I am saying I don't know how to be that woman. Rochelle, leaving right now won't solve a damn thing. Just stay here. If anything, I'll leave. She pulls out of my grip and turns to look at me. Blake, you stay. I just want a little time to think. My heart hurts, and this is anything but what I thought would happen. Rochelle, this isn't a normal reaction to a proposal. You do realize that, don't you? Nothing about me is normal, Blake. You do realize that, don't you? Her head hangs, making her long dark hair fall over her face, shielding it from anyone's view. I want to grab her, take her in my arms, and make her stay. I want to pull all that makes her unable to accept love and normalcy out of that pretty little head of hers. I wish you'd stay. We don't have to talk about a damn thing, Rochelle. She stops, and for a moment, I think she might come back inside and stop this running thing she does so well. Then she shakes her head and keeps walking. I'll be back later. Well, maybe I won't be here.
Rochelle.
The sun is setting as I walk down the beach. My melancholy mood hasn't changed. I wish Blake could really take things slow, but I guess it really isn't in him to do it. It really isn't in me to hurry things along either. I suppose we're meant to be together, since we both come from such opposite places. Opposites attract, so the saying goes. I kick the sand with my bare feet and wish I could fix myself. Any other woman would have jumped up and down when they got a look at that big, beautiful ring Blake wanted to give me. Not me, though. Deep inside of me, there was only one thought. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve the ring, the money, nor the man. They're all wonderful gifts that I am sure to ruin. The shield I've built around my heart to keep it protected is being taken down a pebble at a time by Blake. When he goes all out and rushes forward, they go right back into place. I thought the pebbles were gone, but they must have been lying around, waiting for a big gush of sentiment to come at me. Blake flooded me with gifts this last week, and I took them all like a champ. It surprised me that I allowed him to give me so much. I jumped right on the bandwagon with him. We can learn to be rich together, I thought. I do want to make a profitable restaurant anyway. I may as well learn how to have money. That's how I convinced myself that it was okay to take what he was giving me. But the ring and his financial security was just a little too much for me. It would be damn nice to understand why that is. I live in Los Angeles. I see gold diggers every day and know there's a difference in them and rich people with genuine love and respect for one another. Blake and I could be that. I respect the hell out of that man. Can't really say I've ever thought so highly of anyone before him. He's sweet, caring, generous, and faithful. Like a dog that you forget to feed and sometimes forget to bring in out of the cold, but he still loves you anyway. The moment you let him in, he's all happy and frolicking. That's Blake to a T. I've left with no regard whatsoever for his feelings, and he's taken me back every time and never made me pay for what I did to him. This last week has been amazing. Not only has he treated me like a queen, but his personal attention to me has been out of this world. He spends time thinking about what will please me in so many ways. I know most men are all about what you can do for them in the bedroom, but Blake isn't that way at all. And here I am walking alone down the beach as the sun melts into the ocean, creating a stunning picture. My sweet man sits at my tiny apartment, waiting for my return. It's not a very fair thing for someone who is as giving and loving as he is. He buys me a fantastic engagement ring and asks me to marry him, and I go crazy and leave him alone. Bet he never thought in a million years this would have been the outcome of all his planning. It occurred to me that we were going to go to Vegas, and he'd asked Kip and Peyton to come along. I wonder if he was planning on us getting married tonight. He most likely was, and I just went and messed the whole thing up. Just because I don't think I deserve good things. I should go back and accept his proposal and bite my tongue to keep my idiot mouth shut. Once we're married, it will be too late to second-guess anything. It's not the smartest thing I've ever contemplated doing before, but it's not the most idiotic thing either. A man jogs by me with a dog on a leash. The dog's tail is wagging like crazy, and it reminds me of Blake's idea about us getting a puppy. Blake is this happy-go-lucky guy, and I'm Debbie Downer. He's all, let's get married. I'm all, but one day we might break up. Man, I'm a real moron. I pick up my pace as I head back to my car. I'm going to do it. If he still has me, I'm going to tell him the answer is yes, and that we should get ourselves to Vegas and do this thing before my insanity catches up to me again. It has to be a little bit of insanity, after all. What woman in her right mind would look at that ring he had in his gorgeous face and rocking body and say, "Not now, sweetheart"? It's been 3 hours that I've walked, and I hope he's not really pissed at me for being gone so long. Perhaps I should find him a puppy so he can't be mad at me. He seems the type, if you gave him a puppy, he'd get over any anger he had in him and turn into a mushball over the thing. But then again, that might be something he wants us to pick out together as a couple, as a married couple. I open the car door and climb inside the beautiful car he bought me. I think that I have to learn how to hold my tongue and gauge my reactions to good news. It seems I have the opposite reaction that most people have. That's something I have to change. I'm making a vow to myself right here and now. No more Debbie Downer. I'm going to follow Blake's lead and be a happy-go-lucky gal. Well, maybe not a gal. A happy-go-lucky young woman. There, that's better.
Blake.
For the first hour, I waited patiently. Rochelle has issues, and I am no stranger to them. But when the second hour came, I got a little hot under the collar, and the third one came, and I told myself to get out of there. With a note that told her I wanted to get married or get on with my life, I feel like she knows where I stand. It's been far too long, and I'm ready to start this marriage. 3 to 5 years is too far away for me. I'm no fool, and know she'll never agree with me. I left, and I am not going to allow myself to look back. I'm done. It's obvious to me that I have to cut Kip and Max out of my life as well, if I am to get Rochelle out and keep her out. I can't take her constant rejection. No one should subject themselves to what she dishes out. I know I'll hurt for a while, but it will heal just like any other life-changing and devastating wound. People lose real parts of their bodies and live. The part that has been pulverized in me isn't even a real piece of flesh and blood, just feelings. I'll live. Don't know if I'll ever love again, but I'll live. The ring I took back to the jewelry store and had to hug the young woman who sold it to me, as she seemed more upset than I am. Luckily, Kip and Peyton were out, so I was able to get into my helicopter and take off without having to get into things with them. I know they'd talk me into staying around and talking to Rochelle. That would only delay the inevitable. She doesn't want a piece of paper keeping us together and her taken care of. Well, I can't be in a relationship and be selfish. I'm a giver, a person who makes sure the people they love are well cared for and know they're loved. I guess I'm good for nothing. My cell phone lights up and plays the wedding march, the song I had just set for Rochelle's ringtone. I pick it up and hit the reject button. Let her see how it feels. I can't get home fast enough. Once there, I will start my life over. A life without her. With that in mind, I toss my cell phone out of the helicopter. Anyone who has that number is behind me. Forward is the only way to go now.
Rochelle.
I cannot believe he sent my call straight to voicemail. I send him a text with the word yes written in capital letters, and he still hasn't responded. I pick up my phone and make sure he knows what that means. That is a yes to the question. I want to marry you, Blake. Please call or come back. I love you. Time is passing like molasses, and I am in agony, not knowing where he is or if he's okay. It's nearing 10 o'clock as I call Peyton to see if they've heard from him. Where are you guys? Peyton asks as she answers the call. That's an odd way to answer the phone, Pate. I'm at my apartment. Then why is the car Blake borrowed here and his chopper gone? I thought you two were heading to Vegas this evening. Why are you still here? His chopper is gone. Shit. Peyton sighs. What did you do now? He came home with a gorgeous engagement ring and asked me to marry him, and I freaked out and ended up leaving for a few hours. But I came to my senses and came back to accept his proposal, only he was gone. I pace as I think what it is I need to do. I can't let the greatest thing ever happen to me get away. Wow. That's big. You know he may be done, sweetie. I mean, that's a pretty big thing you did there. He's such a sweetheart too, Shelley. I can't imagine how hurt he must have been. Damn it. I know. I'm a jerk. Peyton, if I lose him, I may as well die. God help me. I fall on the sofa as my eyes fill with tears. I don't know what to do. I called and sent him a text accepting his proposal, but nothing. It's more than him not wanting to talk to me. I'm afraid something might have happened. Now that you've told me he's in his chopper, I'm really afraid. Can you call him? Maybe he'll answer if Kip calls. I hear her shouting at Kip, and he gets close enough that I can hear him over the phone. His thick Australian accent fills my ear. What, love? Peyton gives him the rundown as I listen, and to hear her say it makes it really sink in what I've done to him. Crap isn't even close to the word I feel like. A total piece of shit who doesn't deserve to even breathe the same air someone as wonderful as Blake breathes is what I am. Kip huffs and says, ouch, that's painful. I'll give him a ring. Okay, he's making the call, Shelley. I wait and listen, and after a minute, Kip tells her he didn't answer. I'm calling Max then, I say. Bye. If you hear from him, let me know, Peyton. I will, bye. I called Max and Lexi answered the phone. Fantastic, I get to tell my terrible story again and relive that shit. After many gasps and sighs, Lexi says, well, hibbity by Betty Shell. That's a bunch of terrible things, isn't it? I tell you what, that's a heap more than Max ever put me through. Oh, my poor Blake. He must be near suicidal. Lex, I groan. I'm really getting worried about him. Do you think Max can try to call him? He wouldn't answer Kip's call. She yells for Max, and he listens to the tale as only Lexi can add all kinds of silly words to it, and make me nearly laugh if I wasn't so damn worried. Then he mumbles something, and the next thing I know, Lexi is telling me he wants to talk to me. Rochelle, what the hell are you thinking? He shouts at me. I cringe as Max has never yelled at me, and he suddenly becomes super intimidating. Max, I'm just... No, I don't want to hear it. No more excuses. A great man asks you to marry him, and you act like he did something awful to you. This is enough out of you. I'm not going to get him to talk to you just so you can tear another chunk out of his kind and generous heart. Do you understand me? Max, I didn't mean... His voice is booming as he says, you didn't mean to hurt him. Yeah, I know your same old song and dance. Well, this time, you're going to have to figure things out on your own. You really don't want me to call him, because my advice to him is going to be to forget about you. You are no good for him. Max, that's not true. I am good for him. I just got confused and afraid that I didn't deserve him, but the truth is, I could be good to him. We are great together, and it's just my insecurities that get in the way. I can control them if I try hard enough, I know I can. I plop down of the sofa and look at the ceiling. If he's smart, he won't accept another apology from you. Do yourself a favor, Rochelle. Get off the couch and go into your little kitchen and take out a wine glass. I really don't think a drink right now is what I want, I say, but I get up and do what Max is telling me to for some damn reason. I don't want you to talk, just do what I say, he commands me. I take a wine glass out of the cabinet. I have one, now what? Drop it on the floor. Max, that's... Drop the glass, Rochelle, he shouts. I drop the glass, and it breaks into pieces. Okay, I did it. Now what? Do you see how it's shattered in a way that you can't put it back together? He asks. I look at the pieces. Some are big and could be glued, but other parts are smashed into sharp shards, while others are pulverized and couldn't ever be fixed. Yes, I see it's destroyed. And now I guess you want me to clean up the mess, right? No, I want you to tell it you're sorry, he says with a much calmer tone to his deep voice. I'm sorry? I ask with a huff. Just say it. I'm sorry, Wineglass, for breaking you. He sighs. So what happened? What do you mean? It's got to be cleaned up now. I shake my head at his ridiculous idea and what the hell it was meant to teach me. It's still broken, isn't it, Shell? Saying you're sorry didn't fix it, did it? His lesson zooms into my brain and I get a knot in my throat. Telling Blake I'm sorry isn't going to fix what I've done. Too many times I've dropped him, and this last time was just one too many. I swallow hard and try not to let the tears that are threatening to fall sound in my voice. Max, is it too late? What do you think, Shell? How many more times do you think he can take you doing this to him? All I have to say is that you're on your own. You'll have to dig deep down and think about what you can do to make things up to him, and make sure you don't do this to him anymore. If you can't find that in you, then leave the guy alone. He's too good a man to be broken by you. Max takes a deep breath. And I want you to know, this doesn't mean I don't care about and love you, Shelley. I do, but you have to stop this thing you're doing to him. Thanks, Max. I'll think about everything. I appreciate your honesty. I love you too, and I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Bye. Bye, Shelley. How in the hell am I supposed to fix this?
Blake.
It's 2 in the afternoon. The little crappy bar I used to go to should be open, and I can drink the day away while I whine to the bartender about how crappy my life is turning out. I pull my truck into the parking lot and see 3 cars there. Good, I'm not completely alone in my misery. The air smells of stale beer, peanuts, and cigarette smoke. Two people sit together at one little table with a couple of mugs of beer between them. They speak in hushed whispers as I open the door, letting in an unwelcome stream of sunlight. I quickly shut the door, as the three inside shielded their eyes from the damning light. "Sorry," I say quickly. Behind the bar stands a woman, maybe 50, with fading red hair and a fair amount of gray in it. "How you doing today, partner?" she asks me. I take a stool in front of her at the bar and answer, "Terrible. What do you have that can cure a broken heart?" She fills a mug with draft beer and smiles as she pushes it in front of me. "This one is on the house, partner." I nod and smile. I'm going to leave her one hell of a tip before this night is over. I take a long drink and feel the cold as it flows down my throat and into my stomach. "How long do you think it'll take before it takes the pain away?" "Depends." "How deep is the pain?" She winks at me as she runs a white cloth over a shot glass. "Very," I answer. "Tell me, do you know a lot about abandonment issues?" "I'm sorry, how rude of me. My name is Blake and yours is?" "Tanya." "Nice to meet you, Blake. Abandonment issues, huh? Well, most people have them, at least to a certain extent anyway. You see, even great parents can't always be with their kids entirely as they get through those young years. My girlfriend was given up when she was 3. Her parents are both crazy as shit. Her father lives under a bridge, so I do mean legitimately crazy, okay? I pause to take another drink. "Under a bridge, huh? Keep going," she says as she takes the peanuts that are on the bar in front of me and throws them away, replacing them with some fresh out of the glass jar. "I'm putting out the fresh peanuts for you, Blake." I take one and pop it in my mouth. "Thanks, Tanya." So like I was saying, she comes from nutty stock and has some deep issues. I guess I'm an idiot, because I thought I could love her so much she'd stop being a crazy person with many insecurities. "How long have you known this person, Blake?" "A while. We've had bouts where we weren't together, but we always came back to what we have. It's special, different. When I first laid eyes on her, I knew she was the one. And I know she loves me, but she's the type who leaves when she feels pretty much anything at all. I have this feeling she doesn't like to feel anything too deeply." Tanya stops wiping the bar down and looks at me as I suck down the rest of the beer. "So what do you want with her then?" Her question has me struck dumb. I think about it as she pours me another one and places it in front of me. I love her. That's all I have. I shrug my shoulders. Does that make sense? I hear it all the time, Blake. All the time. People can make each other crazy as hell, but it's that love thing that keeps them giving it another shot. So where is this crazy chic now? Los Angeles, and I'm not going back there no matter what. So if you hear me talking about going back to make her see the light about us and what we have, just tie me up somewhere until I sober up and get back into my right mind. I take a drink and shake my head. My heart can sometimes overrule my brain. I need to use my brain a lot more though. The old ticker has taken a beating and isn't up to making any decisions. "Will do," she says as the door opens up and I go temporarily blind. "Hi, Mom. Need any help?" I hear a girl's voice ask. "You could sweep and mop for me, Tilly," Tanya says. The door closes and a tall, willowy blonde walks past me. Her arm brushes against my back, and I lean forward to get away from her. My body tenses as she turns back and smiles at me. "Sorry." She goes behind the bar and kisses her mother's cheek. "I just got back from Dallas. The shoot took forever. Did you miss me?" "You bet," Tanya says with a smile. "I missed not having to pick up things you left lying around. I missed going to bed at a reasonable hour without your music keeping me awake. Yeah, I'd say I missed you. When do you think this modeling thing will start making you enough money to get your own place, Tilly?" The girl, who must be in her early 20s, looks at me and grins. I think my mother is ready for me to leave the nest. I raise my eyebrows at her and take a drink. My parents never wanted me to leave, so I have no idea. Tanya laughed. I don't really want you to leave, Tilly. Just clean up after yourself now and then. Tilly walked back around the bar and sat next to me. So what's up with you? Why you here drinking so early in the day? He's in love with a cuckoo bird with abandonment issues. Leave the man alone, Tilly. The broom and mop are in the back of the closet. Tilly rolls her light blue eyes at me and gets up. I'll do the chores, Mom. But then you owe me a couple of drinks. I look back at Tanya behind the bar and think to myself that the fruit fell pretty far from that tree. Her daughter is gorgeous, and Tanya doesn't look a thing like her. She must look like her father, I say without realizing it's come out of my mouth. I don't know. I never met her father. I choke on my beer and look up at her. How in the hell is that? She laughs. She's adopted, Blake. I got her when she was 7. She had some problems. Maybe talking to her can help you understand your girl a little better. Maybe it could, but do I even want to understand? Maybe it's better just to try my best to forget about Rochelle.
Rochelle.
I called and texted Blake again, hoping the light of day had him not quite so mad at me that he'd ignore me altogether. No such luck though, as the call went straight to voicemail. My brain is struggling with what I should do. I'm pretty sure he's back home in Lubbock, but not 100%, as Max won't help me find that out. One little phone call to his brother-in-law, who lives next door to Blake, is now the guy Blake calls his right-hand man. Whatever that means, he could let me know for sure if he's home. It's getting to be nearly noon, and I'd like to be on my way to wherever he is by now, but with no real clue, I'm stuck here waiting, wondering, and worrying about him. Now that I know how he felt all those times, I left without telling him a thing. I will never do that to another person as long as I live. It's excruciating. My phone rings, and I jump and grab it off the table. It's Lexi, and I am in a hurry to answer. Hey Lex. I can't talk long, and I'm hiding from Max that I'm calling you, but I wanted you to know that I called my brother, and he said Blake made it home last night. So he's alive. Max did try to call him this morning to be sure he was all right, but Blake didn't accept his call either. I wonder why he's cutting everyone out, I say as I step into my shoes. It's not like him. Max thinks it's because he's really going to try to get over you. Are you going to just sit back and let that happen, Shelley? What would you do? I ask her, knowing full well that even though Max tore me a new one last night, that Lexi and he went through some bad shit before they finally got it all straight. You don't want to repeat any of my mistakes. Make your own, or better yet, don't. Just find the guy and tell him you love him and marry him. Find him, huh? Thanks for the advice, Lexi. And thanks for letting me know he's okay. I really appreciate it. Max is coming. Bye, and remember, this is our little secret, Shell. The call ended, and I envisioned Max catching her in the act, and her coming up with some crazy story that gave too many details, letting him know she was hiding something from him. Okay, so now I know he's in Lubbock, but how do I get to him in less than 2 days? Will it take me 2 days to drive there? And before I get to him, I need to make a stop at my grandparents' house too. Time to get a plan together and get moving on it. So, let me get this right, I say as I pass the ketchup over to Tilly. I got hungry and ordered Tilly, Tanya, and me some food from the little cafe next door. You're only 25 and have been married twice and are about to get engaged, you think, to another guy. Tilly takes a giant bite of her cheeseburger and nods. A little mustard got left on her cheek, so I took a napkin and wiped it away. Her tongue darts out to lick it off, and she smiles. Thanks and yes. It's all about the first part of love that I crave. When it gets all settled in and the men start acting like themselves, you know, farting in front of me and scratching their private parts, that's when I have to end it. Really? So, if I do get back together with Rochelle, I should never do those things in front of her? That's got to be a little hard to keep up forever. Don't you look back and miss either of your husbands? I ask her as she takes a drink of her beer. Tanya laughs and dips a fry in ketchup. They were creeps, both of them. Tilly here likes the bad boys, and when I say bad, I mean the kind that don't mind tossing a woman around a bit and trying to keep them beat down. I look Tilly over and have a hard time believing someone as pretty as she is would allow a man to treat her that way. Come on, not you, Tilly. Say it ain't so. I can't imagine a girl like you putting up with that crap. And in the end, you left them over a gas issue instead of the fact they hit you. I shake my head and take another bite of my burger. Maybe my girl isn't the craziest chic on the planet after all. I shake my head to rid it of the words, my girl. I'm trying to move on after all. Tilly doesn't even look embarrassed as she says, I had it coming. Mom doesn't understand. You what? No, you did not just say that. Tell me what you did to make those jerks hit you. I pick up my beer and down it, to get my blood to stop boiling. Tilly looks at me and says, okay, the first husband I married after knowing him 2 weeks. I was 18 and thought I needed to get married and start a family. I know I was stupid, so stop looking at me like that, Dad. Okay, as long as you realize that, young lady, I say and gesture for her to continue. Well, after a few months together, I got this notion that I might have rushed into the marriage thing, and I took a pregnancy test and made sure I wasn't pregnant, then went to the free clinic and got myself on birth control. All without telling me a thing, Tanya interjects. I shake my head and frown at Tilly. Go on. Well, I couldn't let Bob know I was taking the pills 'cause he wanted to knock me up real bad. He was at me all the time and confused that I was still not pregnant. One day, he got the idea I was taking the pills and ransacked the house until he found them. He knocked me around pretty good, but do you see how I brought that on myself? Shock runs through me as I can't believe this woman actually believes she deserved that. Tilly, no, I can't see how you brought that on yourself. Tanya puts another beer in front of us and says, see, the issues can be really different. She thinks it's okay for men to punish her physically. I never laid a hand on her, but she feels like a man can. I don't know what to do with her. Well, I should have talked to him, not went on and done that without his consent. Tilly takes a drink of the fresh beer. But this new guy, he's a lot better. He's going to be in here later on, and you'll see, he's a keeper. So, what about the adoption thing? I ask Tanya and look back at Tilly too. How did that work out, and was there a father at any time, Tanya? When I first got her, I was married, but that ended a few years later. He took off, and we never heard from him again. I raised her by myself. Maybe that's part of the reason she makes poor choices in men. Tanya moves to the other end of the bar to take someone else's order. And how did you like being adopted? I ask her. It was great to get out of foster care. My mother is a saint. I had nightmares for years, and when I hit puberty, I was a nightmare. But she kept me. No matter how bad I was, she kept me. She takes the last bite of her burger, and I can see a little bit of what Rochelle has deep in her eyes. The look that says she's not worthy of love. It hits my heart hard, and I think I might have made a mistake in leaving. So I asked Tilly, did you ever really love any of them? After dabbing at her mouth with a napkin, she answers, Blake, let me let you in on a little secret that might save you a lot of heartache over this girl. She can't love you. You see, no matter how much I try, I can't really accept myself. I often feel like a stranger in this body, detached from it at times. You think she's like that? I ask. The things you've told us say she is. So, if you want to try to build a life with this girl, you have to understand that you'll be building on a pile of sand that can blow away at any moment. She pats my back and looks at me. It's not her fault, it's just the way it is. Does it have to be that way? I ask and hope there's some positive response. She nods. Do yourself a favor and stop the cycle now. It'll take a little time, but she's damaged, too damaged for a guy as great as you are. I mean, you're a real sweetheart, and a girl like her or me would break you in no time. I'm not weak, I argue. I can take a lot. She will make you weak. You can stand up to it for a while longer if you want, but in the end, she will leave you a shell of your former self. I think that would be a crime. Yeah, I say, taking a gulp of beer. You're probably right. It's best to forget about her. I think I need something a little bit stronger than this to erase her memory, though. Tilly smiles. Good. You should just get drunk tonight and take a cab home, and in the morning, you'll feel so bad that you will never want to feel that way again. It's cauterizing the wound. It burns at first, but then it heals, leaving a scar, but it's over and done with. I'm not positive that any of this is healthy, but I'm going to try it anyway. 4 shots of whiskey later, and getting into the prime of the nighttime crowd, I'm dancing with all the pretty ladies in here, and buying rounds for the whole bar. I'm living it up tonight. Tomorrow I'll pay for it, but tonight I'm living like I don't have a care in the world. My body is pretty numb as I hold a tall, slightly heavy woman in my arms and slowly dance with her. I hiccup, and she giggles. It makes her body jiggle, and I kind of want to puke. So, what is it you do for a living, honey? She whispers in my ear. Not a damn thing. I'm filthy rich. I'm about to start wasting away my money on booze and broads, though. I laugh and hiccup again. She pulls her head off my shoulder and looks at me. Rich? Really? That caught your attention, I see, I slur and smile. So how rich? Her green eyes go all sparkly as the song ends. Thanks for the dance, I slur and let her out of my sloppy embrace. I turn to walk away and her hand slips into mine. She comes along with me to the little table I got to myself, and after I sit down, I find her plump butt on my lap. She licks her thick lips that are too red and says, "We should take this party to your place, handsome." No can do, lady. I'm just sowing some wild oats tonight. No hanky-panky for me. No, sir, none for me. I reach out to find my glass empty and wonder who drank my shot. I can barely see the bar from my seat way in the back and push at the lady's shoulders. She gets up and frowns. You sure? I can be a lot of fun. I'm sure. I stumble my way to the bar and find Tanya frowning at me. Why the long face? I ask. I think you've had enough, Blake. I'm going to get Tilly to drive you home. She quit drinking a few hours ago, Tanya tells me. I sit on the bar stool. Fine. But just so you know, I am nowhere near drunk. Oh, you passed drunk 2 shots ago, Tanya says as she laughs. The door opens and a monster-sized man walks in. He looks at Tanya and says, "Where's your daughter?" Washing some glasses for me in the back. You can go on back there if you want, she tells the guy who looks like a real jerk. You her boyfriend? I ask him. He looks at me and frowns. Who wants to know? Me, I say and stand up. Duh, who asked you? I look at Tanya. Another real winner we got here. She's shaking her head and looking really concerned for some odd reason. Then I feel my feet leave the floor, and my shirt is in the monster guy's hands. Who are you? He asks me. A concerned citizen. You can put me down now, I slur and notice that I can't really feel my body. Put him down, Spike, Tanya tells him. I find my feet back on the ground, though if the truth be told, I still feel a little floaty. Spike. I laugh. That would be your name. Okay, that's enough. I'm taking this idiot outside and teaching him a lesson, Spike says. No, you're not, Tanya tells him. I don't mind. I can take care of myself. I roll up one sleeve and make a muscle. See, I work out a lot and I can take this wuss. What did you call me? The monster man asks me. I called you a wuss, I mumble and take a step towards him. A female voice shrieks my name, and I turn to find Tilly running out to me. Blake, what are you doing? He'll kill you. Stay out of this, Tilly, Spike tells her, and the next thing I know, she's stopped running towards us and looks kind of pale. Don't, she screams. Her eyes are so wide, and she looks afraid. I turn back to look at what she's looking at, and find the monster man holding quite a large knife, his eyes dark. Then he opens his mouth and says, "You're dead, goofball."
Happy-go-lucky. Rochelle.
After stopping by my grandparents to pick up the set of wedding rings my grandmother's parents left her, I'm on Kip's jet, landing in Lubbock at 10 o'clock at night. I'm hoping to find Blake at home and make everything right with us. Finally, I hurry off the plane and rent a car, and off to Blake's I go. I know there's a huge chance he'll tell me to buzz off, and I am prepared for that. Who am I kidding? I am totally not prepared for that, and I may fall completely apart if he rejects me. I would understand why he would do it, but it would kill me. A few minutes later, I'm in front of his house and his truck is gone. Shoot. My heart skips a beat, and I have to fight the urge to end my journey for love and happiness. It's only one setback, I tell myself. The defeatist attitude I can have, my heart seems to stomp out, and it tells me to keep looking for him. I think of some of the love stories I've made myself read lately, such as how the heroes would go to the moon and back to get to their love, and I vow to do just that. After all I've put Blake through, I have to work hard to fix what I've done to him. I keep on driving and will just have to look for his truck. He may be at the store or getting something to eat or, God forbid, at a bar. If he's in a depressed mood, which I'm sure he is, he may be getting shit-faced somewhere and going to drive drunk. I have to get to him before he does something crazy like that. Not far from his house, I see a crappy little bar, and there's his truck. I wish he wasn't in there. I pull up next to his tall truck and take in a deep breath. I may walk in there and find him wrapped around another woman, and I have no idea of what I'll do if I see that. I'll have to try hard not to beat her butt. The music is loud, and I can hear it as I get out of the rental car. My heart is pounding. Please let him be alone, drowning his sorrows in some corner booth. Taking in one more deep breath, I push the door open hard, like I'm about to enter a saloon in the Old West and may face a fight.
Blake.
The blade of the large knife the oaf is holding way too close to my stomach shines as the dim bar lights hit it. Tilly is right behind me, which is just making this monster-sized man even madder. Tilly, get the hell out of the way and let me deal with this jerk, Spike growls at her. She doesn't do as he says and instead says, Spike, don't do this. You just got out of prison. You don't want to go back. Prison. I find myself yelping. You never said anything about him being in prison. For what? The way Spike's dark eyes narrow has me wishing I'd never said a word. Just how much did you two talk, Tilly? And what else did you do with this dead man? Not a lot. See, he didn't know you went to prison for killing a man in a bar fight. That proves we didn't talk very much. Really? A bar fight? I say as I try to take a step back, but Tilly is right there, and I'd have to push her out of the way to retreat to moderate safety, and that would look really bad. Spike is standing right in front of the door, and I close my eyes and say a little prayer to let someone walk in and knock him out of the way. Spike laughs. Praying before you die. I open my eyes and am about to say something witty when a small amount of light fills the frame of the door, and someone pushes it with a great deal of force. Spike comes flying at me as I sidestep him and quickly turn back to grab his arm, the one with the knife at the end of it. Thanks to all my workouts, I'm kind of buff, and can easily pull the knife out of his grasp as he fumbles to regain his balance. I twist his arm back and faceplant him on the bar. Blake. I turn my head to find a beautiful young woman with my name on her lips, and nearly fall down as I see that it's Rochelle. Rochelle, what in the hell are you doing here? I ask with most likely a very surprised expression. I came to get you, and drag you to Vegas to marry me. She crosses her arms in front of her, and looks at the large man I have pinned to the bar. A new friend? Tilly pops around me and says, no, he isn't. Look, Blake, let him up, I'll take care of Spike. Though I really don't want to let the man up, I feel that I should, so I can wrap the woman I love in my arms and let her take me to Vegas. I look at Tilly. You can't handle this man, Tilly. I glance around and find another large guy and shout, hey you. He points at himself and mouths, me? Yeah, you, I say as I nod my head. Can you come and make sure this guy stays put, while I get out of here. He nods and makes his way to me. He takes the position I vacate, holding Spike down, and I finally wrap Rochelle up in my arms. Let's get the hell out of here. Out, we walk towards my truck. We should hurry, Rochelle says. I doubt that guy is going to be able to keep the monster-sized man held that long. Knowing she's right, I hurry along and open the driver's side door of my truck and lift her up to get in. She slides over to the middle and I get in. Turning the truck on, I look over at her, suddenly very sober. I'm glad to see you, Rochelle. Her smile fills my heart, and I can't wait to make this woman mine. As we pull out of the parking lot, I drape my arm around her narrow shoulders and pull her close to me, leaving a kiss on the side of her head. She smiles up at me and says, "You really do seem glad to see me." I really am glad to see you. I found myself second-guessing the decision to leave Los Angeles a lot. I squeeze her a little, feeling so happy I can hold her again. I deserved it, Blake. I'm sorrier than I've ever been in my entire life about anything. I hope one day you can forgive the stupid girl I am. She looks away and frowns. I tried to call and texted you a lot. I tossed my phone, I tell her. I thought I should drop you and all our friends if I was to truly get over you. It proved impossible to stop thinking about you, though. I'm pretty damn sure I would have been going back to find you tomorrow. And I accept your apology, Rochelle. And please don't call yourself stupid. You are anything but that, baby. She smiles and pulls something out of her purse, and they glimmer in her palm under the dashboard lights. I stopped in Round Rock and got my great-grandparents' wedding rings. They aren't fancy, just plain gold bands, but I'd like us to use them to get married tonight. If you're up to it, and still want me, that is. I still want you. Don't think I don't. I pause, though, as I don't want her to feel like she has to marry me. Rochelle, I don't want to push you into something you're not ready for. I am ready. She looks back at me with a frown covering her beautiful face. Blake, I need to do this. I need you in my life, permanently. I want you, like I never knew was possible. You're right about having the security that goes along with marriage. I want that. I want what you want to provide for me, for our family will have one day. Her words fall on my ears like snowflakes in December. Light and beautiful, and something I've been waiting for.
Rochelle.
We went straight back to the airport and got on Kip's jet. Thankfully, Blake accepted my apology and agreed to get married tonight in Vegas. Kip, Peyton, Max, and Lexi are on their way there as we speak, and we're all going to meet up at this little wedding chapel. Blake keeps kissing me here and there, murmuring how much he loves me as I sit on his lap on the plane. My arms are wrapped around his neck, and my face is buried in his broad chest. I can't seem to get close enough to him. With the privacy of the jet's cabin, I pull back and look at Blake. His blue-brown eyes gaze into mine, and he smiles at me. Thank you for coming to get me. I guess I never should have left L.A. That was kind of stupid of me. I press my finger to his lips. Let's leave the past and any mistakes or dumb things we did to each other there. I only want to move forward with you, Blake. This looks to be the start of one fantastic night.
Blake.
All I can see is her. Rochelle comes towards me down the aisle of blue carpeting. Little white benches line the sides. Max and Lexi sit on one side, and Kip and Peyton on the other. Rochelle is glowing, and the white wedding dress we bought when we got to Vegas makes her look like an angel. Peach-colored roses fill the bouquet she carries as she comes to me. My heart is pounding hard in my chest as she approaches me and turns to hand the flowers to Peyton. I take her hands in mine and can't believe this is finally happening. Hi, I say. Hey, she says with a smile. I smile back. Glad to see you came. Glad you were waiting for me here. I wasn't sure you'd be here. She giggles. I wasn't sure you'd come, I say, then chuckle. Luck must be with me tonight. I have to agree with you, Blake. It's with us both tonight. She smiles and melts my heart. The justice of the peace clears his throat, and I suppose he'd like to begin the ceremony. Reluctantly, I turn to look at him, and he proceeds to tell us what to say to one another. The words I feel resonate through my body, as I've never meant more from what I've said before. I am promising things and meaning them with every fiber of my being. This woman is mine to protect, love, cherish, and keep with me forever. It's a big responsibility, and at this moment, all I can think of is to bring it on.
Rochelle.
Peyton, Lexi, and I danced to a rock beat as Kip managed to hijack a small band and get them to play one of his songs for us. We screamed like we were his biggest fans, which I assume we were. A hand runs along my side and lips touch my cheek as Blake slides in behind me. He wraps his arms around me and moves with me to the music. His words fall warm on my ear. "I love you, Mrs. Chandler." My lips quirk into a sideways grin as I think about my new name. I am Blake's wife. Someday, I'll be the mother of Blake's children. No matter what happens in this crazy life, I will hang on to these moments when we came together to become one. I turn in his arms, wrap mine around his neck, and dance with him. Max has one arm around Lexi and one around Peyton as they sway to the music and look at us. Max gives me a nod and a smile. If it weren't for his brutal honesty, I might not be dancing here in the arms of the man I love. I mouth the words, "Thank you," to him and bury my head in Blake's neck. I press my lips to his neck as he moves us to the music. His chest vibrates against mine. I whisper in his ear, "After this song, let's disappear to our room, okay?" Blake nods and dances closer to Max and the girls. "Hey guys, we're going to take off for the night. Let's meet up for breakfast in the morning." They laugh and Max says, "Got it. You want to consummate the nuptials, we get it." I blush and hide my face as Blake dances us away from our friends. I lean on him as he holds me tight and takes me to the elevator. There are people in it, and I find myself wishing there was no one in it. All I can think about is getting my clothes off and wrapping myself with my husband. The way Blake's looking at me with hunger in his eyes tells me he's on the same page as I am. The elevator doors open on our floor, and he pulls me out, and we run down the long hallway to our hotel room. He runs the card to open the door and pushes it open. I start to walk in, but he suddenly picks me up and carries me into the room. His mouth takes mine as he takes me inside, and the door shuts behind us. He places my feet back on the floor and takes his mouth off mine, looking at me intensely. "How do you feel?" "Better than I ever have."
Blake.
We're only 3 years into our marriage, and Rochelle has made it big time. Her restaurant just received a 5-star review, and she was offered a television series in which she'll host new chefs each week. She says she doesn't have time for that, but I bet she figures out how to make time for it. I pull into our driveway at our huge cabin in Colorado and turn to look back at our kids. Rochelle and I went to the children's home on our first anniversary and found that little Sally and Toby Portis were available for adoption. So we adopted them. A year later, we had a son. We named him Josh, and he's a little over a year old now. Our Dalmatian, Freckles, makes her way out to greet us as Toby and Sally pile out of the Suburban. They ran to the dog we got a few days after we got married. Toby pats her head as Sally runs her hand over her back, and they ask her if she missed them while we were gone to the store. I pull Josh out of his car seat, then place him on the ground, and he toddles away to join his brother and sister. Rochelle opens the front door and waves at me. She had an appointment today, and I'm eager to find out why, as she just told me that I had the kids today, then said she'd be back later. Well, it's later, and I'm dying to know why she went to the doctor. Her smile is wide as I approach the steps, helping Josh climb them. The other kids rush past Rochelle to enter the house. I let Josh's hand go as he goes inside, following his big brother and sister. Taking my wife into my arms, I kiss her and then ask, "So, what's up with you?" Her hand trails over my face. She loves the new beard I'm sporting. I figure if we're going to live in the wilderness, I might as well look at the part of a mountain man. She sighs and kisses my bearded cheek. Not much, I just went to see my doctor. She runs her fingers up and down my bicep, then stops and takes it on her hand, squeezing it and letting out a little whimper. I love the way that feels. Baby, stop playing with me. Are you feeling well? I take her chin in my hand and make her look at me instead of my arm. I feel fantastic. I didn't go because I was feeling bad. Are you hungry? She asks, going off subject. I made this new recipe with shrimp and lobster. The sauce has mangoes in it. It's really delicious. Come on, you have to try it. She pulls me to go inside the house, where the kids are arguing over what cartoon to watch. She pauses as she walks in front of the television, pulling me along after her. With a flick of the remote, she puts on their favorite cartoon, which they all seem to forget is their favorite. They fall into a television zombie spell and sit on the sofa as they become mesmerized by the screen. Even little Josh sits on his haunches and seems dazed by the colors, the sound, or a combination of them both. Rochelle pulls me along to the kitchen with her. A cake is on the bar, and I look over at it. She takes my face between her small hands and makes me look at her. Not yet. I don't want you to see that just yet. Why? What are you hiding? I ask as I wrap my arms around her and pull her tightly. You've been shady this whole last week. Did you take that television offer? Is this how you're telling me we're about to have a film crew in here once a week? She shakes her head and smiles but says nothing. Her eyes go soft, and she runs her arms around my neck and kisses me. It's sweet and light, but there's more there. Her hands run over my back, presses me to her. Her kiss gets hungry in an instant, and she grinds into me. Though all I really want to do now is pick her up and spirit her away to our massive bedroom, I pull away from her and laugh. Okay, tell me. No more playing around. You are so damn good looking, Blake. She tries to pull me to her again. I hold her arms and make her stay still. Tell me now. Her cell phone rings as it lies on the bar near us, and we both look over to see Peyton's name flashing. I should answer that, she says. They're all on the way over. She may want to tell me something important. Reluctantly, I release her and let her answer the phone. Hey girl, she says and looks at me. I start to walk away and get a glimpse of that cake that looks like it has writing on it. Her hand darts out, grabs my wrist and hangs on tight. I look back at her and she shakes her head. Then she says into the phone, okay, we're here. See you guys in about an hour then. She ends the call and places the phone on the bar again. Her arms go back around my neck and she asks, now where were we? I wrap my arms around her waist and answer, you were about to tell me why you went to the doctor. Was I? She asks as she smiles innocently at me. I'm not sure I was going to do that. I think I was going to kiss you a little bit more. Your eyes are dancing with delight, baby. Just tell me so mine can too. I kiss the tip of her cute little nose and slap her butt. Don't make me take you up to our room. Her eyes light up and she wiggles against me. Maybe that would be even better. Rochelle, now. I order, and give her my no-nonsense look that really doesn't get anyone to do what I want them to, but I haven't seemed to let it go yet. Okay, bossy, she says as she turns in my arms and takes me to the cake. Read it. It's my favorite cake, a French vanilla, and there's lavender writing on it and 4 candles for some damn reason. I read it out loud, to Blake, the best daddy in the world. I turn to her as she begins to light the candles. Well, thanks, sweetie, but what are the candles for? They're for your kids. She smiles and places my hand on her flat stomach. You have one more now. What? How the hell? Rochelle, I thought you were taking birth control. I mean, I know you were, right? I shout. The way she looks at me makes me regret how I'm shouting. She has this hurt expression and her cheeks are red. I'm sorry. I pull her into my arms and laugh. No. Don't be sorry. I'm surprised is all. I'm happy about it. I just thought we were going to wait a couple of years, that's all. You know, we talked about it. Well, I forgot to take my pills a bunch here lately, and I messed up, and now we're pregnant again. I didn't do it on purpose. I'm just so busy with the restaurant and the kids and everything that I kept forgetting, she says with tears in her voice. Don't cry, baby. I hold her tight. This is great news. Is it? I mean, are you really okay with this? She looks up at me with shiny eyes, and it makes my heart heave. It's more than okay with me, Rochelle. I kiss her lips tenderly as she runs her hands up and takes my hair into her fists. Now I know why she got so hot so quickly when she brought me in here. The last pregnancy showed me a side of her I never knew before. The hormones make her nearly insatiable. Lucky me.
Rochelle.
Crickets chirp and coyotes howl as I lie in bed and wait for Blake to come join me after telling the kids their bedtime story. He is hands down the best father in the world. He's right up there as the greatest husband, too. 6 months ago, I found out I was pregnant again. This is our second natural child, and she was unplanned but loved no less than any of the rest of them. In only 3 years, we managed to fill our huge mountain cabin with a real family, complete with the dog my husband dreamed of. My mother got into a facility to help her with her many problems. My father was a bit of a nightmare to get help for, but eventually, I found an organization to get him out from under the bridge. He is still crazy as hell, but he's crazy as hell inside a building now. I found it best to stay away from him as he tended to go off on me, ranting about my mother and throwing things. It's enough for me that I got him off the side of the road. I can live with that. I'd love to report that I am 100% fixed and have no more emotional problems, but that would be a lie. I have to fight myself to let Blake love me like he wants to. I sometimes think he's too good to be true and find myself becoming distant. I would never leave him, though. I'd never leave this family we've built together. When my mind goes all stupid, I mostly get quiet and Blake figures out what's going on, and he loves me back to myself. He's really good at that. The door opens and my gorgeous man comes into our monster-sized bedroom, wearing his pajama bottoms and a soft gray V-necked t-shirt. He looks handsome and his beard is trimmed up neatly. I love the beard. Never thought I would, but the way it feels against my skin makes me a little bit insane, but in a good way. Hey baby, he says as he pulls his shirt off over his head, making his biceps bulge and taking my breath away as my eyes find his tight abs and pecs. I toss the blanket back to show him I have nothing on, and it earns me a wiggle from his eyebrows. He drops the PJ bottoms, and my teeth take my bottom lip between them as I bite down. Blake. Blake climbs onto our big and plush bed. Say it again, baby. I say his name again as he runs his hand over my large belly. He kisses it and says, Daddy loves you, Abby. We picked her name out last night, and hearing him talk to our baby girl like that made my heart quiver with love for him. I place my hand over his and follow his motions over my stomach. He looks up at me with a smile. I love Mama too, he says and kisses his way up to my lips.
Blake.
The full moon's light shines into the window of our bedroom. Tall pines filter it somewhat as I gaze out at the night sky and hold my wife in my arms as she sleeps peacefully. An owl hoots, then another answers its call. One large white owl flies past the window, then the other flies after it. Both are large and majestic looking as they fly past the window, hooting as they go. My hand rests on Rochelle's pregnant belly, and just as one of the owls hoots and flies past the window again, our baby kicks. A grin spreads over my face instantly with happiness. I can feel my parents' presence in my heart and find more than comfort with it. I find joy and happiness and thankfulness all at once. If not for the wishes of their individual ashes being spread in opposite oceans, and the money I had to play the lotteries across this big country, I would not be where I am tonight. I would never have needed to meet Max Lane to seek financial advice. I would never have met the beautiful lady I hold in my arms. The little red-haired girl and dark-haired boy I found at the children's home Max grew up in would still be there and not make this family what it is today. My son wouldn't be sleeping in his crib down the hall, and my daughter wouldn't be kicking her mother as we speak. Nope. None of this would be without their passing and their wishes. The morning I found out my parents had died, a piece of me did too. I knew life would never be the same for me. I never told a soul about how low I became in the weeks following their death. The fact was that I had sat in their bedroom one night a few weeks after their death, drinking a bottle of whiskey and holding a pistol in my shaking hand. I was planning on ending it all. The pain had become too much, and I didn't want to live anymore, all alone in this big and cruel world. I wasn't always the buff-bodied man I am today, nor was I when I met Rochelle. Nope, I was a fat little boy who got beat up a hell of a lot. I grew into a pretty chubby man who had super low self-esteem. When they died, it took away the only people who loved me, the only ones who never made fun of me. That night, as I sat there with that bottle and that gun, something happened as I put the barrel of the gun in my mouth and put my finger on the trigger. Something slammed against the outside wall, making me nearly jump off the bed. It was so loud. For some reason, I stopped what I was doing and went outside to see what the hell had made the loud noise. It was dark, but I saw a large rock near the area I had heard the noise from. As I looked around, I saw the mouth of the big base mailbox hanging open. I went over and found one flyer inside and pulled it out, surprised to find I must have left it when I checked the mail earlier that morning. Taking it inside, I looked at it and found it was advertising this weight set, home gym thing. There was no money down, and I could make low monthly payments. I didn't go back into my parents' room that night. I left the bottle and the gun on the bed in there, went to my own room, and went to sleep. The next day, I called the number on the flyer, and by that afternoon, the equipment was delivered, and the guys set it all up in the living room for me. The home gym came with this pamphlet that told me how to eat right, and within a couple of months, I was well on my way to where I am today. I took every picture of the old me and burned them all. The new body gave me new confidence, and I finally did what my parents will ask me to. I made the trip to New York and dropped Dad in the Pacific, then went across the country, playing the lotteries in each state on my way to Los Angeles, where I dropped off my mother. That was the first step on my new life's journey. I don't know if I'll ever tell my wife about the desperate man I was or not. That guy did die that fateful night after all. The old, fat, depressed and insecure Blake was no more after that. Happy-go-lucky Blake was born, and apparently was being sent to find a young woman who needed him very badly. And I am happy to find out we get to have our happily ever after all.
The end.
Sneak peek for Stormfronts. Come with me.
It might have been the fourth glass of bourbon or the fifth or the sixth. Theo Storm wasn't sure. All he remembered was making a dumb bet with Max, who, with mischief in his eyes, shook Theo's hand, muttering "good luck with that" under his breath. Theo opened his eyes and stared up at the ceiling of the hotel room. Gosh, why was it that every time he went drinking with Max, he turned into a loudmouthed jerk who thought that he ruled the world? The trip to Vegas had been to celebrate the opening of their latest boutique apartment building, and to thank Max for working every hour of every day to get it done. Theo had promised himself that he wouldn't get trashed. He never came out on top when drinking with Max. The guy had hollow legs. Geez. A headache shrieked around his skull, and Theo groaned. He rolled out of bed onto the floor and briefly considered staying there for the rest of his life. Reluctantly, he staggered to his feet and into the bathroom, stepping under a too-hot shower and sighing with relief as the water hit his tired body. After he dried himself, he wrapped a towel around his waist and stood at the small sink to brush his teeth, studying himself in the mirror. He was almost 40 years old, and he still acted like a 20-year-old college kid, partying nearly every night. He knew what his dad would say, with disappointment in his eyes. "Settle down, son. Grow roots. Make a home, a family. Theo sighed. It wasn't enough for his dad that he was the head of Stormfronts, the company that Theo had built from literally nothing. He'd been at the top of his class at MIT, where he'd designed, built, and paid for his dad's retirement home in the Florida Everglades, thankfully, a continent away from his own Seattle penthouse. Theo rinsed his mouth, and then threw back a couple of glasses of tap water to combat his hangover. He'd been moaning about his dad's attitude last night at a staggeringly unsympathetic Max, who merely rolled his eyes and called him a poor little rich boy. Max was right. He knew. He just had to ignore the parental pressure, but still, it was probably why he'd made that ridiculous bet with Max. I will find the love of my life within 3 months. Theo shook his head at the thought of it. Why the hell had he made that bet? Hubris and hyperbole. He shrugged. It wasn't as if Max would hold him to it in the cold light of day. I am absolutely going to hold you to it, Max told him on the plane back to Seattle. Theo groaned and slumped back in his seat. His hangover wasn't abating at all, and now he was on the way to give the commencement speech at Seattle's most prestigious college. Theo was used to public speaking in his job, not that it was his favorite thing to do, but he'd agreed to it back when he'd been dating a girl from Tacoma, whose name he couldn't remember, he thought now with a jolt of shame, whose cousin was part of the graduating class. The speech was written, and his custom-made Armani 3 pieces were pressed and weighted. He'd even managed to shave this morning. Outwardly, he'd looked the part of the billionaire mogul, but inside he swallowed a wave of nausea. Idiot. Why get hammered the night before the speech? Theo definitely wasn't in the mood for another grilling from his best friend. Max fixed him with a serious glare. You promised me you'd find the one. I want you to, at the very least, try to have a social life. You haven't dated anyone since Lorelei. Theo grimaced and Max sniggered. Lorelei had been a sweet girl, but her obsession with the healing power of crystals had doomed that relationship very, very quickly. Theo chuckled at the memory. Yeah, see? Max rolled his eyes. That's not a reason to avoid the whole dating thing. You can't write off the whole thing just because your last girlfriend thought she could talk to the spirit world. It's an important part of life, and besides, you're not getting any younger. Thanks, dude. Max grinned at Theo's sarcastic tone. I'm serious. I want you to meet someone who'll make you happy. Theo studied his friend. You say that with all the smug complacency of the happily settled. Max flashed him his cheesiest grin. What can I say? I got lucky with Joel. Now if only you'd embrace your inner gay guy, I've got 100 friends panting to meet you. Theo grinned. Ah, your ongoing campaign to turn me. Sorry, dude, I appreciate it, but you worship at the altar of Vag, I know. Theo sniggered. Charmingly put. Max sighed dramatically. Well, a guy can dream. How long has it been since you were serious about someone? Theo didn't answer, mostly because he couldn't remember ever being serious about anyone. Can we drop this? Nope, Max was grinning wildly. I tell you what, I'll make this interesting. You get married before Christmas, I'll work for you for a year for free. Theo's eyebrows shot up. You're serious? Married? Not going to happen. Max nodded, leaning forward in his chair. Dude, you're my best friend and I just want you to slow down. You work, which is all good, but you're missing out on so much. Meet someone, fall in love, and get married. Hell, I'd be happy if you just dated someone. Come on, help an old romantic out. Besides, he sniffed huffily, I really don't want to find you dead of a stress-related heart attack at your desk. We'd never get the smell out of the carpet. Theo grinned at his friend, but as Max pulled a blanket over himself and turned away to take a nap, Theo stared out of the window of the plane at the sparkling blue waters of the Pacific, the craggy beauty of the West Coast, and wondered if Max was right. Maybe it was time for something more, something real. Thing was, he didn't even know where to start, what he was looking for, or who he wanted as his partner in life. He glanced over to his sleeping friend and knew his friend was right. Theo grinned to himself and settled back into his seat to enjoy the rest of the flight. I hate to ask. Jessica Wood narrowed her eyes at her boss. Professor Jerry Land grinned sheepishly and shrugged as they sat together in the college's refectory, empty coffee cups in front of them. Jess sighed. She knew this wheedling tone of old. Jerry had been her mentor and champion for 4 years through college, and when she applied to be his research fellow to pursue a PhD, he pulled strings to make sure that she'd get the position. Occasionally, though, like now, he'd call in the favor. Yeah, what now? Jerry smirked, knowing that he had her. Commencement. Jess made a face. Oh, no way, I did it last time. Their art department was supposed to send a representative to the ceremony, and while they both appreciated the true meaning of the tradition, it was deathly boring, sitting for hours, applauding everyone, listening to some celebrity rambling on about how the graduating students should reach for the stars. They actually had a tally on how many of the illustrious guests used clichés like that. Please? I just have so much work to do, and this funding application isn't going to write itself. Jess made a face at him, knowing that he'd won. If she didn't go to the ceremony, Jerry would dump the application process on her, and no freaking way, she was getting into that. Fine. Jerry nudged her shoulder with his. I owe you one. You owe me many. But she smiled. At 24, Jessica Wood was exactly where she wanted to be, immersed in a world of art and study. She wasn't rich. That world belonged to her stepbrother, Jules. Her mom had married Jules' French millionaire father, but now after they'd both died, it was just her, Jules, and Jules' never-ending puppet strings. That was the one thing wrong with her life. She worked for Jerry and part-time in one of Seattle's artisan coffee houses, and still only managed to make enough to cover her rent and food. She was okay with that, but Jules still managed to exert his influence over her life in so many different ways. She pushed the thought of him away now, and fought the heavy dread that always followed when she thought of her stepbrother and went to get changed for the ceremony. Her apartment was less than a block from the college, and she quickly showered and slipped into her go-to dress, a dark burgundy silk sheath that shimmered down and hugged her curves. At 5'4", she wasn't the tallest woman, but the dress flared out at her waist, showing off her surprisingly long legs. Her dark mahogany hair fell almost to her waist, and she pulled it up over one shoulder. The lightest of makeup was put on, then she added a delicate gold chain which lay against her chest. Glancing in the mirror, Jess nodded once. She knew people considered her attractive, but they can't see the damage within, she thought. She dismissed the thought and scooted out of the door. Back at college, she made her way to the ceremony, held in the wide courtyard. She glanced at her watch and saw that she was early. She grinned to herself and decided to call Jerry to pass the time. She ducked into a quiet corridor and pulled out her cell phone. I'm calling to issue you an official death threat. Jerry chuckled. Hey, look, at least you get to hear about how the world is indeed a shellfish-based opportunity for our students. About how this is only the beginning of the adventure. Yep, and of course, and how they are all astronauts. Huh. Jerry sighed. Reaching for the stars? Jess laughed. Oh, of course, sorry. Gosh, would it kill one of these people to quote some Eudora Welty? Some Dorothy Parker. Even some Bill and Ted would be nice. Snob. You bet. I'll see you later, and I'll be armed. Jerry laughed loudly. I'll buy you dinner to make up for it. You bet you will. She hung up and turned to walk out to the courtyard. She stopped, a small gasp escaping her. At the end of the corridor, watching her, a man was stood half in shadow. Jess's heart began to thud as the man's gaze locked with hers, burning into hers. He was tall, very, very tall, at least 6'5", and his huge body was expensively clad in an exquisite three-piece suit. With his dark curls close-cropped and his face angular, he looked sculpted to perfection. They stared at each other for a long moment, and then the dean appeared and bore the man away. Jess let out her breath out in a rush. What the hell was that? She felt the blood burn hot through her body. Geez. The way he had been looking at her, as if he wanted to tear off her clothes. Jess turned and leaned her burning forehead against the cool stone wall. For a second, she closed her eyes and imagined what would have happened if the dean hadn't interrupted the moment. Would the man have come closer, pushed her against the wall, kissed her? The tension had crackled along the distance between them. She stumbled into the courtyard and found her seat among the other faculty and representatives. What the hell's the matter with me? She shook her head as the thought ripped through her. Was she so bereft of intimacy that she was imagining being with a total stranger? Yes. She sighed, shaking her head. The woman next to her gave her a strange look, and Jess smiled sheepishly at her. The dean was now at the podium talking, and Jess tried to concentrate on what he was saying. Head of the multinational property corporation that has not only specialized in high-end properties, but also worked closely with Habitat for Humanity to bring much-needed shelter to those in need around the world. I'm pleased to introduce Theodore Storm to you. Jess felt her heart flutter as the guy from the corridor stepped up and shook hands with the dean. Her first glimpse of him had not done him justice. He was gorgeous, a Greek god amongst his serfs. His expression was serious but kind, and there was a smile on his full mouth. Looking at him was like staring at the sun. Jess decided it was dangerous, risky, a threat to sanity, but she tried to look away and couldn't. As he began to speak, his low, melodic tone made his speech even more compelling, and Jess was gratified to hear him speak of opportunity and of hard work. You'll hear a lot from other about how this is your time. Theo Storm fixed his audience with a confident and authoritative stare. And maybe it will be. What they won't tell you is just how hard you will have to work if you want to achieve even 1% of your dreams. Nothing will be handed to you in this world. I say this as someone who grew up in a poor family. Yes, now I can live comfortably as anyone, but it took every ounce of everything I had to get there. Determination, willingness to work every minute of every hour. There was a point when I lived in my car to save on rent money. There was a murmur in the crowd, and Theo grinned, shrugging good-naturedly. I know, a property mogul living in his car. But his face turned serious again. That's what it takes. That kind of sacrifice. If you're just interested in the latest iPhone and the latest cool sneakers as soon as you graduate, then go work for someone else, do the 9 to 5. Some among you will do that, and believe me, there's nothing wrong with it if that's all you're looking for. Me, no. I couldn't. I believe in going after what I want. He looked directly at Jess, caught and held her stare, and held it. Jess felt her heart falter, then quicken. Her cheeks flamed scarlet as they gazed at each other. The silent crowd started to murmur, and Jess was aware of the people turning to gaze at her. A minute turned to 2, then Theo cleared his throat and smiled at her. There are always things beyond our reach, seemingly, he spoke again, his even tone belying nothing of the fire burning in his eyes, but the best way to combat that is this: pretend that it isn't. Pretend you can have anyone, anything, anything you want, and you're halfway there. So there it is. Thank you, Dean, for inviting me to speak, and finally my last words of advice are these. Storm grinned at them, and the sharp angles of his face softened and became boyish. He laughed briefly, still gazing at Jess, who couldn't help returning his infectious smile. Theo nodded at her slightly, then leaned into the mic, and he spoke his final words. Be excellent to each other, and party on, dudes. Jess was still giggling as she made her way back to the art department. Theo Storm was rich, gorgeous, and as funny as hell. The whole package, she sighed, almost with longing. She relayed what had happened to an appreciative Jerry. Well, you got your wish, he said before returning to his work. Jess sighed, flushing slightly. Almost. Her mind flittered back to that moment in the corridor, that feral need inside of her for Storm to take her in his arms, and an art department with its own living, breathing work of art. His voice made her start and spin around. Theo Storm was leaning on the doorframe, grinning at her. Hey, Theo couldn't help but chuckle at her pained expression. Hi. Her low voice, almost a purr, made his pulse quicken and his groin tighten. She was achingly beautiful, with big brown eyes, long dark hair, and a curvy figure, but it wasn't that drew Theo to this young stranger. It was her sense of humor and her obvious intelligence. He was aware he was staring, and her face was becoming redder and redder from his intense scrutiny. He stepped towards her and saw her quiver, glancing into an office at the side of the big room. He saw a middle-aged man bent over his desk. Theo looked back at the girl and held out his hand. "Come with me." He was gratified when, despite a little hesitation, she slid her little hand into his and allowed him to lead her out of the room. Jess had no idea where he was taking her. All she knew was she would follow him anywhere. He led her outside to a waiting limo, opened the door for him, and she slid into the back seat as if in a daze. He got in beside her and spoke to the driver, who nodded and then put up the privacy screen. Theo smiled at her, touching his finger to her cheek. "Hey there, I'm Theo." She swallowed, wanting to lean into his touch. "Jess, I'm Jess." Next to him, she felt tiny, dwarfed as he moved his body closer, his palm cradling her face. "Hi, Jess," he whispered, his face close to hers, and then his mouth was on hers. "Geez, you're beautiful," he murmured against her mouth. "I want you," Theo Storm told her, and every cell in her body melted at his words. She nodded, wanting him to tell her more. "We're going to my apartment, Jess, and when we get there, I'm going to peel that dress from your glorious body and make you mine all night long. You belong to me now, understand?" She nodded, breathless, speechless. Was this really happening? If it was a dream, then she didn't want it to end. She wanted this man to possess her completely, to never wake up from it. He kissed her again, a long, intoxicating kiss that made her head spin, and the limo was stopping. "Jessica, I wanted you, from the minute I saw you in that hallway. This morning, I had a wicked hangover and a speech to give. I didn't expect to find a goddess." She blushed furiously at his words and suddenly felt vulnerable. Was he giving her a line? Why bother now he'd already had her? Theo was studying her expression, and he stroked her face with his big thumbs. "I swear. But I did. I had to have you." He touched the pad of his thumb to her bottom lip, then drew it down the center of her body. Her belly quivered as he splayed his big hand across it. Jess couldn't look away from his gaze, and she reached up tentatively to brush her fingers along the dark circles under his eyes. He smiled as she did. "Hard night last night," he explained. "If I'd known, I'd have gotten more rest, so I was ready." "Ready for what?" Her heart was beating fast, her voice barely a whisper. Theo Storm kissed her again, a deep throaty chuckle rumbling through his body. "To make you mine all night long, beautiful Jess, all night long." Jess woke in the middle of the night, thirsty. Beside her, Theo slept, his handsome face relaxed and sleeping. He looked much younger, almost boyish. He was on his side, facing her, his hand splayed across her belly protectively, his lips pressed against her shoulder. "Wow," Jess mouthed to herself, grinning. She couldn't really believe what had happened in just a few hours. Feeling her throat protest, she slid carefully from under his grip and out of bed. The night was cool on her skin, and she shivered. Snagging his shirt from the floor, she wrapped it around her body. It was so big it fell almost to her knees and wrapped around her petite body nearly twice. She grinned, burying her face in the fabric to catch his scent. Fresh and woodsy, clean linen. She padded into the kitchen and grabbed a glass from the sink, rinsing it and filling it with water. She drank an entire glass, then refilled it, wandering out into the living room. 3 walls were made entirely of glass, and now she wandered over and looked down to the streets below, leaning her hot forehead against the cool glass. Now, here in the silence of the night, Jess wondered how she'd gotten here, how his sheer machismo and dangerous charm had overcome the rules she had set up for herself. Don't let anyone get too close. She reasoned that intimacy wasn't the same as emotional closeness, but then again, something told her Theo wasn't one of those hit-and-run guys. You should always be lit by the moonlight. She turned at the sound of his voice and grinned at him. He was leaning against the doorway, the way he had earlier, watching her. He smiled as she chuckled and went to her. He slid his arms around as she smiled up at him. "That was so cheesy," she murmured, and he laughed, kissing her. The next day, the sun was streaming through the bedroom windows when she opened her eyes. She glanced over to the clock on the nightstand. 11:30. Shoot. She bolted upright and then remembered it was Saturday. She heard a commotion from the kitchen and got up, snagging Theo's shirt again. She padded through the apartment, following the scent of food. Bare-chested and wearing some gray jogging pants, Theo had his back turned to her as he flipped pancakes onto a plate, and she slid her arms around his back. He started a little, then pushed the frying pan to the back of the stove and turned the gas off. "Hey. You're up." He turned in her arms and kissed her, obviously delighted at seeing her. "I missed you. How did you sleep?" She pressed her mouth against his. "Wonderfully, thank you." It was true, the first time in months, maybe even a couple of years, that she had actually slept right through. Usually she woke every half hour or so, listening for any noises, any intruder. Jules was to thank for that, the night he'd broken into her apartment, beaten her badly, and broken her ribs. But last night, wrapped in Theo's big arms, she had felt safe. She knew it was ridiculous, but she felt she had known him forever, not just for the few hours she had. She smiled up at him now, and he smoothed the hair away from her face. "Good." He bent his head to kiss her slowly, deeply, and she sighed, her body relaxing into his. I made you breakfast, but now I'm thinking I should maybe help you work up an appetite." Her smile widened, and she arched an eyebrow at him. "And how will you do that, sir?" He laughed, cocking his eyebrow up. "I can tell you, but I'd rather just show you." She kissed him. "What did you mean last night, a new world of pleasure?" He smiled. "Forgive my assumption, but something tells me you've never been experienced intimacy the way a beautiful, exciting woman like you should be. Am I wrong?" She smiled slightly. "Until last night." He chuckled, kissing her to thank her for the compliment. His lips moved to her ear. "That was nothing compared to what I'm going to do to you, my beautiful Jess." Much later, famished, they ate the cold pancakes and took a long hot shower together. Jess bunched up her underwear and stuffed it in her bag, slipping her dress back on. Theo, dressing, watched her amused. "So I'm supposed to think about anything else but the fact you're without clothes under there." She skipped out of his way and darted into the living room, giggling. Theo, with his pants halfway up his legs, stumbled after her, arms outstretched, moaning like a zombie. He caught her and tumbled with her onto the sofa. Jess was laughing uncontrollably, the tears pouring down her face, and he kissed them away. Jess caught her breath. "You are a CEO, Mr. Storm. Such behavior is frowned upon." Theo grinned, his hands sliding under her dress, and she smacked them away playfully. "And you are insatiable." A cell phone started squawking from the bedroom, and reluctantly, they both got up to check. "Mine," said Jess, and Theo watched as her lovely face clouded as she noted who was calling. She glanced at him apologetically. "I have to take this, it is family." Theo nodded. "Of course." He left the bedroom to her to give her privacy. Whoever it was on the phone, she didn't really want to talk to them, he guessed. The stricken look on her face when she'd registered who was calling, hell, if anyone dared upset his girl. Wow. His girl. Theo went into the kitchen and poured himself a glass of water. "Really, man, your girl? This fast?" Theo clenched his jaw, trying to think straight. She had completely enraptured him, all of his focus in the last, he checked his watch, 18 hours had been on her, and now, he couldn't imagine his life without her. And yet, he knew next to nothing about her except she worked or studied at the college, and that she was, without a doubt, the most beautiful woman that he'd ever laid his eyes on. That soft honey-colored skin, those deep, deep brown eyes, that full blush-pink mouth, her low, throaty voice. Damn. He heard her talking now, her voice raised, and he edged closer to the door, unable to stop himself snooping. No, screw you. You don't get to run my life, Jules. No. She sounded upset now, her voice breaking a little. Theo went to the door of the bedroom. She was turned away from him, and he could see her shoulders shaking, her head bent low. "It's none of your business where I am. How the hell did you even know I wasn't at home? Geez, why can't you leave me alone?" She sobbed, and her entire body slumped. Theo marched into the room, swept her into a hug with one arm, and took the phone from her with his free hand. "Call her again and I'll end you." Theo shut off the phone and held the trembling Jess in his arms. He heard her sob twice, then stop, taking in deep breaths. She pulled away, turning to wipe her face with her hands. "I'm so sorry about that," she said, her voice trembling. "Who was that?" She tried to smile. "My stepbrother. He's a little bit of a control freak." Theo felt that she wasn't telling him the whole story, but studying her, he knew that if he pressed her at this moment, she would clam up. There was plenty of time, he decided. She would tell him what she needed to when she needed to, and when she did, he would do everything in his power to make things right for her. It was then Theo Storm realized that he'd fallen for this tiny, beautiful mystery of a woman. It took his breath away. She took his breath away. He stroked the back of his hand down her face. "Jessie, would you spend the day with me?" She hesitated, gazing up at him, but looked away. "I would honestly love to, but I have to get back to my apartment." Theo swallowed his disappointment. "Your stepbrother." She made a disgusted noise. "Regardless of what Jules thinks, I'm not at his beck and call. No, I have someone at home I have to care for." "Kid?" She smiled, shaking her head, amused at the worried look on his face. "Dog?" His expression cleared and he smiled. "Please don't judge me for that. But hey, look, I'll drive you home. We can still hang out, right?" Jess smiled but glanced around her surroundings. Her tiny studio was a world away from this place. Theo saw her expression and took her in his arms. "Whatever it is that concerns you, please don't give it another thought. All this is just window dressing. Really, it's the company's apartment, really. I just use it when I stay in the city. I have a much smaller home out on Bainbridge Island." Jess nodded. That explained the lack of home comforts, she thought, but still, her place was clean, tidy, and as comfortable as she could afford to make it, but... Theo kissed her forehead. "Jessie, you could live in a cardboard box with a tin can for a shower and I'd still want to hang out with you." She kept her expression blank and said in a monotone, "I actually live under a bridge." Theo pretended to consider, then held out his hand. "Well, it's been good to meet you, but this is goodbye." He smiled before he reached the end of the sentence, and Jess giggled, punching his arm. He pulled her into his arms, kissed her until her head swam. Theo gave a deep sigh and rested his head on the top of hers. "Could your dog wait a half hour?" She giggled and extracted herself, tugging him to his feet. "Come on, Casanova, take me home." Back in her apartment, Theo had greeted her German shepherd Stan like an old friend, and was even now play wrestling with the dog on the floor of her tiny studio. She watched them both, grinning widely as they played like puppies. An overexcited Stan backed into the small table, holding some of her books and knocking them over. Theo stopped, and both he and the dog looked so guilty that she burst out laughing. She tugged Theo to his feet and moved to pick her books up. He helped her, reading through the titles as he did, commenting, "Love this. And this. Couldn't get to grips with this though," he said, holding up a book by the latest literary phenomenon. "How about you?" She shook her head. "Turgid. I've tried twice now and just nope." Theo smiled and sat down on the sofa bed that took up a great deal of the room. He looked around the small living area, dominated by books and art prints, paper, soft pastels, watercolors in small tubes spread across the table, and pencil sketches Jess had been toying around with. He picked up a couple and studied them. Jess watched him nervously. He smiled at her. "These are incredibly good. Do you sell your art?" She shook her head. "I just play around, really. My work is mostly in art restoration. Not that I've been working on anything big, just a few minor pieces at the university. But no, to answer your question, I'm not nearly good enough to sell." She patted Stan as she spoke, suddenly shy. "I disagree," Theo said softly, and she flushed. "Thank you." He took her in his arms. "And I love your place. Reminds me of mine on Bainbridge." Jess looked askance, disbelieving. Okay." Theo laughed. "I will take you there, and you'll see what I mean. You and Stan. There's a good-sized garden he can run around to his heart's content, and he'll have a pal." I have an English Cocker Spaniel. She's called Monty. She's called Monty? Blame my 4-year-old nephew. It was the first time he'd mentioned any of his family, and Jess wanted to ask him more, but then he kissed her. Moments over, she giggled, as Theo, defeated, sat up, shaking his head in mock disgust. Stan, unrepentant and triumphant, went to curl up in his basket, a huge doggy grin on his face. Theo swept a finger down Jess's cheek. So you know how I was telling you about my place on Bainbridge? Yeah, the bedrooms have doors. He pretended to scowl at Stan, which made Jess giggle again. She wrapped her arms around him. Well, Mr. Billionaire, if you have fancy things like doors, how can I resist? He caught her lips with his, kissing her until her head spun. And when we get there, Miss Wood, I'm going to begin your education in lovemaking the Storm way. He kissed her throat, and Theo chuckled. You are a machine, Theodore Storm. He sat in the car parked across the street from her apartment, and watched her leave with a tall guy he didn't recognize. Jealousy rage curled in his gut as Julian Gachet watched his stepsister, his Jessica, as she talked and laughed with this stranger. When the man bent his head to kiss her, Jules's hands tightened on the steering wheel. Skank. She knew what happened when she dared to defy him, betray him. Jessica belonged to him the moment his father introduced him to her and her mother, back when Jessie was a kid, just a teenager. Jules always got what he wanted, and he had wanted her from the start. Her frightened eyes when he crept into her room at night and put a hand over her mouth. Shush, little Jess. Now watching her kiss this other man, this stranger, this creep, her glorious body against his, Jules's anger consumed him. She would be reminded, he decided, reminded who she belonged to, who owned every cell in her beautiful body. And if she would not fall in line, then she would have to be dealt with.
End of sneak peek for Stormfronts by Michelle Love. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. Audio copyright 2024 BFA Publishing. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know.